Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's right. That is right, baby. The notification just went out. And when that notification goes out and it comes to my smart devices, I know that only means one thing. It means that we are live, baby. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We are back in the building for another epic Friday night live stream. And I see y'all already got like 14 people in the chat already. Like, whoa, y'all waiting for your boy. I appreciate that. We ready to rock. We ready to roll. We go get this thing in. It's WrestleMania weekend. The Verge is just throwing me alley-oop. I'm about to slam dunk them. We about to get it in. So, let's just get this party started. Let's get it on, bro. Let's get it on. So, current time, 6:34 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means you are in the right place. You are on the right YouTube channel, baby. And you're probably ready to rock and roll with your boy, the man about tech, baby. Yeah. Woohoo! So, and I feel a hell of a lot better this week than I was last week. So you know we about to turn it all the way up tonight, baby. We turning this beach all the way up, bro. Let's go. Let's get it on, bro. Yeah. So, unlike last week, you really, like right now, you really should probably turn your volume down. Because if you don't turn your volume down, I cannot, and I will not, and I refuse to be held responsible for whoever is in your immediate surroundings. That's not my responsibility. That's not my problem. That's your problem. So, as long as you got that out the way, we can proceed with the festivities. Woo! Oh, this is going to be lit. This is about to get real lit real quick. Oh, man. I remember how I was feeling last week, and I am so not feeling that way tonight. Oh, yeah. Woo! Now, with all that pageantry and popping stands, doggy ponying out the way, let's go to work, baby. Let's go to work. Woo! What's up, people? This your boy Viper, the man about tech, and we are live! Welcome to Friday Night Vyp, baby! Woo! Oh, yes! It is that day again! We are back! We are live on YouTube! Hell yeah! Before I get started and go in on any and everybody, let me see who I got in the chat tonight. Let's go. Let's go, baby. What we got? Woo! This might take a while. We got a lot of people out here, bro. All right. First person I see is Rashid AI. What's up, Rashid? I should say, we got my head of security, El Jefe Review. What's up, Jeff? We got Slaw OTS. What's up, Slaw? We got the Apple Jockey doing Apple Jockey things. What's up, bro? We got Daniel Hansen. What's up, Daniel? Jason C is out there. What's up, Jason? How you doing, bro? CDF Man is in the cut. What's up, bro? We got Mediocre Tech. What's up, dude? Genosis is out there doing what Genosis does. That's what's up. We got Tech Rant. Yeah, what's up, Trenton? How you doing, bro? We got Ethnic. What's up, dude? Who else we got? We got Tech Loving Mama. Hey, mama, how you doing? Welcome back to the show. All right. We got FTS Tech. What's up, dude? Perp Minded is out there in the cut. Who else we got? We got Photo Finn. What's up, Photo? How you doing, bruh? And John Michelle. I got it right this time. What's up, John? How you doing, bruh? We got 504. What's up, dude? We got It's Justin, by the way. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man? We got Juan Contreras. What's up, Juan? And oh, what is this? We got an early arrival by the Painfully Honest one. Painfully Honest Tech. What's up, Jason? How you doing, bruh? Woo, he's early tonight. Oh, my goodness. That's what's up. Woo! Sold by Tech. What's up, Sold by Tech? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Who else we got out here? Who else we got? We got Orlando Theme Park 360. What's up, bro? Tim R. What's up, Tim? How you doing, bro? How you doing? We got You Do It. What's up, John? How you doing, man? Who else we got? Oh, we got Terry Warfield in the building. We up in here. He up in here. They up in here. What's up, Terry? How you doing, bro? Yes. Oh, we got the squad. That's a simple tonight, man. We are ready to rock and roll out here. We got Contractors POV. What's up, bro? How you doing? Who else we got? Who else we got? Mighty Mouse. What's up, Mighty Mouse? How you doing? How you doing? And I think that is it. I got everybody. I got everybody. All right. Woo! Make sure I didn't miss anybody. I don't think I did. And yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, I hit all the notes. I hit all the notes. Got everybody. We're in the building. We're ready to rock. We're ready to roll. So, you know, I was minding my Viper business today, right? The funny thing is, I titled the live stream, Welcome to the Age of YouTube, last night. I was trying to come up with a topic, you know, and I decided to take a little different direction from the normal tech tonight and talk about YouTube and where is that now. But then Christmas happened this morning when I went to check my tech news, my tech rotation, as I do every morning, because I am the man about tech. You know how I do. I was checking my tech rotation, and I happened to stop by The Verge, as I am to do. So I stopped by The Verge, and somebody from The Verge wrote an article called The Golden Age of YouTube is Over. And I'm like, oh, I've heard it before, but let me read the article to see if there's actually legitimate stuff in here, or if it's just a bunch of Verge fluff, BS, whatever. It is what it is. So I read the article, and yeah, it was much to do about nothing, pretty much. So yeah, I get to spend about 22 minutes to a half an hour tonight debuking all the crap that I read in that Verge article, on top of what I was going to say already anyway. So shout out to The Verge for giving me ammunition. I appreciate you. Big up. We about to go in. Notice how he sips his pop or soda, whatever the hell y'all call it, like I'm sipping tea before I go in on this Verge article. Sipping his tea like, what's up, man? Woo! Yep. Yeah. So, if you listen to The Verge, the golden age of YouTube is over. Like, whoo! Now, like I said, I read the article, and basically the article was referring to the YouTube 1%, you know, the PewDiePie, the Logan Pauls, the top of the top, the cream de la creme, the top of the top, the only people that The Verge knows how to report about, because they act like their YouTube doesn't exist below the 1%. They act like everybody else they don't matter. They don't give a damn about the rest of YouTube. If it ain't about Logan Paul or PewDiePie, The Verge doesn't care. It's like they don't exist. Oh, wait, hold up. Whoa, no. I messed up. Let me take that back. They do care when there's drama involved, because they did do an article about the Rewired Soul, which I was shocked, because I'm like, wow, they did an article about the Rewired Soul. It kind of caught me by surprise, because there's a lot of drama on YouTube, and it just kind of struck me that they decided to cover that particular drama. Now, for those of you all that are aware, my homie Paulie G, Paul Growth did an excellent series of videos covering the whole Rewired Soul situation. If you're not familiar, you can go watch those videos by Paul Growth. But basically, the whole gist of it was Chris Boutte, who runs the channel The Rewired Soul, is a mental health advocate. It's important to note that he is not a professional, but he has worked in the mental health field. He does have knowledge. He does have expertise, but he does not have a license. He is not a professional. Well, come to find out, our buddy Chris, The Rewired Soul, grew his channel to 100,000 subscribers in about a year by basically making a bunch of other videos about upper tier creators in the drama community. Now, actually, hold on. Gotta get a little bit closer for this one because I gotta make sure y'all hear the insanity which is about to come out of my mouth. Like I said, this is insanity. So you want to know how The Rewired Soul shot up to the 100,000 subs on YouTube? Let me break this down. Now, I don't care what all the YouTube gurus tell you. If you really want to grow quick on YouTube, there is a way to shortcut it. There is a way. It's called drama and being drama filled. But let me tell y'all how The Rewired Soul did it. The dude made not 10, not 20, not 30, not 40, not 50, not 60. The dude made 70 videos about Shane Dawson. 70. Does it strike anybody besides me as weird that this man made 70 videos about another human being? But I'm not even done there. No. He made 70 videos about Shane Dawson. He made 44 about Jake Paul. So if making 70 videos about Shane wasn't enough, he made 44 videos about Jake Paul. And then he made another, 17 videos about Trisha Paytas, who's in that drama community and all that crap. So let's see. If I do my math, we got 100. That's about 114 plus 17, which is about 131. So he made 131 videos between about three creators. So yeah, when you sip tea or spill tea about other creators, that kind of tends to accelerate your growth faster than the norm because people like drama and it seems like YouTube likes drama these days. Now, that's not to say that Chris is not a genuine YouTuber. I mean, damn, I just said he made 131 videos. That's commitment. That's dedication. I mean, you could argue about how he got there, but the boy put in work. And like I said, it's not like he didn't work in the mental health field because he did. But he still made 130 videos about three creators. So it's like, damn, dude, really? But yeah. So I was kind of shocked that The Verge covered that because even though he did make all those videos, he's still like 100. Well, he was at 100,000. He's not anymore since the drama started. Like his sub count took a nosedive, like pew pow. I don't know where it is now, but it took an uber nosedive. But he's not like he's not part of the 1% per se. I don't think anyway. I don't know how the numbers go, but he's not up there with the Jake Pauls and things like that. So it kind of surprised me that The Verge covered it, but they did. But the article covered the top tier YouTuber talking about the apocalypse from PewDiePie's mistake about the fiber incident where he had somebody hold up a video saying kill Jews or something like that. And then they went on to talk about how Logan Paul filmed the video in the suicide forest and how advertisers were leaving YouTube, all this crap. So if you listen to The Verge, apparently because of the apocalypse and the upper tier of YouTubers that make their little boneheaded mistakes, the golden age of YouTube is over. Creators, I think this was an actual line in the article. I think she wrote something, I don't remember what the exact line was, but she wrote something to the extent of creators can't make a living off YouTube anymore, or it's not like how it used to be, or something like that. But I distinctly remember her saying that creators can no longer make a living off YouTube in 2019 or something like that, which just completely blew my mind because here I am looking at Taylor of Tech, who has about 160,000 subscribers, doing damn fine making a living off YouTube. My other friend, John Prosser, 140,000, has an entire business off Front Page Tech, doing fine on YouTube. My man in the chat tonight, Painfully Honest Tech, is about to go full-time YouTube, and he's at 150,000 and growing, and he's about to make YouTube his full-time gig. So, and this is happening right now in 2019. And there are other creators that are smaller than them who are also making full-time livings off YouTube right now. But apparently, according to The Verge and their exaggeration and satire and monkey jobble, the golden age of YouTube is over just because some advertisers are taking their ball and going home, even though we all know they'll be back, because that's how it is. Anytime any type of drama happens on YouTube, the little advertisers scurry away, and then when the smoke is clear, when the smoke is all clear, the coast is clear, they come scurrying back, because there's one thing, no matter what happens, that you cannot deny. YouTube, as a platform, has 2 billion, that's right, with a B, billion monthly active users. 2 billion. 2 billion. Bill, baby. 2 bills. And that's not an audience that you can get just anywhere. No. That is an audience that you can only find on YouTube. And no matter how scared advertisers are, they are not going to ignore potential revenue from 2 damn billion people. So when The Verge, right, the golden age of YouTube is over, I give you front page tech. I give you tailored tech. I give you painfully honest tech. Damn it. I can go on and on and on and on. I can give you Roberto Blake. What are we talking about? The golden age is over. Damn it, it's only just beginning. There ain't never been a better time to start YouTube than 2019 right now. We got my man out here, Travis MCP. Dude shot up to like 20,000 subscribers in a year. DJ No Tech, another dude, shot up to 20,000, 20G subscribers in a year. But the golden age of YouTube is over with because your precious 1% always like to cut up and act a fool and advertisers like to scurry away, even though you know they'll be back. But just because 1% don't know how to act, the golden age is over with. You realize that there's a whole lot of YouTube that exists outside of your precious 1% Verge. Get it together, baby. Open your damn eyes. Open your eyes. My God. All these creators on the platform, and y'all steady covering the 1%. Like nothing happens outside of that damn bubble that you choose to cover. I'm going to need you to wake all the way the hell up, because there's a lot happening on YouTube. We got Marquez Brownlee, MKBHD, even though he's in the 1% per se, he's interviewing Bill Gates. He's interviewing Kobe Bryant. I mean, good Lord, things are happening on the platform that are always negative. Y'all just choose to cover the negative shit, and then y'all think that's an entire representation of the platform. Well, I got news for you. Not really, baby. Not really. Lily Thing just got her own damn talk show on NBC. You ain't covering that, are you, Verge? You didn't cover that. I saw nothing about that. That's a positive impact from a homegrown YouTuber, but it made practically no news because it's not drama-filled and it doesn't meet the Verge's click crap. Oh, get on my damn nerves, man. I'm going to need the Verge to get it together, bro. Get it together. I see, and the other thing that is interesting to me, and you, as usual with the Verge, this almost falls under blatant hypocrisy. The golden age of YouTube is over with, but the Verge now has a whole section dedicated to creators and basically YouTube in particular. But the golden age of YouTube is over with, but you have entire sections and staff dedicated to covering YouTube. What? 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 How does that make sense? How is the golden age of YouTube over with, but you're still covering YouTube like a wet blanket? What is this? Like, what the hell is going on, bro? What is going on? What is going on? Listen, man, like I said, there's no time like now to start YouTube. We got my man El Jefe Reviews out there. He's at 10,000. My man Terry Wolfer out there. My man about to be hitting 6,000. We got Viper out here. I was about to be hitting 2,500 at some point. Whatever. Man, we got Zach Talk Tech. Man, we got Photo Fin. We got the whole squad on deck, man. We got Tao. We got Tech Me Out. We got Nothing But Tech. Sarah Dici. I mean, good Lord. Do I need to keep going? Do I need to keep going? All these bright individuals on here making their way on YouTube, carving out a positive light on YouTube, but because of the 1% and their inability to stay on a straight and narrow, the golden age is over. Get the hell out. Hey, if you don't miss me with this bullshit, bro, just miss me completely. It's ridiculous. Stop playing. Woo! But yeah, That's what I read in the Verge today. I mean, yeah, that's what I read in the Verge today. Right, that was today. Yeah, that's what I read. The golden age is over with. Good Lord. Oh man, it's interesting, right? Because the person who wrote that article is not a YouTuber, so it kind of perplexes me that a non-YouTuber writes an article titled "The Golden Age is Over With," and I don't know if she's ever made a YouTube video. I doubt it. And if she does, she's not a regular creator like me or Zach or Jeff or Jason or Roberto. But she act like she has a post on what's happening on YouTube. Maybe let a creator write that article. Somebody who actually bleed, like puts their time, blood, sweat, and tears into the platform and actually sees the numbers and the view count and how their work is directly affected by the algorithm. Let a creator actually like write that article. I don't know if a non-creator should be writing that type of article on YouTube when they're not in here. They're not in. They're giving their outside perspective, but they're not in. They're not in the sphere. You are not a creator. You don't know. You think you know because you talk to the 1% or you see what you see from the outside. But when you are on the outside, you have that outsider perspective. You do not know what's happening on the inside. And as Roberto Blake has said over and over again, just because the advertising dollars might be drying up, there's a hell of a lot more ways for creators to make money on YouTube than Google's ad revenue. Okay? So just because the ad revenue isn't what it used to be 8 years ago, that does not mean creators cannot make a living on YouTube. There are a hell of a lot of ways to make money on YouTube. I was at VidSummit this past October with, and even though I didn't go into the session, I was standing outside for whatever, I don't know what I was doing, but I was standing outside when Zach from Jerry Rigg's Everything was giving his presentation. And his presentation was talking about how to make money on YouTube. And he had 7 different ways you can make money on YouTube. Now, I don't remember all the different avenues that you can take, but I'm pretty sure one of them was affiliate marketing, merchandise, Patreon, different things like that. But he has 7 different ways. Well, it's not 7, but he has 7 different avenues that creators can go to make money on YouTube that are outside of Google's ad revenue. But yet, the golden age of YouTube is over with. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's right. Absolutely. You know what? Cool. You know what? You know how you say the golden age of YouTube is over with? You know what? The golden age of YouTube is over with, just like this mouse looks like a monkey's nipple. That's how much the golden age of YouTube is over with. If this mouse looks like a monkey's nipple, then maybe the golden age is over with. But until this mouse looks like a monkey's nipple, the YouTube golden age is still in its fucking infancy and it's going to live on for a very long time. Now, before I was interrupted, before I sidetrack myself, let me go back to the chat. My God. Oh, wow. The stuff that you read online. Boy, I swear to Jesus. Why? Why do they even bother? Why do they bother? Man, I keep telling people, if you're going to put stuff online, do your research. Just don't put out stuff without doing your research, because it makes you look like an ass when you put stuff online and don't do your research. Ooh. It's like one of my pet peeves. When people put stuff online and it's clear that they didn't do their research, I get ugh. But anyway, let me go back up here to the chat. Let me see what we got. Let me start from the bottom and work my way up here. Let's see what we got. That's right, Roberto. That autofocus is legit. The Sony A7 III is legit, bro. You know how it is, Roberto. You know where to find me, Roberto. That autofocus and the finger of Boca is real, bro. That autofocus ain't no joke, bro. It ain't no joke. Oh, man. Let me be quick before I start doing that again. Oh, my God. Roberto said he has 9 ways to make money on YouTube. Man, yeah, I believe him. Roberto be doing things, man. Y'all need to go. If you don't know who Roberto Blake is, he is a creative entrepreneur, and the dude knows more ways to make money on YouTube than you have fingers on both hands. So if you are interested in doing YouTube, or you're already doing YouTube, and you want to know how to maximize revenue off YouTube, and actually on and off YouTube, you might want to follow Roberto Blake. He has a little bit of insight. I'm just saying. Free tip, free tip. All right, look what we got here. Oh, Wisdom Empire. What's up, Wisdom? What's up, Wisdom? How you doing, go? Woo. Oh, wait. Oh, Roberto says the golden age is over with. Well, yeah. Oh, but he's talking about a different grade. I mean, I don't think so. Like I said, there's no time like right now to be on YouTube, bro. But hey, we can agree to disagree on that. Zach Talk Tech, what's up, Zach? How you doing, man? Zach says The Verge hates YouTube and has zero knowledge of YouTube. Yeah, Zach, when they put out articles like that, it certainly seems like they have not done their research. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. Roberto says he disagrees with the premise, but not the headline. All right, Roberto. Okay. Let's see. Oh my God. Janosa said he stopped reading The Verge as of late because of their credibility. I don't blame you, dude. I can't, man. They've been putting out some trash lately, bro. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Zach said he heard his name. He wasn't watching. That's funny. Phone and YouTube just started yelling at me. That's hilarious. Jay Brown, what's up, man? How you doing, dude? How you doing? Oh, we got Uncle Dan out there too. What's up, Dan? How you doing, man? Ooh, what up, man? All right, what we got? What we got? Terry Warfield said The Verge is like the CNN of tech. Oh boy. Well, CNN is actually good usually. The Verge lately, not so much. Oh, we got Brandon from Business Tech Today. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, man? How you doing? Oh, Brandon said Colin and Samira have a great video on why Lily got that gig. All right. Yeah, that's right, Apple Jockey. Verge, calm down. You're right, Apple Jockey. You're right. They need to calm down immediately. Ooh. Oh man, hold on. Roberto wants to come talk to Viper. Oh, we can make that happen, Roberto. We can make that happen. Actually, you know what? I mean, actually, I'm kind of scared to even hit you with a link tonight because we know how that goes. Actually, you know what? Let's see what link they work. We're gonna see if the links actually work tonight. I don't know if it's gonna work tonight, but let's see if it works tonight. I'm gonna Twitter DM you the link, Roberto, and you can tell me if the link is actually working tonight. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say probably not. But if not, let me know, and now we'll just do what we did last week, and we'll just go email route. But I'm going to try doing it the old-fashioned way first to see if we recover from last week's hiccup. So, Roberto Blake, if you check your Twitter DMs right about now, you should have the link in your Twitter DM. So, let's see if the link is actually working tonight before I start having to go to emails and crap like that. But anyway, let's see what we got. All right, back to the chat. Axel Beer, what's up, Axel Beer? How you doing? He said he follows all of the people that I mentioned. Okay, that's cool. That's what's up. Brandon said, Disney Tech Today said people just don't know how to run a business. And you're right. I'll tell you, I'll be the first person to tell you, I am not a business dude. I don't know how to run a business. But I mean, I'm not really at that point yet either, but still. I won't hesitate to tell you, I'm not a business dude. That's not my strong suit. Yeah, take a little drink here. All right. What we got here? That's right. Brandon agreed too. And Brandon is another one, man. Brandon knows how to make revenue off YouTube. Business Tech Today. That dude is getting it done. What are you doing? Okay, no. All right. Thought I heard something. Hold on. All right, let me go big. Let me keep going. All right, let's see. All right. Oh, we got Jay Leaves out there too. What's up, Jay Leaves? How you doing, bro? What's up? Yo. Oh, Roberto talk about Chris Boutte making 700 videos in a year. Wow, that is nuts. Yeah, like I said, I'm not knocking the dude's hustle and the grind. The boy put in work, but when you make 131 videos about individual people, I mean, that's you feeding the beast with that one. So it is what it is. All right, let's see. All right, let me go back down here. I think we're good. I think I caught up to the top for the most part. I'm gonna go back down here. And Roberto said he's on his way. I wonder if the link will work. Not sure. Go find out. Let's see. What we got here. Let's see. Tech Rand said I got 5 ways to make money on YouTube. Dylan. I don't even know who Dylan is, bro. Wisdom says, I'm old school, just keep producing content and YouTube and Google will recognize your ish. Yeah, I'm kind of that school of thought too. Come on, dude, get together. If you put out content and you put out good quality content, eventually your time will come. I mean, it's just like anything else in life. Hard work will pay off. That's just what it is. Oh, Jeff, my dude Jeff said link. Does that mean you want a link, Jeff? I mean, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Doesn't even matter if you want a link. I'm gonna give you one anyway. You can do what you want with it. Let me know if the links are working or not. If not, like I said, I'll have to do the email thing like last week. But it seems like the links were broken last week and they were not working. But I will send Jeff a link and he can do what he wants to do with it. And there you are. Boom. All right. Yep. Okay. So I'm not going to do that. So Roberto said try email. So the link must not be working again. So, all right. So, Travis said Mr. B follows Viper on Twitter. If he did, that's only because Roberto shouted me out like 15 minutes ago. So that ain't got nothing to do with me, dude. That's all. That's Roberto. Blame Roberto. All right, let's see. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can just put in your name and see if it works this way. Roberto Blake, maybe? That work? Or do I need to do email? Nobody got to do email. Damn it. All right, let's see. Damn, what was it? I didn't remember that. I got to go back and look up your email again. Nope, not that one. I hope Mr. Beast is not well. If Mr. Beast is just now tuning in, then he's a little late because I kind of went off earlier. Sorry, Jimmy. You can go back and watch the replay, bro. Your boy kind of went in earlier, but hey, it is what it is. All right, let me look up Roberto Blake's email. Okay, there we go. I got it. There it is. Okay, let me got this real quick. Roberto. Let me make sure I don't say his email out loud because that'll be kind of a violation of the people code. All right, so Roberto, your phone, your Gmail should be ringing because I found out that when I send these links via email, they ring in the Gmail, which is weird, but yeah. So that's the thing. I don't know. Apparently that's the thing. So yeah. Pick up your phone in Gmail. Woo! Okay, what else we got going on here? Let's see. All right. Where we at? Jonathan the Viper, could the problem be with Hangouts with the last few streams be that you and up and up isn't working? What is it? Up and P isn't working right now, and perhaps you need to port forward Hangouts on your network. No, I think Hangouts isn't working because YouTube is shutting Google Plus down, and I think that kind of broke some things. So, and I don't know if they're going to repair them or not. So now I got to send invites via email. So I just emailed Roberto. So hopefully, he says it's not coming through, which I don't know how, because that's where I sent it last week. What the hell? Oh, wow. But then one thing is another, man. Zach, there's no problem with the link. You know what? All right, Zach. So Zach says there's no problem with the link. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to send Zach a link and see what he can do with it. Because I'm that type of asshole. So, Zach, if there's no problem with the link, you could prove me wrong. If not, then you'll know there's a problem with the link. I don't know. You know, I'll make this stuff up. Everybody I sent the link to last week couldn't get in. So I don't know. But we're going to see if Zach has the magic touch tonight. All right, Zach. I don't know what you're doing tonight, but I sent a link to your Twitter DM, so you could prove me wrong if you can. Good luck. That's right. I just sent it to you via Twitter. I did, Zach. It is in your Twitter DM, so prove me wrong. Because everybody I sent this link to last week, and I mean everybody had problems, man. Nobody could get in the normal way. It was annoying. Ugh. Oh, I need to resend this thing to Roberto because apparently he didn't get it. I don't know how. Oh my God. I don't know why Google is busy breaking Hangouts. Don't they know I need this to run my live stream? I mean, come on, Google, damn. We're breaking stuff. Jeez. All right. All right, Roberto, I tried sending it again, so hopefully it comes through this time. And yeah, that'll be that. All right, what we got? Okay. Because if the email doesn't work, then I'm at a loss. If the links aren't working and the email aren't working, and I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss, man. I'm at a loss. Oh, we got Gully's House of Thriller. What's up, Gully? How you doing, man? How you doing? Tech Lover Mama says YouTube takes my likes away. Yeah, I've been noticing that too. Like when I try to like something with my Android phone, I like it and then it like disappears. I'm like, what the hell is that? So there's all types of broken going on the Google and YouTube. Hi, Roberto.
Hey, what's up, Viper?
How you doing, dude?
Hanging in there. The move progresses. My brother is helping me out with some of that. Let's see. Oh, I have this coming through my speakers. I need this coming through my microphone.
Some devices didn't respond.
Looks like you got a job working for you back there.
There we go. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Plus, I'm working on my 400K special before I move into the new place. The new place is actually bigger. And all the sets for the YouTube channel are going to change completely.
Gotcha. Okay. So as I was perusing my chat tonight, you were saying how you actually agree with the actual title, but you don't agree with the premise. So
correct. I don't agree with their content. I agree with the headline.
But so you think the golden age of YouTube is over with?
I think that that's objectively true because of the nature of copyright, Article 13, Article 11, and Article 17, and what's happening to content creators abroad. And I think that also the massive copyright claims and the false claiming system since that has been ramped up, even since Content ID was implemented in 2013, it's just gotten worse instead of better in a lot of ways because of these media companies and some of these law firms that are exploiting it. And then add to that government regulations for social media as a whole. Gary Vee had talked about the golden era of social media, and the window on that is closing. And I also talked about that a couple of years ago, and we create a timeline that says basically 2020, because then everything's going to reset in 2020. And then we'll have to work our way back up again. Because if you think about YouTube and the timeline of YouTube, and you think about the Wild Wild West era, I'm not saying there's not opportunity. Everybody you talked about, 100% there's opportunity. You can hustle, you can do all of that. But it's harder for content creators, especially content creators that lean on fair use because of the government regulations and how that's going to affect a lot of things. And that's going to be implemented within the next 2 years in the EU. France is doing something with it this summer. And YouTube itself, just took away live streaming on mobile from people under 1,000 subscribers, which might be related to the New Zealand incident and wanting to preempt a Facebook-like situation. So when I look at all of that, yes, the golden era is over. That doesn't mean that opportunity and money doesn't exist to be made in this platform. But do you get where I'm coming from?
Yes, but I would argue that everything that you mentioned doesn't necessarily signal the end of the golden age. It's just more barriers that creators have to break through to be successful.
By itself, that is the end of the golden age. The golden age is when, is the idea of going out, like panning for gold and all that. That's why it's called the golden era. It's called the golden era because it relates to the concept of like the gold rush or the virgin territory, like when it was the golden age of conquest in the old world where like everything hadn't been conquered yet. And you could go like scrape out new territory and start colonies and all that good stuff. It's like a lot has been established in YouTube. There are patterns in place. We're over a decade in, the platform's maturing. And so the barriers that we're talking about, by its definition, ends a golden era. By definition.
Okay, that's interesting. But I guess my argument is that even with those barriers that you mentioned, if you want to get on YouTube and make a living and do something and be something on YouTube, I think you still can. I think, like you said, I think there's a lot of opportunity on this platform because the platform is growing. Even with all the obstacles and drama, the platform is not getting smaller.
I agree. Growing. That's where I would say it's not saturated.
It's growing, and you can come on here and and make something of yourself if you truly desire it. You just have to put in work. You got to be prepared to put in that work and that grind to get it done. But it's not impossible, even with the barrier.
Right, but I don't think anyone's making the I'm not making. The Verge made the wrong argument.
Right.
I'm not making the argument that's impossible.
Correct.
But I'm also making the argument that look at Mr. Beast. I don't know if you saw on Twitter the other day. He showed how much his stuff has been copyright claimed on top of the things that were demonetized. And like for the views that he gets and for as hard as he works and for the amount of investment made in that content, that's devastating because he gives away most of the money from the brand deals. Right. So like there's this myth, and Casey Neistat did an interview with him. There's this myth that Mr. Beast is this like very rich YouTuber.
Right.
And he's not, because he's the guy who gives away all of his wealth, to be very real. And now he's getting hit with so many copyright claims, most of them being false, but his content gets so many views so early that it eats up the majority of the revenue he would make back on that content after the initial investment.
Right.
And that's unfair.
Yep. And a lot of that, I think what people don't realize about Mr. Beast is that a lot of the stuff, the money that he gives away is not his money. That's brands that give him money to give away. So
yeah, exactly. So like he gets these great brand deals, but he's not pocketing it.
Right.
Like, and then he's not pocketing it, and then he's not making money off of the videos.
Yeah.
And that sucks. And that's like, but that wouldn't have happened in the real like wild west days of YouTube. Like, you know.
Okay. Okay. I see where you're coming from. So
yeah.
Basically, me and you have different definitions of golden age, basically. So yeah, that's all it is. That's cool. I got you.
I mean, for me, it's just like the historical like reference to the golden age of like, you know, like when you go out west, you stake your claim, you make your fortune, and the Mounties haven't shown up yet. So it's like it's desperados, right? And that's the era that a lot of the old school YouTubers, and even me and Marquez were talking about this in our interview, like that they remember fondly, where it's like, you know, you hustle, you got a camera, you got a dream. And Mr. Beast proved that you can make it in the platform. Yes. But the thing is, I'm talking about the reward you would have gotten for that was substantially greater just a little while ago. And like the goalpost is moved. Oh, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. The goalpost is moved in so many ways. Primary example, Viper, in the old days, you were already monetized, and it wouldn't have been a lot of money, but you were already there. Like, you know, and there were also less barriers to someone in your position for features, you know, in terms of the features, like that you would have just had the same more or less access as anybody else. And now, yeah, you have to work a little bit harder for it. There's some good things that go with that, but the reality is there was a lot of things go faster, and not all of it's limited to YouTube. Did you know that back in the day, Facebook used to have so much organic reach that what a lot of early YouTubers did that had an advantage over you or even I is back in the early days of like maybe 2013 through 2015 of like Facebook, right? YouTubers used to use Facebook and all that organic reach to get more distribution for their YouTube videos faster, because you could get like so much juice out of it. But then Facebook started being anti-YouTube and started throttling the links. Like, I know you heard about that, but like we missed out on that, dude, because like that was a hack people used to blow up.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that Facebook is anti-YouTube these days. Like anytime I post like a video link or something on Facebook, it just gets buried. Like, nope.
Mm-hmm.
So let's transition over to the whole live streaming thing, because I didn't even know about this until D Nimmin put that video out earlier today. Apparently now, if you have less than 1,000 subscribers, you cannot live stream from your mobile device, which I just find completely odd. Now, there are workarounds, and that's cool, but if you want to just live stream natively to the YouTube app or from the YouTube app, if you don't have 1,000 subscribers or more, you can't do that. Now, like you said earlier, a lot of people are what am I looking for? They're linking it with the New Zealand incident.
Yeah.
But this is another thing that kind of irks me, because it seems like every time somebody does something out of pocket on YouTube initial response is to punish smaller channels. And I'm just like,
no, anything happens with technology and social media, because think about like this. Technology, everyone's here, technology. And I understand there are legitimate concerns. Don't get me wrong. We're trying to keep people safe. Nobody wants what happened with that live stream being broadcast. And you saw YouTube had so many problems with taking down mirrors of the replay of that horrible incident. And like, no one needs to see like an execution. Like that's just, horrible. But I understand them preemptively saying, okay, they did that on Facebook. Oh, and we already are having problems with taking down people re-uploading this. My God, what if this had happened on YouTube on top of that guy putting PewDiePie's name in his mouth? What would that have done to the platform? So I understand why they're doing what they're doing. And again, we always as a society bear the problems for less than 1% of horrible, evil people. We always as a society bear that burden.
You know what? You are absolutely right, and you make a good point, but it just seems like it's more like highlighted and accentuated on YouTube, because last year when Logan Paul did his Ford thing and YouTube changed the demonetization, or they changed.
Oh, that wasn't in response to him. That was in the works months before they'd even announced it.
They say that, but the timing.
No, I saw the blogs. I actually keep up with it.
The timing, the timing was just crazy. But
no, that timing was because it's the new fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, we also have the advertiser slump in January. That's all just ad cycles. That's all industry stuff.
Right.
Most YouTubers don't realize that the press release timing was horrible because they conflated everything, because they're like, okay, we got to cover a bunch of stuff at once. Like, they suck at communication, dude.
Oh, we know. But still, their whole thing is let's make it hard for smaller channels to be monetized. And I'm just like, oh wow. And you know what? I wasn't even mad that like they made the changes, but I think it was kind of wrong that people that were already in the program get kicked out. Now that's just
they
wrong.
did that not in response to Logan Paul. They did that in response to the adpocalypse situation.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times what you had was the channels, ironically, that were profiting and going viral for bad content, and like even snuff films. People don't realize this, that there were snuff films on YouTube. A lot of people didn't realize that. But these channels didn't have a lot of subscribers, but they had videos with millions of views. And sometimes they'd make channels where they literally just upload one video. You see what I'm saying? Right. So that was their answer to it was, well, we won't be funding these horrible things because there's more of a qualification to even get the ads. And you can't just make a channel, upload, a hate crime or a snuff film or child exploitation video and get millions of views and some ad revenue just like that. They wanted to make it more challenging. And again, as a society and as a platform, we always bear the brunt of people who can't behave themselves. That's just the way everything works with every regulation, every law, every company, everything.
It's all ridiculous. You're right.
It sucks.
It sucks. So Paulie G out there is saying that the live streaming for people with under 1,000 subscribers is not a big deal. Actually, I think it is a pretty big deal, Paul, because a lot of people are only using their mobile devices. And if they can't live stream, that's a big deal. Now, there are workarounds, but what if they're not aware of those workarounds? I mean, I don't know, man. It's interesting to me. And
I know a lot of people that's all their content.
Right. And imagine, like, if I didn't have my MacBook and things like that, if I only have my iPad, this live stream that we're on right now would not be happening because the channel does not have 1,000 subscribers. So I'm lucky because I have a computer and I can do this live stream. But if I didn't have the computer, I'd be SOL. There would be no.
Can everybody who's here tonight kind of be part of a campaign and help get Vyp to 1,000 subscribers before the month of April's out?
Man, we need to get on that as soon as possible.
Immediately?
Immediately.
Man, I appreciate you, Roberto. I think I heard you got Mr. Beast to follow me on Twitter, so that's pretty cool.
I was hoping Jimmy would pop in tonight. I don't know what he's doing though. I mean, it's Friday night. He might be making a video. I still got 3 videos to film tonight. I don't know. I got to film the 400K special. And try not to get the press doing it, to be honest.
Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Jeff, what is going on, Jeff? What are you doing over there, man?
Oh, I'm just chilling, man. I'm listening to the conversation.
Oh, no.
There's some hot topics, man.
No, I know you're chilling, Jeff. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with your headwear, bro. What is happening here?
What are you talking about, man? It's just some headphones, bro. It's all good.
I love how he just casually waves it off like, it's some headphones. No
That's nothing, man. It's nothing. Don't mind the cat ears, bro. It's all good. I'm just
not even a thing. It's not even a thing.
Just testing things around here, man.
Is this your PewDiePie support and done with this?
Oh man. Now this was this is that thing I put up on Twitter where a company sent me an email and they were like, hey, we want you to review these. So I posted that picture and I got like 100 votes of review those headphones.
No way. Oh, that's funny.
So
you've been listening to the live stream, Jeff. What did you think about my whole diatribe for the first like 20 minutes or so?
Oh no, man. I mean, I get what you're saying, man. I mean, I see both of your points of view as well, but it's it is coming from people who kind of have a weird view of YouTube, at least the article. But, I know exactly what Roberto's talking about as far as the Wild West being over, as far as that goes. But I think it's just, we all got to do it the way we got to do it. And we all got to try to, strive and monetize and do the way, just try to succeed in our own way. So I think it's not going to be as easy as it was before. We just got to be more mindful and just stay on top of our game. I
mean, basically, creators just got to be creative. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
I mean, I think it's more than that. And like, I've been doing this like super secret project where I've been like looking at like 30 small YouTube channels to do something with. It's going to be interesting, but it frustrated me. And this is where I say with the 400K special, I've tried to film the 400K special 5 times and deleted the video every 5 times because I either get angry or I get depressed.
Oh,
and it's
man.
because I see these channels making content, in some cases, content that I think is better than my content. And I don't see the views. I don't see subscribers. I don't see the engagement. I do see good engagement where it's there, and everything like that. And I'm getting frustrated because I'm like, this person's making such great content. How are they not getting more out of it or getting better and everything like that? And then I look at content and I constantly audit and look at who's at 100,000, who's at 1 million, because it's not as big of a pool as people seem to think it is. It's like, it's not that many of us, honestly, and that are active. And I look at channels even that are retired. And then I'm looking at their content. I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at on-camera performance. I'm looking at effort. I'm looking at frequency of uploads. I'm looking at production. I'm looking at editing. And then I look at smaller YouTube channels, outworking them, out hustling them at every single level. And I get pissed. I get infuriated. I want to break my keyboard in half. I want to punch through my damn screen. And I'm pissed because it makes me feel, and I'm going to say this, and I know I'm going to get crap for this, it makes me feel like the YouTube community is full of shit because quality content doesn't get any love, and all that people care about is drama and hot topics and viral this and big YouTuber that. And it's bullshit because I see people with 300 subscribers that make content better than people with 1 million subscribers. And I'm looking at so much of this. Like, guys, when I say that in the last month, I've looked at like 200 small YouTube channels, I'm not messing around here. And I'm pissed. I'm so angry. Yeah. I'm so frustrated because my homies all keep saying make quality content and quality content and quality over quantity. And I'm like, I'm looking at it and I'm looking at the data and I'm like, no, because quality content, even when I look at the biggest channels, the best quality content they made is not the thing that got the most views. It's not even close. It's not even close. And a lot of larger content creators have said it either publicly or even privately to me that, that stuff they put the most work into didn't perform, or that I did this video where I went all out and I did this and I did the jet skis. And then this video where I'm just sitting around and just bullshitting got 5 times as many views as this video that I spent $20,000 to make. And I'm like, really? So the video that you did that cost 0 got 5 times more views and went to 1.2 million. And this other thing did half a million or $250,000, and you threw 10 or 20 grand at it, and it's yep. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Now, do you think it has something to do with just people, the fickle nature of the viewers, or do you think that's over optimization in the algorithm?
Both.
Ah, gotcha.
Both. Yeah. Both. And I'm so angry. I'm so angry.
I mean, but like I said earlier, it seems like these days YouTube, at least the algorithm, the views and things like that, is mostly driven by drama. I mean, if you talk about drama, if you talk about another creator in a video or something like that, people like it's like moth to the flames, man. People are just drawn to it, and that's what the algorithm like recognizing and pushing forward. It's crazy.
I understand that, and that's where I said I'm frustrated with the community, and I know there are different communities. And again, I'm angry, so like take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, or maybe a lump of salt because I'm being salty. It's like, you know, I need like my Salt Bay T-shirt and shit. Like, I'm just, like, like it just pisses me off to see people really doing the work and not getting nearly like enough out of it by comparison to people that I know are phoning it in, but they're popular or they found a popular trend that they're exploiting. And it's like, and it pisses me off. Or even when people do a popular trend, but they put in the work ethic and they're like going for it and stuff like that. I'm fine with that because like I also see work ethic, and then I see work ethic sometimes not rewarded. Or in the case of like I'll bring it up. Like in the case with Chris Boutte, the Rewired Soul, it's like you do a couple of shitty videos or whatever, what someone thinks are shitty videos, whereas arguably the viewership decides that in some respect, because if the comments aren't reflective of that, or the ratios or the whatever at the time that you make it, because it's like what happened with Shane Dawson or PewDiePie. Guess what? They did stuff, and at the time that they made it, nobody said shit about it, right? But then somebody comes in with a narrative, and then all of a sudden we're rethinking that thing, and we have a different point of view than we had just 2 weeks ago. What happened? Somebody got in our head. Like, that bothers me. Because you know that the value, like, I don't judge, I don't like, morality is relative to me as like an objectivist and as a stoic, like, but I know that that's not everybody. So I don't like, again, I'm not judging anybody's morality. I'm not the moral police. I'm not the PC police. I don't care. Like, as long as people are lawful good, I don't care. Like, but as long as people treat me and my friends right, like, I think that's most people's morality if they're honest and if they're not virtue signaling. But for me, I see people go after like, you know, PewDiePie or Shane Dawson or whoever for like the littlest thing. Now, granted, in many cases, people's own community have their back, but like I see things like that, and then I see the media like trying to make a buck off of clickbait and like not even putting in the work to do real journalism. And I just feel like quality doesn't matter in the world at all sometimes, because I don't see real journalism. I see things in YouTube where people put in no effort. I see people put in effort and it not be rewarded. I see everything taken out of context. I see the community be fickle and turn on people. I see like, I mean, like I see so many big YouTubers even that were like OGs that are like, that did and were still doing quality content, and then people just aren't there. And I'm like, you still are getting like super duper quality content. What happened? Why are you out? Like, what, like, you know, like, I just don't like, sometimes I look at this whole thing and I'm like, I like what I do, and the bubble of what I do is fine and it's great and it's thriving and it's like whatever. But I look at the broader like spectrum of this, and I look at small YouTuber stories, and I hear people's stories and struggles about what they're doing with their channel. I see people even with 500,000 subscribers not able to make a full-time living sometimes because they can't tell their audience, or they feel ashamed that they're not making the money people think they make. Like I've seen people get 2 million views and get $500 on the ads, dude. Like, and like, I'm like, God, like if like, but their audience wouldn't believe that if they told, like, I mean, they can show them the analytics, but like, I think that then like I've seen people get success shamed or blamed for not having a different business model or whatever, when like they may not be a business person. They might be an artist, you know, like I'm like, and yeah, you got to work around that. You got to figure it out. I'm the first person to tell you that, but I still don't think someone should be shamed for it or made to feel bad.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that, man.
It just, yeah. So like I said, I like sometimes it's like, I try to make some of these videos and I work myself up and I think about it too much and I get depressed.
Yeah. That's like when I discovered Social Blade, and I started like looking at other people's channels, which I really don't recommend people do at all. But it's one of those things where you started realizing, like, even with channels that are say 500K or 1,000,000K or you know, or 1,000,000 subs or whatever, sometimes the views just aren't there. And there's other creators that I'm not going to name them, that have amazing content. And then I'll be like, oh, you know what? Let me check on their Social Blade, see how their channel's doing. And it's like, what is happening here? And it's some of the best content that I've ever seen. So I totally know what you're talking about. You know, it just doesn't make much sense, man. It's messed up.
I'm working on something to try to get some more support behind like small channels. You know, like right now I'm keeping it under wraps because like I don't want to like tip people off, because for it to work, I somewhat need the element of surprise. But I'm not even sure that it'll do what I want it to do, or that the people will participate and get behind it. I don't know. But the irony is that if that doesn't happen, it kind of proves the other point that I'll be making in that video of it's like, all right, then let's never like complain about it again if we're not going to actually do anything.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
If we're not going to support small channels, I don't ever want to hear about the struggle of it ever again if we're not going to actually do it. If people aren't going to, because here's the thing, I watch and I comment on small channels all the time. And I don't even do it just behind my lurker account like I used to. I've like come out of my lurker account and like have been watching and commenting on small channels, and any channel that ever says like anything, like where they say, hey, like if they ever did a response video to my stuff saying I inspired them or that they want to be part of the conversation, I find those videos because I have alerts to it TubeBuddy and Google, and I comment on as many of them as I can find or whatever, or make time for. And I actually watch the videos. I give them the watch time.
Yeah.
But I don't think a lot of people do that.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt, man. That's actually what I end up, you know, especially like the channels that I really like. And, you know, I spend a lot of time with that stuff too, because, you know, Viper knows that a lot of the other creators that are in our circle know it, that I leave comments on so many videos at this point. And it's weird because I've even had people where I'll comment and they're like, holy crap, you came through. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm still one of the guys. Like, what are you talking about, man? But it's the same thing, man. It's like, try to engage with them, try to support them in any way you can. And, you know, I mean, I try to go as far as you can to try to help everybody out. And then I also try to leave myself open for questions and stuff too, if people have them. Not that I'm a freaking expert, but try to help wherever I can.
Every little bit of help, man. Every little bit of help. So my man Zach Tech brought up an interesting point to me just now, and I wonder, Zach said that when Jason sent him the link for his podcast on Tuesday, that he didn't have any issue getting into Jason's live stream. So I'm beginning to wonder if the link thing has to do with the sub count too. Like maybe if you have less than like 1,000 subscribers, the sending link doesn't work anymore. Like
I don't think it is, because like I had a problem with trying to do something with a Google Actually, no, wait, that might be, I was using another channel that I own. No, it might, I don't think it is the sub count. I think that the Google Plus thing.
Yeah.
I think the Google Plus thing screwed it up, to be honest.
Did you notice how analytics went crazy on Sunday when they pulled everything? I have a view like on the graphs in my analytics chart where Sunday everything just went boom. I was like, wait, what the hell? So yeah, I knew something was up, man. Sunday was weird.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like Jason sent Zach a link like I usually do, and it worked perfect for Jason's live stream, but I just tried to send Zach a link tonight and he can't get in here. Like
I think I don't think it's that. I really honestly believe that it's random and that it's Google Plus, because I'm still getting DMs from people about like screwed up stuff on Google and YouTube and all this other stuff. Like I'm getting DMs from people about like, hey, because like we've been waiting for it. We've been anticipating problems.
I don't know, but somebody might have to get Shane Dawson on line one, because I think we might have a YouTube conspiracy on our hands here. I'm just saying.
Get Shane Dawson on the horn.
Get Shane Dawson on the line and meet you.
I'm curious about what he has to say about like PewDiePie's congratulations video not being on trending, because every measurement I use to anticipate what could qualify for a trending video, he checked almost all the boxes.
Yeah.
Like, but it's not like he hasn't been on trending recently, so there's not a ban on PewDiePie.
No.
So
no, it's I believe the trending is heavily curated, because look at the numbers that Joe Rogan was pulling on some of his recent podcasts. So
with Joe Rogan, it should work, because if my other theory about, it might be, because again, part of it is view velocity, and watch time velocity has always been, as you know, my thesis of not just the algorithm, which we've proven that one.
Yeah,
we all have proven that if you clear for what your channel is, and Prosser is like big on this, if you clear the view velocity and watch time velocity for a certain threshold in that first hour, you can predict the performance of a video. And failing the first hour, if you still pull it out somehow, some way in the first 24, you good. And and Front Page Tech has proven that over and over, because once Front Page Tech figured that out, that was game over, and they were guaranteed a certain amount of views. And that's where the jump start came in, and it's been proven. That is bona fide. It is set in stone. We know that that part of the algorithm is solid. We know that. Trending, I think, is curated, but it's qualify first, curate second. Meaning I still think it's algorithmically driven, but then I think it's putting into a queue, and then it goes from there. And that's my theory, but we'll see what Aunt Susan says when Shane and her sit down for tea.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Ooh, Zach got in. Hi, Zach.
I got it to work, and I know what the problem is.
What's the problem, Zach?
I totally nerded out right now, and I'm looking at the address of the link. So I'd love to show you guys, but I don't think you want the link out there for everybody.
No doubt, man. Cool.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do here is I'll put it in the chat box here that we can see, and there's a line of code in it that you got to erase, hit enter,
because of the redirects.
I think that's what it is, and you'll see what. And I'll show you. I'll show you guys exactly.
It's probably like a UDP redirect situation.
Okay.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I'm gonna do. So what I'm gonna do here is actually, in order for me to get the full link, I need to disconnect. So I'm gonna jump out of here, and I'll be right back.
No worries, man. Man, this headset is so freaking hot, man.
In more ways, man, you got the glaze all fired up, Jeff.
Oh, man. Oh, this
I
is
want to
killing
see you
me.
review the Ariana Grande kitty cat headphones now.
Oh, what? I'm gonna have to look those up now, man.
Actually, I want that Ariana Grande Mark Hamill collab now that I tweeted about.
Oh, nice.
You know, I think was it The Verge or somebody, BuzzFeed or The Verge or something, actually quoted my tweet about that in an article.
Oh, nice.
And The Verge is actually quoted. I didn't realize The Verge had actually quoted me in a bunch of articles. And then today, Vox Media for their podcast reached out to me, and I went on their podcast today because we wanted to talk about the YouTube MCNs and the death of that and why. It was a great conversation.
Mm-hmm. So, Roberto, we have our friend Audrey Ember in the chat.
Audrey, how's it going?
And she's making a big life decision, man.
I was aware of that. I am a fan of that decision.
You know, I'm not surprised, Roberto, that you are a fan of that decision.
I pushed heavily. I supported that heavily. I was a big advocate for that decision. I don't take any credit for it. Just, like, stand up. Like, she stood up for what she believes. She is fighting for her creativity, and I'm excited to see what happens because, I mean, I think Audrey's a better content creator than I am. I'm a good presenter. I'm a good educator. I'm a good teacher. I'm a good lecturer. Audrey is a much better filmmaker and editor than I am.
Audrey's a beast, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see what she does with the year that she has to get things happening. I think she can do it.
Lily Singh did it. You know, Lily Singh did the same deal with her parents, and we saw what happened.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm not familiar with Audrey's situation, but it's like sometimes a sink or swim situation can really make people shine. So
the decision of like leaving college again, dropping out again, and going all in on being a full-time content creator and proving it to to everybody that you can make this work and that it's viable and that you can make a living from it.
Yeah, I mean, similar story. My brother in the music industry, where he's been DJing since the 80s, like, vinyl DJ, doing house parties and clubs and music production. And a few years back, I think it was like 2011, 2012, he was working a 9-to-5 in a career and doing his thing and then DJing at night and stuff. And he got laid off. And it was like the best thing that ever happened to him, because not only did he gain freedom, but he dove straight into the music 100%. And now he lives better than he did when he worked the 9-to-5. It
happens to so many of us. I mean, in corporate, I was doing like 40K a year, decent salary and everything like that. It's like I'm doing like a lot healthier now than that, and I don't have to put in 40 hours a week to get it either. And I don't have to put up with people's nonsense. I don't have to answer to nobody. I ain't gotta like wake up at 8 a.m. I sometimes wake up at 5 a.m., but I get 8 hours of sleep. I do what I want, and it's amazing, and I love it, and I would never trade it. And I'm like, God, why didn't I do it sooner? Like,
right. Yeah, that makes sense, man. I think sometimes that dive takes a lot of bravery, it's a lot of fear, and it takes a lot of guts, you know. But if you're in the position to where you can do it, then you know, no time like the present, right?
So Roberto and sorry, not that changed subject again here on you guys, but if you guys see the chat there, so if you look at the full link, so when I copy the link from Viper, it's like a short link, right?
Mhm.
But then when you paste it into the bar, you get that big long link. I deleted everything after you can see the last 3 parts. I can say it here. It's okay. It says Z. Yes, and it is pronounced Z. ZLC equals. Everything after that I deleted, and here I am.
Dude, that's so much work.
I knew
is they had to have changed when the whole Google, because this didn't happen until the whole Google Plus thing happened.
Right.
So they had to, on the back end, that must have changed how I think it's called the UDP redirect system works.
Mm-hmm.
And so that changed their dynamic linking and messed everything up.
Now, I don't know if Facebook does it any different. Like the reason that Jason and he sends me a link via Facebook is because we communicate that way to keep the show on track and with the topics and everything. So I don't know if the same thing would happen to me if he sent it to me via Twitter. I don't know. But now I don't know how you want to simplify those instructions for future guests, Viper, but there you go. So
actually, let me okay, so now since I know the secret sauce,
yeah,
let me see if it works later on tonight. I can try to send it a link like I normally do and be done with it.
Invoices in the mail.
All right, sorry about that. I had to swap out that headset, man. My head was too hot.
Mm.
Hey Zach, you were clipping a little bit, dude, on the volume on the mic, man.
Oh no.
Heads up, man. It was coming a little loud.
Coming a little hot.
All right.
Yeah. You know, I mean, going back to like, you know, something we were talking about earlier, it's like what for each of you, in your opinion, what makes quality content?
Oh man, whatever keeps me engaged. You know what I'm saying? Like where if I can sit down and watch a video, say, let's take for example, someone that we all know and love, Miss Swoop, Spanky Valentine. If she makes a video, it could be 30 minutes and I won't even know that I sat there for 30 freaking minutes. So it's that type of content, you know, where it keeps me engaged and going. Travis, that's another one. He makes a review or does one of his opinion pieces. I won't even know.
And he stepped up his cinematography a lot. Like,
oh yeah, of course.
On a scale of 1 to 10, like let's lose Spanky Valentine, let's lose Swoop.
Yeah,
that's like old school, high quality YouTube content, like straight up and down, right? Like good editing, great on camera presence, entertaining skits, edited to hell, like you know, like baller. Like yeah, she can only put out one video a week because look at that video.
Yeah,
like okay.
And funny.
Now, by comparison, I'm not saying that the Paul brothers don't work hard. I'm just going to use them as the cliche example, and you know nobody's going to complain about that cliche example. Like if I look at Swoop and I look at Matt Pat from Game Theory, that's like in my mind, that's like quality, top tier content. When I look at the Paul brothers, that content is not hard to make. It's content you can make because you're rich. Right. It's not, but it's not even that the editing's not good. The camera stabilization is nothing. The cinematography is nothing. It's just like it's YouTube's equivalent of Jersey Shore, from my point of view. Yeah. Right. The aside from the music videos, but they hire a crew for that, right? But my point is, when I look at that, or if I look at, and I like some Storytime YouTubers, so I'm not throwing shade. I'm not really trying to throw shade at anybody. I'm just trying to understand in my head, how is it that this gets more than this.
Yeah.
When by every objective measure I can use, this is harder to do. And not harder doesn't make it better by itself, but it's also objectively better, looks better, sounds better, is more effort, is more care, more attention to detail, more creative thought, more unique than anything. So how does that lose to the low-hanging fruit of flexing or pranks?
Yeah.
Like,
it's crazy how that even works.
but if we see the numbers and that's the reality, how can we keep saying that quality content matters?
Yeah, I mean, at least YouTube, you know, on the corporate end, they can't say that because, you know, that's not in practicality or in real life. That's not how this works. At least not from the perspective of us as creators looking in.
And the viewers aren't rewarding it in the way that, like, from a meritocracy standpoint, the market says that quality doesn't matter.
Yeah.
At least from where I'm sitting, that's what I'm looking at and saying, all you say quality matters, but are you full of it? Because if that's the case, why is quality not rewarded in proportion to low-hanging fruit then?
Yeah, exactly, man.
Because I thought the whole thing was that if stuff is crap or stuff's not good, that it shouldn't succeed. I thought that's what we considered meritocracy.
Yeah.
Now, granted, there might be another form of meritocracy called supply and demand that says most people will reward low-hanging fruit because it's blue-collar humor and things of that nature are easily understood and are relatable. But I don't think that's the same thing as quality. Even if you argue subjective quality would be about how you feel or the connection you feel to something after the fact. And I would argue that there's not any emotional substance to most of what we see go viral or go big, with the exception of a few outliers. Your Casey Neistats, your Shane Dawsons, your Mr. Beast. You know, like, I think that the best representation of quality on content on YouTube that is rewarded might be Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Well, my man Paulie G makes a good point. He says one of the reasons why quality might not be rewarded so much these days is because of the audience of the platform mostly being children.
That is fair, but the algorithm should have been adjusted to compensate for that, to not give them that power to dictate the platform.
Yeah.
That's another thing that shifted after 2013. After 2013 is where you had the generation of YouTube being mainstream and not just being like for internet dorks or internet culture people. Like after 2013, and then you start hearing in 2015, you start hearing about YouTube millionaires. And when you see the beginning of the rise of, and this is not related to him, but like when you saw the massive rise of PewDiePie, and then also the very beginning of 3 years ago when the Viners came to YouTube, that's when children started really dominating the algorithm, because before that, it was young adults and college people that dictated the algorithm, which is why more polished, better, and more sophisticated or mature content did so well in that era and gave rise to the content creators that are the biggest OG content creators, right? Because you're right. Because here's the problem with YouTube's algorithm. Children have the most disposable watch time because they don't have any responsibility.
Right.
The platform being leveraged for watch time and the most disposable watch time, when kids can watch YouTube videos around the lunch table, watch it on the bus, watch it at the bus stop, watch it sometimes in class, watch it, on the way home. And then after they get home and after they do their homework, or sometimes they don't do their homework and they watch YouTube videos for 3 hours straight before going to bed, that disposable watch time gives an unprecedented advantage in the algorithm as it currently stands. And YouTube can't fix the platform and can't fix issues that advertisers care about, and things like the child exploitation stuff and things like ElsaGate, without finding a mechanism to deal with that. But the problem is that they were right to go to watch time, because time is the only currency that actually matters. We all got 24 hours in the day. It was smart, but it's problematic.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
watch time is definitely key, man. That's for sure.
No doubt. Zach, how much of this live stream have you listened to?
Pretty much from the start. I think I had the earbuds in, and then you sent me the link, and then I couldn't log into my MacBook. My keyboard wasn't Bluetoothing properly. So
all right. So you say you've been listening pretty much the whole way. So I started the first 20 minutes ranting about Divergence articles. So
yeah, which I think is they bring up some good points, but I continue to believe that they're anti-YouTube, that they don't know what they're talking about most of the time.
Or at least some of the editors are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to quantify the whole, because there are some good people there. There really is. It's just that, man, they work for such a shitty company.
The folks that I talked to on the Vox Media podcast today were actually very pro YouTuber, because they were like really going in on like the MCN conversation and like how Defy Media cheated and exploited its content creators.
Uh-huh. Like
they were very I would argue I was more even-handed about it, but they were very pro creator on that thing. So it's like, I think it really, like any situation, I think it really just depends who you get a hold of, like, and I'm seeing more of that, because I was very I had to defend to some point that the MCNs started with good intentions, and that there were a lot of content creators who wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the old MCNs back in the day. I mean, like PewDiePie couldn't get monetized. He had 50,000. Imagine having 50,000 subscribers, millions of views, and you can't get monetized.
That's
like,
crazy, man.
Yeah, like, so that was the situation. And then their content creators, no one talks about. No one talks about the overseas content creators and how hard it is on them. Like us Western content creators, for all the problems, have it good, because some of them can't, the traditional banking system doesn't work the same as over here. And the MCNs are the only ones who can pay them out through PayPal or Venmo. So the MCN gets it the traditional way and then funnels the money to them. And that's the only way some of these people can get paid. So some of them don't have the option of leaving an MCN, even if it's not a good deal.
That's Roberto, earlier you talking about Article 11, 13, and 17. Now, I'm somewhat familiar with 11 and 13. What is 17? I've never heard that one.
Hang on. I don't want to mess it up because it's too important. EU Article 17.
Did they just rename it from 13 to 17?
There were considerable changes, and I'm going to read what privacyregulation.eu says. That's not too bad. Let's see here. Oh.
That's not a good old, Roberto. That's a bad old.
No. This is going to get very interesting. Damn.
All right, Roberto, enlighten me.
Because of other things we talked about, it just clicked to me what this means. Because before I was just like, but I thought about it. I just realized what this means, and I'll let you guys speculate in a minute. Listen to this when I read it out loud. The data subject shall have the right to obtain from the controller the erasure of personal data concerning him or her without undue delay, and the controller shall have the obligation to erase personal data without undue delay where one of the following grounds applies. Identification obligation. A, the personal data are no longer necessary in relation to the purposes for which they were collected or otherwise processed. The data subject withdraws consent on the processing of which is based according to the point A, Article 6, which I won't even get into, and wherein there is no other legal ground for the processing, consent, or revocation. The data subject obtains process the pursuant of Article 21, where there is no overriding legitimate grounds for the processing. All right, so the short form version of this, because this gets very legalese, is this has to do with the publication of personal data.
Yep.
And basically privacy. So the way Business Insider is kind of looking at it is that what was Business Insider said. So this one is actually pretty important because it says it makes companies liable for content uploaded to their platforms in a way that if a user uploads a piece of content that not only infringes on copyright, but on privacy, that one could be liable, because it could mean that, like, all right, so imagine that if you're doing a video and you talk about somebody, they might be able to force you, even if you're not like saying anything negative, or you're not like, nothing's defamation, nothing's libel. But if you have a piece of information that fits a certain criteria, it looks like you might be able to be forced to take that down. And it looks like there might be some additional liability based on how the EU is doing it, similar to some of the other privacy changes they made for email marketing. So that's actually a little concerning, because it means if you are a news channel like Philip DeFranco, what does that mean? Yeah. What happened?
Now, when you read that, my first thought was, if you upload information, like if you have a Facebook page or a Facebook profile, if you wanted to delete that profile, then from what you just read, Facebook would be legally obligated to delete your profile and somehow show you proof that you've been completely deleted from their server.
That's how it would normally apply, or how it's intended. That's how it's intended. But the thing is, good intentions can go the other way, because since these platforms have what's called user-generated content, and we can put people's personal information in our content in some way,
right,
then we could be mandated through this to take down that content, even if it's just a portion of it, is what it seems like it could be, And that is called the right to erasure, meaning the right to be forgotten. But the thing is, so there's some good and some bad to that, because it could be that, like, I think it's like so do you guys remember Star Wars Kid?
Yep.
Like, let's say that you did something goofy on the internet like that as a kid, and then everyone memed it to hell. The argument would be that you have the right to not be remembered that way. And so you could force those people to take those videos down.
Thing.
And I have mixed feelings about that, because, again, if we think about Star Wars Kid and we think about cyberbullying, we think about harassment, we think about how cruel meme culture can be, as funny as it is to people, and the fact that it's like they didn't really consent to, that's not what people got on the internet for. It's scary to think about both sides.
But time out, though. Yeah. If you post something to the internet, and then it's no longer private, it's public.
He didn't post it. If you want to talk about that specific situation.
But here's the thing. Even if you posted it, you would then have, it's still technically your initial IP and copyright. And the thing is, that means that the usage of it is not automatically public domain if you didn't make it Creative Commons, which means you do have the right to be forgotten. Like, I mean, because I mean, I'll use a very extreme example. Let's say that, let's talk like this will rub some people the wrong way, but like, let's say somebody decides to transition, right? Let's say that somebody decides to change their identity, have a sex change, right? And they decide that they don't want to be remembered as the person they used to be. Do they have the right to have those images and videos and anything of their former identity, their former life, their former name? Do they have the right to be forgotten and to live moving forward in their new life? Do we respect those wishes? Like, how much of that infringes on our rights of expression, or this or that, or transformative work? But then again, that is not work that we originally created the foundation of. So, like, there's, as a photographer and a graphic designer, I know the real kind of like legal answers and precedent for when you have a derivative work and what that means. YouTube culture doesn't agree with the laws regarding that in the tradition of the industry, but I digress.
But that's a real extreme example, because then you're talking about a person that undergoes a sex change. Like if a man becomes a woman and he doesn't want any
Like
record
Bruce
of his,
Jenner, for example.
right? And if he doesn't want any record of his manhood like left out there, that means theoretically he could force like any like job or employer that he applied for to like delete his record. Like that's craziness.
That's not that crazy if you think about it, because there's, to the point that you made about like Facebook and the companies being required to delete your full account data.
Right.
It's actually a very similar situation from a legal standpoint. But it's interesting. And again, I'm using an extreme example just because that's kind of how you test these things, is like, well, like how far does this go? And the thing is, I don't have all the answers, but I'm saying that it's interesting to think about our rights end. There's a phrase that says our rights end where someone else's rights begin. Oh. So like the idea, like it's weird when you think about, like, for example, it's like if somebody, like we have like these things in society that are not even like codified in law, but in like, say, like human behavior, to where like if I don't give someone permission to not call me by my given name, generally speaking, as good human beings, we all agree that that would be like rude, and we'd probably socially pressure somebody to stop being an asshole, right? Usually. Even though there's not a law against it, we're like, hey man, like you're being rude or you're being disrespectful, right? We have like a sense of what general human common decency or fair play, right? When you get into the logistics of law, it doesn't account for fairness or decency in that regard of like, what's the kind thing to do to somebody, or what's like appropriate in terms of being respectful. And I don't like the idea of compelling that per se, but I also think no one bargained for 3.6 billion people being able to communicate. And that power being in the hands of anybody with very few means of holding them to a standard of any accountability, especially with the anonymous nature of the internet. And I've seen through outrage culture, communication be weaponized. And so I have mixed feelings about any law regarding it, because it's being made by people who aren't part of the community or culture, or don't understand the technology, to be frank. And that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, we know how you feel about that.
But on the other hand, what also scares me is unlimited power of communication, and now things like deep fakes and fake voice being weaponized, whether it's for fun or to legitimately malign somebody. I could see innocent people's reputations being destroyed because everyone has unlimited access to very dangerous technology with nothing to hold them accountable, and they can do it mostly anonymously. And so that's freaky too. And I just don't know what we do. I don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, it's a dangerous time, man.
But I don't think the EU's regulations are the answer either. No. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
They're like over the top.
It's very heavy-handed.
No doubt.
I'm curious what Zach thinks, though.
Let me give a brief shout out to my man 504, who just donated, brought me a coffee. I appreciate you, dude. If you guys feeling generous and you want to donate some monetary to the cause, you guys can click the link that Jeff just pasted, the Buy Me a Coffee link. Like I always tell you all, it's not required. It does help me out, though, so I appreciate you all hanging with your boy.
Yep, a shout out to all the 40 people, or sometimes I saw almost up to 50 people hanging out with us in the chat. Yeah, shout out to everybody hanging out.
That's tremendous.
So, Roberto, what was your question in regards to names?
It's not limited to that. It's to the idea of the right to be forgotten thing, as far as like the fact that you can ask for the erasure of content that you're included in?
No, I agree that you should have the right or the ability to. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how complicated it would have to be to click a couple of buttons, fill out a couple of forms, and everything is wiped. You'd have to obviously give a good reason for it. It's no secret. I've talked about it before. You guys all know Zach is not my full name. You guys know that. It's a variation of my last name, and I do that for privacy.
Yeah.
If you guys are shocked at that, I have another one to tell you. Viper's not his real name. Okay. And I do it again because I don't have a common name. My name isn't Mark Smith, along with 400 Mark Smiths in Calgary, Alberta. There's 2 of me with my last name, and I've already had a
to dox you. Yeah.
I don't need that because I've seen how toxic the community can be and everything. I've had issues in the past, and it's just my step of taking care of things. There is another woman within the community. I believe Roberto knows who I'm talking about, who I only found out a year ago after knowing her for 3 years that that's not her full name. That's not her name. So, and again, privacy protection, you got to take those steps. So when I started to get into this, it was like, okay, I'm going to take a variation of my last name and Zach Tech Reviews. And then I brought it down to Zach Talks Tech, right? And so Zach is a shortened version of my last name.
Yeah.
There are people within the chat, you guys here, that know my full name. And that's just because it's come out, or maybe I had to send you guys something. But I trust you guys, including the people that I gave iPhones to last year.
Yeah.
In order to get the insurance on there, I had to ship from my home address. But I trust those people. I'm just taking the steps. You know, I'm being proactive.
Yeah, I have a whole thing, as you know, in Awesome Creator Academy about like protecting yourself and
there I go. It's over. Zach Apple, he got it. I'm done. I can't.
Yeah, and protecting your privacy. And we've talked on these streams about the importance of privacy and VPNs and avoiding doxing and things of that nature. And so, like, that's where this. I understand the intent. Like all these legislations, it's usually well-intentioned people. I'm not anti-government. I'm not anti-regulation. I just I want people to get things right. And I think a lot of this gets rushed. And I think that creators and people in the internet culture deserve a seat at the table when they do these things to get it right.
So let me ask this. So people that might be upset, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that. I can't believe his name is in Zach. Let me ask you this. Does it change the content? Does it change the delivery?
Yeah.
All right. You're lucky I even tell you guys I live in Calgary, Alberta.
You know, I actually had a friend. Who he's a larger content creator. He's over 500,000, but he's managed up until this point to keep his identity protected. And recently somebody who has beef with him outed his full name by doing some digging and got through another third party access to like his personal public Facebook. And then and then people kind of like started even like in the toxic part of his community. And by community, I mean the fandom that he's a part of. They started harassing like his ex-wife even.
That's wrong.
And people at her job are now even watching like the videos like out of curiosity, morbid curiosity, of people who are making trash talk about him. And like I said, this is a larger content creator. This is somebody over 500,000 subscribers. You know, I'm not gonna put his stuff out there, but it's what I found out about this as it was happening, and I was like angry and upset. And I was pissed, and YouTube didn't even step in because this is like technically the definition of private information and it should be able to be taken down. But he doesn't want to issue a strike against this person because they've also falsely claimed that he's stricken down and deleted channels and doxed people. And so he doesn't want to add scrutiny to himself by taking the steps that he could take and would be in his rights, and he could probably get this guy's channel deleted, but it would also simultaneously serve the purpose of confirming in most people's minds the worst things that have been said about him. It sucks. So I understand that that's where these kind of rules and regulations come from situations like this?
I had something happen within the last 6 months that happened back in July. Then it happened again in October, and then a couple months ago. And this person is actually in our chat tonight.
Oh, wow.
So in the past, when I would publish a video, I would move, I tweet it out, whatever, and I put it on Facebook. And of course, you post it with your brand account, whatever is on Facebook, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I would go on my personal account and like it, just to get it, just to get the ball rolling, and so it would show up in my friends' feeds and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
This person obviously put 2 and 2 together and sent me a private message. And I'm like, oh, hey, thanks for reaching out. Yeah, this is my, this is me. Da, 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 da. And they sent me a friend request. And I replied back to them saying, hey, no offense. I've got like 20 people on my Facebook because I keep it strictly for people I see at least every couple months in person and family and like close friends. I don't have, 600 people like this, right? So I keep it really tight. Plus, I don't spend a lot of time on there.
Yeah.
And
No,
then this person,
Facebook anymore.
yeah, and then this person sent me a Facebook friend request again a couple months later. I had to friendly remind them, hey. And since then, they've done it again. And there's been some weird comments left here and there. And because of those comments, I've had to basically ghost that person or basically block them off my YouTube channel. And I want to believe that they're probably perfectly fine people and they just, they dig the content and everything like that. But like, fuck, you're stalking me, dude. Like,
parasocial relationships are a weird thing, and the attachment that YouTubers end up finding that the people who are frankly strangers on the internet end up gravitating toward them. And these are, again, we're normal people. We're not actors or celebrities in that regard. Like, most of us, when we came onto YouTube, didn't have the mission, objective, or the expectation of becoming popularized.
But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is I made the simple mistake of using my personal account to get things rolling.
Yeah.
And then this person also started following my wife, who uses my full last name on Twitter.
Ooh.
Oh.
So my wife came to me. She goes, "Who's this person? Who's this?" And I'm looking at the names and I'm going, "Oh my god, these are all the people that follow Zach Talks Tech." So she actually had to remove herself from following me, block all these people, and there's actually 2 or 3 of these people actually in the chat tonight.
So, like, here's the thing with that is it goes to what I was just saying about the attachment people form. Mm-hmm. Boundaries matter.
Yeah, that really freaked us out.
All right, so we're gonna take a break right quick because I'm not putting people on blast. I don't even know who we're talking about, but people.
I'll tell you guys privately later on. Actually, you know what? I'll put it in the chat.
For anybody that's watching this live stream, I'm going to watch the replay. If you know a YouTuber, if your favorite creator doesn't use their real name, that means they don't want to be found. So if you somehow come across them on another platform under their real name, that doesn't give you permission to go like or friend request them. That's not good. That's not acceptable.
Or to put their real name out there.
Or put their real name out there. It's not acceptable. It's kind of creepy. It's not okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that.
See, Jeff, you know who I'm talking about, right? It happened to you as well, right?
Yeah.
That dude, yeah.
No, but it's it's one of those things, man. Like, my name is out there, so even though my channel name is El Jefe, people, I introduce myself for 100 videos as, hey, this is Jeff, El Jefe Reviews. So sort of before I kind of switched up the format, but that's out there, so it is what it is. But I've been sort of going through. I don't hang out on Facebook too often at all anymore. And I got a ton. I can't believe the amount of friend requests that I got from fellow creators, which is cool. And like, I don't want to be like seem douchey, like, oh yeah, I don't want to connect with you guys and stuff. But it's like, it's my personal page for family and stuff. Mm-hmm. So like, I have to go through and start clearing out a bunch of people and then send out messages like, don't take this personally, but this is what I got to do.
Yeah, we appreciate the support and everything, but like, like Viper and Roberto said, there's boundaries, there's lines, right? Like, I know, for example, and I don't know how the Facebook algorithm works. Tech Rant, his personal page came across. You know how sometimes Facebook comes, do you know so and so? You should be their friend. And I think it came across because we're part of the same group with Roberto's Creator Academy there online or whatever. I can't remember. I don't remember the proper name.
Academy. I know it's a mouthful.
Yeah, is that what it's called on Facebook?
Yep, Awesome
Okay.
Creator Academy.
Okay, I thought that was the website, but anyway, plug. Right, but I mean, like, it came across, and I'm like, oh, that's TechCredit. Oh, I didn't know that was his real name. Okay, cool. Like, because I'm not psycho, right? But I didn't add him as a friend, right? And I truly respect TechCredit. He's reached out to me many times. We shoot the shit all the time. We have a good time. I think he's doing wonderful things on his channel, but there's got to be that line, right?
Yeah.
With Viper and I know exactly how he feels. Viper, I need your address. And it's like, what the heck, right? Okay,
right, I'm like, whoa.
but then you end up getting a camera, right? So
Yeah.
but that was the I understand. Like, okay, he's like,
whoa.
send it to the business, right?
Yeah. Right.
But
Yeah, I have a WeWork. I have a WeWork, and like people send stuff to the WeWork. Some like companies will send stuff to review that I have no intention of reviewing for what I have, like, or whatever. And also people send fan mail or whatever. Rarely, but a couple of people have, and like I need to actually open some of it because I only go down there once a month or whatever. But the because Atlanta traffic sucks. But the thing is, recently, and I know you guys saw, I tweeted this, someone showed up as a guest to see me at my WeWork unannounced. I wasn't in the office that day, but I might have been. Me and my brother postponed going and filming, and this dude, and he looked like he was sitting there like smiling, because like what happens is WeWork makes guest check-in, and they take a photo and they send it to you on your phone and say, hey, your guest just checked in. So I'm like, I don't know this dude. And I see his name, like they signed in with, and I see his thing, and he's smiling and everything. Oh yeah, I'm just going to come in. I'm going to visit Roberto at the office. It's like, nah, man. Nah, I don't know you, and we didn't discuss that. And like, what the, like, I'm work, like, and the office is for work. It ain't for, like, you didn't make an appointment. You didn't, like, nah. Like, you don't do that.
Nice did a dedicated thing a while back, but I can't imagine how many people actually show up.
Yeah,
show up.
Like all the way, like somebody held the door open and the guy got all the way in.
That's what it was. Yeah,
and like, yeah, it's just it's weird, man. And but it happens though, dude. I haven't had to have that happen, because the only people that so far that have recognized me have been coworkers or like people at the customer sites that I work at. They may have come across my videos, so they'll be like, hey, do you do headphone reviews and stuff? And I'm like, yeah. So it'll be something like that, but it isn't like where I got a total, like, complete stranger. It's people that I've been interacting with for years.
One of a dude at the local theater told me he started his YouTube channel because of me. That was kind of dope, to be honest.
I had a neighbor around the block recognize me. I was out mowing the lawn one day. I think I told you guys this story before. I was mowing the lawn one day, and he stopped. I'm mowing the lawn, and like the lawn in front is not very big, so it's just by chance he happened to catch it. He was walking down to the mailbox, whatever, because we have these, at the end of the street kind of thing, all the mailboxes. And he's like, "Hey, you're Zach Talks Tech," and I'm like, "Yeah." Hey, he's like, "I'm your neighbor." I'm like, "Oh," so I said, "Where do you live?" He's like, "Oh, that third house right there." I'm like, "The one with the red trim?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Okay, good. Now I know where the psycho lives." But I mean, right? I mean, it's kind of funny. I know the guy now and everything like that. But that was my first brush of somebody like coming really close to where I
mean,
live.
You could be like my man John Prout and get recognized by the Pizza Man. Like,
oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
He's famous, bro. He's too famous, man.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? Like, I post my videos to my personal LinkedIn, and I've got over 400 connections on there, but nobody's ever broken that barrier because they're all professionals, right? I mean, it's very interesting. So
yeah, I haven't done anything on my professional LinkedIn. I haven't done anything as far as my YouTube stuff. Like, I haven't even added that I do YouTube as far as that goes. I just set up a separate page on LinkedIn for El Jefe reviews, like content creation stuff. But I need to go back and watch some of Roberto's videos on what to do with LinkedIn.
I need to talk.
I'm making more stuff on that. Also, check out Judy Fox with an I. She's a LinkedIn expert. Like,
I remember she was on a live stream with Dan Norton.
Yeah. And she's part of our Tube Buddy crew. Yep.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I need to talk to Jeff at some point. Jeff has a way to get your personal information like erased from being online? I need to talk to you about that.
You can talk to Jeff about that. I have done some stuff like on that, and I can help you out too. I had to help scrub some of my family member stuff too for reasons of their own, but also you have to think about it. It sounds paranoid. You have to think of sometimes like at a certain point there becomes an issue of whether like, all right, so like I'll put it in the frame of like, let's say you get to 50 to 100,000 subscribers and things are going well for you. Or you become a full-time content creator is another caveat regardless of subscribers.
Oh.
You have to then start worrying about whether new people that you meet are using you or are trying to leverage you or get access to you. But also you have to wonder if people are ingratiating themselves into the people around you for the 6 degrees of separation to kind of like get closer to you. Like they became friends with a friend or a family member to get close to you. And it sounds paranoid, but like, think about it. Think really about the fact that opportunities circulate in a network of the close related friends and things of that nature. I personally know YouTubers in California and New York that have told me that they realized that some of their friends weren't friends and that they don't want to hang out with them unless they're doing a collab or something. Like, and that's just like, that sucks, which is also part of why a lot of times when I hang out with friends or when I hang out with larger content creators, I don't even ask to do a collab. It's not that I wouldn't want to collab with them or anything like that, or I'm not being snobbish. I want to be at least one of the people that doesn't ask them for shit. Like, you know, like to be real with you, it's one of the reasons, even though Casey acts to do like collab stuff and everything like that, and we just have had missed timing because of travel. Like I haven't pushed Casey for all the times we've hang out on a collab because I just don't want to be another like, and he would never think of me that way. But in my mind, I'm just like, there are so many people and like, I don't like that must ask. I don't know, but I would imagine so many people must ask for that.
Yeah.
And must want that isn't it nice to know that somebody doesn't want something from you or doesn't need something from you? Like, and I've seen it with so many of my friends who are content creators that their circle of friends is very small for that reason because they learned it the hard way, unfortunately. And the thing is, you don't have to be that big for it to start happening because most normal people, 1,000 to 10,000 people following you on social media is a big deal. Like I know a lot of photographers that they're not a big time YouTuber, but they're like mega Instagram photographers. They're like, you know, and they shoot models and this and that and everything like that. And then they find out that some friends are hanging around them to get at the models.
Yeah, that makes sense though, man. Because there's a lot of people, you know, I don't know if it falls into the category of like cloud chasing or celebrity chasing and stuff like that, but you know, people are inherently selfish and you know they're out, you know, for whatever it is that they want to get.
The hashtag for Team Unfiltered is a perfect example of this.
Yeah.
Right?
So,
how do I become a member? How do I get all the support from using that hat for, you know, how do I use it? It was kind of like it's always over people's heads what it is.
Yeah.
Right? That's an example of that.
But I think like sometimes for situations like that, manifestos like work or like when or people know or if something is exclusive, because I know people are against exclusivity and I get why, and like I like inclusivity in some aspects, but in some aspects exclusivity becomes necessary. It's why I use paywalls in some cases to filter who's committed or serious or something like that, or also another filter for a layer of trust via a financial commitment or exchange of you're paying enough money to be serious or to have stakes here so that like we know we can trust you when we say something that it doesn't go beyond, you know, the group or whatever. Like that's why those things exist. That's why high-level masterminds exist as secret societies. Like in the business world and the marketing world, and it's coming into social media even, like having to literally pay membership dues of hundreds or even thousands a month or year to be part of a elite group of people that kind of have almost like a blood pact. I'm not joking either. This is real.
No, yeah,
But
no,
it's
it's
for a
true.
reason. It's for a reason.
Yep. It's people that want to raise, basically grow together, but, ensuring that level of trust can be difficult as well. And that's why having skin in the game, like actual, whether it be financial or some other sort of collateral, having a true skin in the game at least gives you that peace of mind that this person is on the same team that I'm on and we're moving towards the same goal, and it's totally understandable. So,
That's why what some people do and they don't talk about is they form like entities and then they do an equity share relationship and there's like kind of a collective pool of like assets and like some stuff there because it's like, hey, you burn this down, everyone loses, including you.
yeah.
Like there's like, and that's fascinating to me because I'm like, yeah, because like, because that's like it's a pact, and I like that because like that's who your brothers or your sisters are when you really or you're not saying y'all in this together. It's like, no, you guys are contractually all in this together.
we got paperwork.
Like, right? Like we got that friend DA going. We got like, like mutually assured destruction is the best insurance policy there's ever was.
Yeah, no, that's the truth, man.
Yo, we got people out there. I see my man TK from Total Tech. What's up, TK? What's up, Canada Tech? How y'all doing? We got the tech leads out there too. What's up? What's up? How y'all doing?
Man.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, people are coming in, man.
And they filing in. Everybody trying to get Mr. Beast in here now. I find it kind of funny.
No, he's
Roberto,
cool, man. I like that dude.
Roberto, I have a question for you. It's kind of it's a different topic here.
Yeah, shoot.
But it's in regards to what happened, I guess last week or part of the week before that with Nimbus 9 and everything. Okay, so let me just paint the picture for everybody that may or may not know what happened. So basically, I was on LinkedIn. I was reconnecting with a few other people, taking some requests in there, talking with, and then I was scrolling through, and I saw that somebody that I used to work with liked a post from Nimbus 9, the cell phone case creator company, and I'm like, oh, that's Aaron from For the Love of Tech.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed right away that it was an uploaded video and it used music and there was graphics over top that I knew wasn't Aaron's style.
Mm-hmm.
So I took the link and I messaged Aaron. I said, hey, did you know about this? And he said, no, I didn't. And he goes, let me get back to you. So he reached out to them and I scrolled through a couple more of Nimbus 9 stuff and noticed that Forb Tech Reviews was on there. And there's a few other guys and everything like that with I guess you want to call them smaller creators. And Nimbus 9, they do some good stuff and they have some nice products and everything like that. But I simply asked them the question on one of their posts. I said, why don't you guys post the actual YouTube link rather than copying, chopping up, uploading? This way the creator is going to get the click and the views still, which does help with their overall channel. Fast forward, Nimbus 9 said they told Aaron, we're going to do this and we'll correct and we'll add a link. They weren't going to take down the post, but they were going to add a separate, within the text there, here's the link for the channel, They didn't do it within 48 hours. So then I publicly called them out, right? And it was a very fair question. Nimbus 9, why are you doing this, right? And that turned into a separate conversation. This is what I want to ask you about, Roberto, where some creators, and this is their prerogative. It's up to I don't care if you don't value your content maybe the same way I do. That's the way I'd see it. Some creators were saying,
I know some of the ones you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of them are actually in the chat here. Tana, technically T, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name. But it was a very, let's be really clear here.
Passionate.
The conversation, it was a very passionate conversation on Twitter, but it never got nasty, which was great, and I love that. Anyway, some of them were saying, I don't care if it was chopped up, et cetera, et cetera. But why don't you care about protecting your product? Okay, so when I post to LinkedIn, for example, or if I find a video from another creator from LinkedIn or whatever, and if I post it to LinkedIn, I never, copy it. I always, you post the YouTube link, it creates a, So you can actually see on your analytics that so many clicks are coming
Yeah,
from
it's
links
kind
and
of
everything.
like a ping back. It's good for the data.
Exactly, right?
It's
And
actually good for external shares and all the.
and one of the and one of the comments I got from, I can't remember his name. I know I could find it if I went and look for it. But anyway, he said that, well, I don't care if they use it and everything. I'm still going to get I'm still going to get my name out there, and I'm still going to get the advertising and it's going to help out my brand. And I counter back saying, no, you're not. Not necessarily, because people are going to just view the video right there. They're not necessarily going to click on the actual full link to YouTube. And Nimbus 9 gets the click, Nimbus 9 gets the view.
Yeah. It's a problem I have with multiple types of things, but I want you to give me your hard question, because then I can also frame around that.
I guess my question is why doesn't everybody value or want to protect their intellectual property the same? It doesn't matter if you have 50 subscribers or 50,000. I mean,
here's the thing. I guarantee you, if another YouTuber had done it and uploaded it to their channel, or another YouTuber did it and put it on Twitter, that the community and possibly the original content creator would have had a fit and would have went to war, like over that. That's because that's the culture. That's the culture of YouTube. But a brand doing it, they didn't do that, because in that case, they want to leverage maybe the brand's audience or something, or they want a good relationship with the brand, or I can't speak to their motives, but I'm speculating just based on general YouTube culture and consensus. And the weird thing is, as much as I'm an advocate for, I'm an advocate for working for exposure, because I buy ads, I buy exposure. I buy ads to sell shit, So I'm like, you're not going to trade a little bit of sweat or time or this or that for exposure that people, or access, and people spend money for access in the form of masterminds and conferences, or thousands in ad revenue, or so I don't believe in the no work for exposure, that exposure is exploitation. I don't believe that narrative. I think it's a victim narrative of the starving artist. I, however, have a problem and hold a standard when it comes to true fair use versus freebooting, or versus intellectual property theft. And I think a brand can be just as guilty of it, and many brands have outrightly stolen content before.
Yeah.
And not your idea, which is the weird thing, is that YouTubers will go to war if you write the same title or make a similar thumbnail, which you really don't have a copyright on an idea or title or a thumbnail, only on the actual content itself. But if you use a clip, which is literally taking your content that you worked hard on and that you produced and that you edited, that's fair use. But, I'll be damned if you do my same type of idea, which is not something you can even copyright. The irony of it, you see what I'm saying? The irony.
Yeah.
So that bothers me in that regard. But here's where the problem I have is that we literally have an issue of a brand not doing fair use, not crediting creators properly, not linking to and sourcing creators, not doing anything that we would hold another creator to. We don't hold a brand to that standard. And in this case, the brand is actually doing what could be called, you would actually have the right to copy strike in this case, or to say, hey, you repurposed my content without permission. The fact that you cut it down is irrelevant. That's not a derivative work. That's you literally taking my content at that point.
I had a few people come back to me and say, and made the comment of, well, agreement should be in place, this and that, to which I would counter, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's misinterpreting things, because that's if you had a brand deal with them. I don't believe this is a situation of there was a brand deal in place.
No, so this is what happened with the agreement. Is the brand reached out to Aaron, for example, or to Forbes, and said, "Hey, can we send you this and you can do a review on our product?" Okay, no problem. They sent out the product, which is what happens like 99% of the time, right? Viper knows this. He reached out to Nomad. Nomad sent him the stuff. He did a video on it.
Contract for that, because it's still your intellectual property, and you didn't license it to them. Even with YouTube in the terms of service, we all are licensing our content to YouTube. We are not, and YouTube is not licensing it to a third party. And they can only license it to something within Google corporate. They cannot license it to a third party. And the thing is, in most cases, even with YouTube, and I know this as someone who's been a contributor, YouTube then gets extended permissions to feature your content in whole or in part, and you agree to let them license it further, which technically they don't even have to go that far, but they do. And their legal department's amazing.
I'm going to start adding a line within my responses back to these brands that that I do communicate directly back and forth. Like I have my PO box, for example, up there, and I've had random things sent, and that's different. But for example, with Nimbus or whoever it may be, I'm just going to put a thing in there saying, you agreed, just don't to cop. I can't figure out the phrasing yet, but you're not gonna take this and do what Nimbus did, basically, right? So, but I'm happy. I guess out of the whole thing.
By the way, there's a legal precedent for a civil suit, if your content is used by a brand without you licensing it to them. And you didn't use any content from them, even if you had the product or they sent you the product. The thing is, if they don't get licensed and a licensing agreement from you, then that is them using your intellectual property without your permission. And the thing is, you could make an argument for damages there, but again, that could be pricey. But the thing is, you could also damage them in the court of public opinion over it. I'm going to probably do an interview with Ian Corzine or Devin Stone from Legal Eagle pretty soon. Like actually, me and Ian have a series of social media law videos, and me and Mitch Jackson have a series of social media law videos that I'm going to be doing this year as collabs, both remotely and physically in person. And one of them is going to be, or a couple of videos will have to be about the legality of brand deals, because I actually get more on brand deals because I license permissions of B-roll and the full footage to them, and thus I get thousands of dollars more than my views would quote unquote entitle me to, because I understand the legality.
So I don't want to completely put Nimbus on blast here, everybody, but I'm going to wrap this up with saying that out of the conversation, Nimbus did end up reaching out to Aaron and figuring things out. Ended up reaching out to Forbes Tech Reviews, getting things figured out. But again, it was all by dumb chance. And then, even though it wasn't my content at all, the marketing manager, his name is Clement Duboc, at Nimbus 9, sent me the following message. Hello, Zach. Great to connect with you. My name is Clement. I'm marketing manager at Nimbus 9. Just wanted to follow up on your concerns regarding YouTuber videos. We've sent confidential official statements via email to every YouTuber we're currently working with, including Aaron and Joseph, to apologize on behalf of using of myself and Nimbus 9. We've also point is that taking ownership, and then I also saw several tweets from them taking ownership of this. So I'm glad that positivity came out of it, and nobody. I mean, it seems like it's all water under the bridge, right?
I'm just surprised that the marketing and legal departments of any brand allowed for it.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so I know the people at Nimbus a little bit better than most of the creators on here, and that's because of my connections and when I used to work with them at the distributor I used to work with. And I don't want to say it was being naive on their end or anything like that, but
culture.
Yeah, I do believe that. Yeah, so I do believe that there's an element there of they're still getting their feet wet, and they're not quite sure what is kosher and what isn't, kind of thing.
I think that there's an argument to be made on behalf of many new brands in the space, and even old brands in the space. For them, it still feels like the Wild Wild West. To us, it doesn't feel that way anymore. But for them, compared to a corporate standard, and you have younger people coming into the positions in these companies, and they're more lax and less rigid. And that culture is great for creativity. It's not great always for knowing boundaries and knowing what your obligations are. And a lot of these people, to be very real, probably came up in this era of fair use everything, to where they don't even sometimes know where the line is, just because the culture has moved the goalpost away from the legal standard. Paul Tech. I come from the old industry, so I'm in a weird way, I'm like a 34-year-old millennial, and I'm super 40, 50-year-old corporate in a way, but I'm also rogue against that because I came from that world, and I came from the suits and ties, and I want to punch those people in the mouth so bad sometimes. But the thing is, I still respect it. You know what I mean? I still have the respect. I still understand why it was the way it was.
Paul Tech had a good point. He said he came and he got involved with the conversation. I sent him the link and everything. He made a really good point. He said, these companies need us a lot more than we need them. And I understand, but I also understand the standpoint from some creators that might think, oh, great, this brand is using my stuff or retweeted me or whatever. Because I used to get really excited about that. But then I found I learned very quickly. And again, I'm not placing any blame on anybody that's okay with this. But I learned very quickly that, you know, for me to turn around a video for myself, you know, I can get it done in as little as 2 or 3 hours. But if I really want to put my time or energy into something and do the extra this and that and do the proper review and everything like that and bring proper value to somebody, there's a lot put into that, right? And I should be properly compensated or recognized. And for you to just to take my stuff and, like, for example, if you do a search right now on Instagram, hashtag TapLock, remember the TapLock? Okay.
Mhm.
They're a great company. Helped me out a lot in the beginning there. If you do a search for TapLock on YouTube, you'll find my videos. Somebody, I don't know who it is, but you can tell it's my hand because I have a very distinct birthmark right here, right by my thumb.
Mhm.
Took one of my videos from TapLock, punched in, put music and graphics all over it, and it's all over Instagram. Hashtag TipLock. There's like 50. I found like 40 of them the other day. I don't know how to get these removed, but it just drives me nuts. Thousands of views.
In a like to a lesser extent.
Yeah.
Have you guys been following the Jerry Media with Fuck Jerry? Like.
Oh yeah. Those guys steal everything.
Oh yeah,
they're just the worst.
Like, I mean, well, H3 like made a comeback with that video. Like, oh, this is the content we signed up for. Like, you know,
I think it comes down to valuing yourself, man. And I think that's something that we need to kind of put more emphasis on. Like when that whole thing went down, I kind of wanted to share John's video that he did about a year ago, where he was talking about dear every company that keeps sending me emails to review their whatever. I kind of wanted to post that up and remind people, but it's like my thing is, and my whole take on this whole deal that I was trying to tell everybody who was in the Twitter thread was like, listen, everybody can run their channel how they want to do, and you can all respond to the situation how you want to do. But here's all I'm trying to tell you. At the very least, secure the bag and get paid for your work. You have to value yourself. So like if they had took it or if they wanted to use my video, I'm going to say, and it's a situation that I just went through this week where a brand wanted me to review their product, which I'm like, all right, cool, send it. But they also wanted me to make a secondary video that they were going to use in their marketing materials outside of this country. So I said, okay, you want a separate video? Here's the rate. Now they don't want to talk. They wanted me to make the second video for free. And I'm like, dude, no, I have value for myself. So when I gave them my rate, they came back and knocked a 0 off of it. I'm like, no, this isn't how this works. Like, how much would you spend on an ad agency to produce this?
Exactly how I'm telling people to restructure their brand deals. It's like, it ain't because I got this many subscribers or that subscribers or whatever. That's not what's the value. The value is a couple of things. It's the value of I worked at an agency, so I know the actual cost of creative and editing and producing and scripting. Distribution is extra.
Well, that's what I told them. I was like, dude, your video is going to be live forever. And it's not like a week thing or a month run. It's going to be on YouTube forever.
Let me give you guys a little background on the agency world. In the agency world, for illustrations of caricatures, for some graphics that would go into print and go for a TV special, the agency we paid an illustrator. He didn't even do the color work. I did the color work in Photoshop. I did all the Photoshop. The illustrator to do a caricature of Dennis Miller for a comedy special, we paid $5,000 to an illustrator in California for 3 variations of this caricature, and and then I think we paid him another $3,000 on top of that for some additional licensing. Right. And like, so for illustration, just for illustrations, 3 illustrations, this guy got $8,000 for 3 illustrations. Now it's good work and he put some time into it and everything like that, but that's illustrations. And that was just for us to get the uses of it. And I still had to do all the Photoshop work, all the posters, to be honest with you, he made out better than I did. And I did all the design and production and like the stuff that went to final. Granted, I couldn't draw my way out of a paper bag compared to the guy. He's that good. And I'm no slouch as an artist, but like, you know, I was working on salary though. This is why I was like, oh, freelancing's definitely better, right? Like, but that's just to give you a point that, like, can you imagine like an illustrator getting like $1,000, $3,000, $5,000, $8,000 for artwork, and they're not getting credited? Number one, their name is never going to show up anywhere. They don't have an audience. There's no distribution. They're not doing editing and motion graphics and none of this stuff. They're not talking. Their likeness isn't out there. And they get thousands of dollars for their part in this.
Yep.
Their part in this. And you're going to take how much on a how much on a brand deal? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, and the thing is, no one bothers to ask these companies or agencies what the budget is.
Right.
I'm giving away some secret sauce here.
But that should be the first question in the reply email is, what is your budget? And let me see if I have something.
But you as a creator should have already figured out billable hours for every piece of the puzzle of what you do, and then have a workflow where you know you're going extra for a brand. And because there are revisions, you need to then raise the rate on top of that. Creators don't know how to value themselves, but they also don't watch my videos about freelancing, and they don't watch my videos about like the industry and everything like that. They watch the videos on how to grow subscribers, when that doesn't mean jack.
Yeah, that makes sense, man. And that's what it comes down to, man, is, you know, if the companies are willing to spend so much on, you know, going through a true, like, you know, publishing or having an actual production company make something for them, then to come back to me and say, no, you know, well, we want you to make both of these videos for the value of the product that we're sending you. I'm like, you can keep it. You can keep it, because I don't need it. That's the thing. And I know to some people that might sound ungrateful, but here's the thing, is that if they wanted to send me the product and I'll do the review and put it on my channel, it's all good. But the fact that they wanted me to make a secondary video that they're going to use in their marketing material with my face, my voice, and all my work, but they want me to do that for free, they wouldn't come out a production company with that.
But here's the difference. I would tell you to take that deal if it was Samsung or Apple.
Oh no, well that's different also. That's different also.
Well, hold on. Samsung actually went to creators and said, "Can we use your piece?" Remember,
but they got paid though.
ESPN,
and they paid them. But here's the thing: the argument I'm making, Zach and Jeff, is even if they didn't offer any money, and even at the level I am now, or when I was just getting started, I would take the deal. And why? Now, let me ask you guys, why would I say that?
For the exposure.
And
the relationship, dude.
Yeah, the relationship.
And
there's another and?
Yeah. Leverage, because nobody knows I did it for free.
Well, that's
Which
true.
means that every other brand that's a competitor or on that level, all they know is that Samsung trusted me.
Nice. Yeah, I mean,
there's no black.
But that's what
particular brand.
Being a shark is looking at the angles.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, with this particular brand, I already had done 2 videos, you know, basically on my own about their brand, and the videos are doing very well. And I have a 3rd video in the works within the next 14 days. It's going to come out. That's still not sponsored by them or any of that stuff. So they're already going to have 3 videos on my channel doing good. And, you know, it's going to be, that's sort of what I was kind of telling them. Like, yeah. So it's like, I've already put in like this much. You see what my channel does with your brand. So,
oh yeah, no, they're idiots for not taking you up on that deal, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, you don't have to tell us, or you can, but like, I want to know what you asked for in terms of a rate.
For what they were talking about?
Yeah.
There was a number that I wanted to be at.
Yeah.
So I went way above that.
Of course.
And the way they came back was by chopping the 0 off of it. And I was just like,
well, what you asked for was probably reasonable and everything like that. Cause I'm going to say you probably asked for something reasonable, like $5,000. And they were like, I'll give you 500.
I did less than that.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, no, but not that much less. So I went 2,500, and that was a number that I wanted to be at. And they just knocked the 0 off of it. And they're like, well, we'll do 250. and this
That's
product
dope.
is valued at 250. So, you know,
No,
this is
if
what
this
it's worth.
product is valued at 250, if the product is valued at 250, one, first of all, no, you guys are zeroing that out as a marketing expense and as a wash anyway,
Exactly.
at zero cost anyway. Not to mention its retail value is 250. That's not the cost against you guys, and it's zero out. And you have your review units and you have inventory, so that's a zero cost. Next, so like that's not an answer.
Yeah.
So the thing is, you'd have to like if you were trying to offer me the value, you'd offer me 500 and the product if you're trying to go there. And again, that's still nothing for you guys out of your budget. And in terms of you guys blow through that on non-conversions on ads anyway. So nah, if it's a tech brand, and they're not even offering $1,000, and for someone like you, Jeff, like for someone like you, because it's different if you had like less than 1,000 subscribers. A micro influencer should just take product, you know, like I was just taking product at 30,000. Like most people don't realize that. Like, you know, back in my day, 15 miles in the snow, like, you know, it's like, so the whole thing, like, yeah, no, like, be like at that point, $1,000 or you're not serious, like, to be very real with you, plus product, or you're not serious. You know, it's funny. I'm having the same conversation with people in the speaking arena, in the sense that these big conferences don't pay their speakers, you know. Ironically, it's the small conferences that pay for talent and for the speakers, because the small event will never get big or never will sell tickets if they don't have a name or a talent or a this or that. And like, so they'll pay someone like me thousands of dollars to speak at a smaller event, and the biggest events ironically won't pay me. And I like, or not just me, but like anybody that's like a certain level or whatever, anybody who's not Gary V, like every big event, even if they say, yeah, we don't pay our speakers, or we'll only cover your travel, or we'll comp you 500 of your travel, they find $50,000 to $200,000 in the budget for Gary V or Dan Locke or somebody like that. Yeah. I'm like, if you got 50,000 or 100,000 for Gary, like, cut that down by something that they're not going to like quibble over because they're like whatever, or suck it up and give all of your speakers travel and $1,000, because you couldn't pull off the event with only the headliner, you know? Yeah. Like, and I just think that's real, because here's the thing. By the way, that only happens in the States, because guess what? Even poor countries like my family's home country of Panama will never disrespect you by not paying you, because that's like dishonor for them. Right. And they don't play that game. And so like in a country like Panama, where a small event will still offer a speaker like me like $4,000 or $5,000, and a big event here in the West like thinks I should, you know, just be grateful for exposure and for covering my hotel. Like, it's absurd. Like, it's funny. Now, because I care about the community, and because I'm a shark and I can figure out the angles and I'm going for the network, I play the game. Yeah. Like, and the only way I will ever be as big as Gary V in the speaking world, so I can change things, is to play the game. Because when I get big enough, Jeff, when I get big enough, Zach, when I get big enough, Viper, things are going to change, whether it's with YouTube or with speaking or whatever. Because one of the things that for the events, I'm going to start leveraging and throwing my weight around for the events to bring signers, people who do American Sign Language, for all of the speaking engagements and all of the keynotes for all of the sessions, because it's like they should.
Yeah. You're frozen.
Roberto's video froze, but we can still hear you.
Oh, that sucks.
It happens, man. It happens, man. But yeah, no, I mean, I know what you're saying, man, and we're still going to end up working together. We're just not going to do that private marketing material that they were talking about. So, because I'm assuming they found somebody else to do it for free.
Of course.
And yeah, and that's what it comes down to, because that's, you know, and I was like, yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not going to put all, because not only that, I mean, there was going to be like, they wanted creative control over it and like the title and all. I was like, no.
Hell no.
So it was, you know, do you understand what I'm saying? It was like, it's, if you guys want all this, it's not, it's the value of your product is not, it's not covering it. It's not covering it, because that isn't even what I wanted. I like this company, and that wasn't even the product that I wanted to actually review. They were sending me something else. And I'm like, all right, I guess. you know. But yeah, it's just one of those things. So we're keeping the relationship open as far as that goes, but we're just not going to do that private content because we couldn't come to a financial agreement because, you know, I have value for my time.
They couldn't afford my head of security. That's all it was. They couldn't afford it.
And I had a price that was lower than what I even said. Like I wanted to like meet me, like, you know, I had a number I wanted and they wouldn't even go there.
They couldn't afford my head of security. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's that song. Can you meet me halfway?
Right? It's something. I mean, just come on, man. That's what it comes down to. And I know, like, to a lot of people, it might sound funny, but that's the thing, man. You know, I have to start somewhere, and you know, I have to make this happen. So there's reasoning, there's reasons why I do what I do. There's reasons why I made this channel outside of the fact that I love audio products and the fact that I love music and the fact that I love being a part of this community and creating content. It's a creative outlet for me, but it's also the main impetus behind it is my family and improving our situation and, you know, giving them a better quality of life than what we have now. Because a lot of people don't know this. Some people know this. Zach and Viper may know this, that I was within 10 days of being homeless last year because we had nowhere to go because we were being kicked out of where we were living. So being that close to being homeless while working full time and doing YouTube, you know, it kind of put me on this, like, it lit a fire under me that I can't let things get that close again.
Yeah.
So,
like I feel like that's where some of my frustration also with, like, I don't complain because of views, because of me caring about views, because I really kind of don't, because I'm fine either way. But it's frustrating for me that content I make to help more people like you doesn't get the reach or doesn't get the exposure, because it's meaningful in the sense that it's like, I can literally, with this education and like a nugget that I have because I've went through it, put another $1,000 in somebody's pocket through their own hard work or by them working smarter and tweaking something. Like do you realize I've gotten DMs back already from creators who listen to my like AdSense video about how to increase AdSense. And I've been trying to tweak that title to see if I can get it to pop, because I'm so frustrated with people talking about not making enough money. And then I make a video that's like, if you care about AdSense, because no one wants to listen to me about monetizing outside of YouTube, I was like, fine, I'll do the damn AdSense video. And I do this video and I tell you, I make the title so many different ways: how to make more money on AdSense, how to increase AdSense earnings. I even went, fine, I'll just say how I make $20 CPMs and how to get more money on AdSense. I've tried every title and I can't get people to watch this damn video. Yeah. And I literally explained 5 things they could do to make more AdSense money. And the people who did watch it, I've gotten DMs back from people with screenshots of the increase in their earnings. Like, oh my God, how did I not see the light, Roberto? Thank you. And I'm like, but in the meantime, everybody's crying about their money, but I keep trying to do this content that literally could put life-changing money in people's hands, and they don't want to watch it. But if I tell them how to get subs, they'll watch a video.
Right. And that's the problem with the culture, and something that I wish somebody would have told me, and almost like something that I kind of, it almost makes me want to start a channel for like a help channel, like a YouTube help channel, to tell people
just come and just guest on my channel.
Yeah, no, I mean, just to tell people, like, listen, we need to change the mindset, you know, of the sub growth being everything. You know what I mean? We need to change that mindset, because that isn't it. It just isn't it. Now, mind you, not that I don't appreciate my subscribers and everybody who comes and the community around my channel, but focusing on sub growth for that initial like 1,000 was ridiculous, you know, and even then, so it's letting that go and focusing on your content and your community and your people, and or if you're trying to grow a business, as growing it as a business, you'll get so much further and you'll get so much more out of it.
I mean, if that doesn't work, you can always direct them to Travis. You know, what's up, Travis?
I know, right?
What up, players? What's going down? What's going down? I've been watching for ever since I missed the rant, but ever since I tweeted about Mr. Beast, I've been watching the entire time. Like, I was outside the parking lot of Dollar Tree watching this on my phone. I'm just all the way through. This is no lie. I was in Subway making an order while I was listening to the show. The guy was annoyed with me. You could tell. but serious, no, all this is, I mean, this is one of the better, like, more informative Friday Night Vipers in a while. Like, it's hitting all types of cylinders tonight, man. Yeah, so much truth being dropped tonight. It's so awesome.
What was doing
like everything?
Like, what was the big thing doing it for you tonight, Travis?
Well, there was a couple things. So, like, the whole when you guys hit on the part about what was Article 17 or whatever it was,
yeah,
I was at Subway at the time, and I was like giving my order, and then you guys were talking about, well, you know, you actually could remove yourself from the like right to be forgotten, basically. And I'm like, the guy's like, well, what do you want on your sandwich? I'm like, wait a minute, this is really important, dude. Settle down. Settle down.
I can totally see that.
If I can be forgotten, and you want to know if I want tomatoes. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. And I thought there's a couple. I have to guess, and I could be wrong about this. But if you have a criminal background, you can't be forgotten, right? Like if you've done something illegal, you can't just go, oh, whoops.
So that condition. So that's a different condition of that. But there's even extenuating circumstances with regard to that, in the sense that if there's content out there about you, and let's say you were a minor or your record's been expunged.
I can tell you two examples of that.
Or if you've been exonerated.
I can tell you two examples where that doesn't apply in Canada. Okay, something happened. Something did happen. It was a few years back. A dude beheaded another dude on a Greyhound bus here in Canada.
Oh, damn!
He was just out of his skull. He got off, and he was able to move to a different province and change his name legally. And now he's forgotten about.
Good Lord!
Everybody remembers his real name, Vince Lee, but nobody knows what his real name is now. I think if you Google it, you probably figure it out.
Oh man!
But it depends. I think it really depends on where you're. You know, Carla Homolka. Canadians here will know who I'm talking about. She's another example of this. That she helped out Paul Bernardo with the murders and rapes of those women, and she ended up moving to a small town in Quebec, changed her name. So,
but what about something? But see, you have the opposite of that though. With like the Central Park Five, were sitting there for a long time until they were exonerated, and there are people who still insist that they were guilty or they did it. But DNA evidence and everything, all of our newfangled technology and everything. And the thing is, they didn't even have reliable witnesses back in the day and everything like that. Or like it was all circumstantial evidence that like had these men's lives be forfeit. And even our president doesn't acknowledge that he took out a full-page ad about them being guilty and that they should die, and he hasn't even retracted that. And there are still people that all they know about them is that they were convicted, and not that they're like innocent. And like Philly D made an interesting point once about the fact that retractions and corrections never get as much exposure as the initial story. And then what's the right thing to delete? Then the misinformation that you've put out into the world, or how do you handle that? Or is it on the record? And the thing is, we don't have a clear answer for it. And that's where I worry about, because I understand where the ideas come from. I worry about them being executed poorly or being regulated or created by people who also don't really have skin in the game in being involved, and not bringing people like us who are involved to the table to discuss our concerns. And it's done in a bubble. It's done in this bubble of these people who are removed from reality, which is most of our legislation, folks, whether they're abroad or here in the US or in Canada or the EU or wherever. I don't think the majority of these people actually live in the real world, let alone the digital world. And that's troubling.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt, dude.
That's a true story.
Yeah, those were extreme examples, but
of course
but we see it all the time. There's two. I think
it happens all the time, man. It happens all the time in Canada. It's not.
Well,
an extreme example. It happens all the
there
time.
are two provinces in Canada. I think it's New Brunswick and Manitoba, where you can move to, change your name, and you don't have to give up the reasons why. When you go to change your name, you don't have to give them the file or the information of, I have a criminal past.
Really?
So yeah. I know Manitoba is one of the provinces, and I want to say New Brunswick is the other one. There's nothing wrong with these provinces. I'm from Manitoba, but
I think that should definitely extend to nonviolent behavior and in perpetuity, though, because in nonviolent behavior, especially here in the U.S., drug offenses or even addicts, like people who are convicted for just being users, not even like being dealers, like because we have like that issue here, and we have an opioid crisis here. You know, we have an epidemic here. I think that there's so much like job discrimination, and I think it hurts the economy that we throw people away too easily here. So like that's an argument I think that could be made in favor of something like that if it's anything nonviolent, because the problem even here is that even if you're not a criminal, you do something embarrassing as a kid, it haunts you forever because of the internet. And that's where I think something like the right to be forgotten or erased is, because like the level of cyberbullying and the level of holding things, you were seeing it right now. We have friends who are going through it, like holding shit over people's heads indefinitely is just messed up.
Yeah. Yep, that's something for girlfriends to do. It's just
you can't take their job away from them now, man.
We don't want to do that.
Man, Travis, bro. Travis coming here firing.
Oh man. Oh hey, Travis, man, how's Nathan doing, man? I meant to ask you.
He's doing a lot better. So for those who don't know, Nathan's my miniature dachshund. Had him for like 12 years. He had like a back problem or something. I took him to a emergency place one night, and they said that he might need to get surgery. They wanted me to get an MRI, which is not cheap. I'm like, oh my god! I started panicking. Then I thankfully went to the next my normal vet, and they said actually it might not be that. Continue to take the pills and see what happens. And he's been pretty good, so I'm super happy about that. Yeah, exactly. Because I was like, listen, man, I don't know. Like the first people. They were so quick, like, yep, it's his back. I'm like, well, maybe, but you barely touched him. And we took him to this guy that I love, and he, saved a lot of money, I think. Yeah. Sometimes
too quick with that. With dachshunds, they're too quick, man. I grew up with a family that raised dachshunds, and vets are always so quick because of the back problems that they inherently have.
Yep,
so they're too quick to diagnose that. And I've seen the other end of it. I've seen when it gets bad. Yeah. So, but it's like come on, man. Can we slow down and like take an objective look at Nathan and make sure he's good?
That's what's up, because he's my life, man. I don't know what I'll do without him, but he's doing good right now. He's actually in the other room causing a ruckus.
How old is he?
Huh?
How old is he?
He's about like 13 now. He was a rescue. Got him when he was about 1. They didn't know how old he was because he was a rescue. He was just wandering the streets as a 1-year-old puppy. And
did you get Nathan in a video?
He's been in a couple.
Man. I know he's been in a couple, but like
he does need to be in an upcoming one. That's a good point. Maybe I'll put him in Sunday's video. I already shot tomorrow's video. Let me tell you something, Viper. You need to watch tomorrow's video. You need to watch. I was in the middle of doing it, going, if Viper doesn't watch this, I'm gonna be upset. I literally was thinking it. I was like, Viper better watch this.
I'm gonna dedicate this video to a certain serpent.
That's a strange thought to be making a video with.
No, because I was saying some stuff, and I'm like, Viper, you better watch this.
I didn't see that. I didn't see it on your guys' timeline earlier this week. But did you guys get your end game tickets?
I did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. We always always have to hold off because health issues and things like that. So we have to be careful. But we usually don't go to the opening. We usually go.
I'm going
a couple days in. Yeah.
I'm going.
I have to double check and see where I'm going to be because I might be traveling. So then I'll just have to do it locally. So
here's a question now. Now that we got Jason here, that kind of changes the dynamic of things.
Oh well.
I got
Sorry to make it awkward.
No, because your point of view will be different because you have children. Okay, but here's the thing.
My point of view on what?
I'm getting some flack from my mother-in-law about this. Which let's be really clear. I don't give a fuck what she thinks about. But I booked my tickets for 2:00 on the Friday, opening day, which means I have to pull my son out of school an hour and a half early. Now, does that make me awesome or irresponsible? Go.
Your kid's not going to miss much.
He's going to miss gym class.
Yeah, it's there's no problem.
You're getting some good feedback, at least on my end, Jason.
Yeah,
Jason, aren't you an audio guy? Why is it all the audio guys? They don't know how to do audio.
They're about to do the same thing, Travis.
Him and Brandon, they just don't know.
I don't hear anything on my end.
Of course you don't. It's terrible on our end.
It's like a double echo.
We can sure look like a bunch of punks right now with that
crackling. It's bad.
All right, well, I'll have to turn it off and turn it back on.
All right, take you out of my video I did this week.
Oh no, it's good, hey, man. This is a great live stream, Viper. I mean, I know it's unplanned, but man, we got squad in the building, man. Good lord,
we rolling deep.
You know, dude, I just start talking about some stuff, and then stuff happened.
The only thing that could, like, I mean, like, it seems like we almost got Mr. Beast. Like,
man, I know,
man. I'm just amazed, man. When did he follow you? That's like so quick, too.
Follow me on Twitter, Roberto. So at some point, he's probably gonna end up in there at some point. That's crazy to me.
I feel so out of the loop. I didn't hear about him until January. Like, I didn't know who he was until.
Dude, I totally missed running into him at Vid Summit. I was so mad.
Oh,
wait,
yeah,
he was there.
He was at Vid Summit, dude.
Daryl had a picture of him he posted.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get at him this year. I'm gonna be at VidCon and Vid Summit, so I hope to hit up.
I'm gonna be at Vid Summit rocking my Mr. Beast merch. That hoodie's mad comfortable.
Oh, dude, I wish I could have got his attention with that tweet, man. You know, he doesn't have anything bigger than 3X, and even 3Xs are all sold out. And I was trying to support the merch. Like, I'm gonna have to buy some just to like hang it on the wall. So the hats are sold out. So like, yeah, the hats are sold out. I was trying to get the hoodie with the gold gold beast
Jeff,
on it.
You know, I mean, Jeff, if you need me to shoot him a DM, I can do that now. I mean, I guess
that's true. He might not ever see it, but you should do it.
Yeah, right? You know, I can do that.
You got it. Yeah,
I can do that.
I'm saying, man.
You should though, man. Like, listen, let me tell you something. I'm the man about that. You gotta bring your tailpiece on Friday Night Vyper. So we can light it up.
I'm like, yo, I got somebody that wants to buy your merch, but you got to do something about these sizes, bro.
That's right.
He's leaving money on the table, man. Because I mean, I'm not advocating like people, you know, should be catering to these larger sizes. But what I'm saying is, if there's money to be made, why not make it?
That's right. That's right.
That big and tall, yo.
Hey,
yo, shout out to Zach though, man. I don't know how you figured out how to make the link work, but now it's like we're smooth sailing now. This is great.
Yeah.
So what did you tell him to do the same thing, or
no? I've been sending the altered link that you made.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh,
testing.
Uh-oh.
That's worse.
Terrible.
Jesus, dude.
It's worse.
All right. Restart our computer.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Jason, you were having some audio issues.
Speaking of merch, I got a new design coming. I am so excited about. I don't want to. I don't want to give it up. I already ordered it, so as soon as I get it, it'll start popping up in my videos. And actually, Jeff can go see it. Jeff, if you go to because you're one of my members, if you go to the member tab on my community tab, you can see a picture of it.
Nice.
Oh, are you on there too? That's right. Zach's on there too. Are you on there?
From me?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, do you see it? Take a look, man. Don't tell nobody, though.
I saw it. I like it.
I was going to start telling people whenever I comment on one of your videos, I was going to start saying, do you want to get a cool badge like this after your game?
Yeah, you can, because it's a badge too.
Let me just say, it's like that, and that's the way it is.
I'm working on a Creator on the Rise hoodie.
Oh, that's a cool.
Oh, nice. We got to do our own, man. We got to do our own.
Yep.
Right.
Let me see here. Let me see what this merch looking like.
I think it's gonna do even better than the Irrelevant t-shirt and hoodie.
Nice.
Are we all going to Vid Summit? Everyone is talking
I freaking wish.
Looks like
I may just be at the hotel chilling, bro. I mean,
I'm speaking again. I'm planning a meetup this time. I'm planning I'm up to no good.
Nice, man.
All right, we'll get Jeff there, some by hook or crook or something.
No, I mean, because I think I have the time, like as far as like being able to take time off. I have that. It's just I'm just priced out of it, dude. Like
all in squad, yo.
Yep.
I wonder if I
bet you Daryl would.
Well, here's the issue, though.
But here's the thing: Daryl knows who you are, man.
No, I know. My thing is family stuff. Like I can't be at the behest of somebody else's schedule.
That's true.
Because of my family stuff, so I can't like. That's the downside. Because
we might just do like. I mean, I know you'd never ask us to, Jeff, but we might just literally do a fundraiser or pass the hat around or something.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be sweet, man. I was thinking about. I was trying to do my live streams. Like,
we want you there, so we'll probably make it happen ourselves.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I was telling Travis, I was like, I should start doing live streams like every live stream from here until then. Like any super chats going straight to the fund.
Yeah, you did it. What was the other night? You got some super chats. You just
that was cool, man. Yeah, that was out of nowhere, man. But that stream was just very impromptu because I was like, I need to do this. Like, I need to get in and start talking to people because. I hadn't live streamed since before since before under 9K, and I'm at 12.8 now. So I'm like, I need to address all these new people that came in off these Samsung videos. Like, need to give them a chance to holler at your boy. Yeah, you gotta holler at your boy, man.
That's right. Talk to your people, son.
That's it, man.
Gabe says he'll be at the meetup.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Oh, we know Roberto can fill a room, no doubt, no doubt.
Paul Gross close, man. Man, we got to get Paul there, but man, Paul's gonna. I don't know, man. Paulie G, man. I don't know if he's gonna be ready, man.
He said he wants to go 2020.
Like,
oh, right.
Now he needs to come to this one because he needs to come meet Mr. Beast.
Yeah, I want to see PG do a whole series on Mr. Beast, like from the way back.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd watch the hell out of that.
Yeah, dude.
Legit, I would watch the hell out of that.
Yeah, that's a good one for origin story. That's actually a really good idea for origin story.
Yeah.
Hey, Roberto, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Who's making it to 100 milli first? Is it going to be PewDiePie or T-Series?
I mean, is this still a thing? Like,
because he came back. Yeah, he came back and he's in the lead by 400,000.
No, I'm just saying, are people still as invested in the sub?
No,
it's still corporate. It's still corporate versus creator.
Yeah. But yeah, this is never going to aim
that matters. Like, I mean, people let the meme go for a while because of the unfortunate New Zealand incident, but I think we're back. I think that we're back in the game here because he passed them right after he congratulated them for passing.
Right. That's why it's back up, because it would have been over. We wouldn't be talking about it today. But that congratulate diss track was legit, and then he came back. And then it's like,
with a vengeance.
Yes, it's
with a vengeance. And the thing is, we haven't even tapped out. We haven't even tapped out everybody that can help him at this point, to be honest. Like, I made a point, and a lot of people in his community agreed with me that I'm like, if the fandom does subtitles for PewDiePie's videos, we can get more support.
Oh, yeah.
And can reach more people. And if people know that they're going to get it in their language, there are people who haven't gotten as invested in the content because they just can't consume it, and that would be down. And so I was like, hey, start doing Portuguese subtitles as a fandom and submit them so that Felix can have Portuguese subtitles, because Brazil is the largest growing community right now in YouTube as a localized language besides India. So, and they're deep into YouTube culture and they love meme culture, and a lot of them are bilingual. Let's hit up the Portuguese Brazilian YouTubers and get them on board, and let's get the biggest Brazilian YouTubers to mobilize their fans for PewDiePie, right? And the community is like, that's brilliant. And it's like, yeah, it's me, guys.
Literally, dude. Literally,
fun fact: Brazil loves me.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, Indians love me. They love me. I don't know. I love it. I love them too. They love me. No, all you have to do is get 10% of his subscribers to make one more account and then resub, and it's over. 10%. That's not even a lot. Everyone just make a new account tonight. Click subscribe. You're done. We win. 100 million. Done. It's not even that. Is that asking too much? It's crazy.
But here's the thing. I think that he can do it. I think that here's why I want Felix to win. Because the T-Series thing is actually more important than people realize, because in the rise in other parts of YouTube of content farms. Are you guys familiar with content farms?
Yeah.
And that, if T-Series getting to 100 million first kind of legitimizes the place of mass-produced content farms that also are competing for the same ad revenue. It's not like they're even media companies that aren't taking the ad revenue. They're media companies that already have financial advantage and backing and better equipment and all these things and employees and the ability to mass-produce content, and they're still taking AdSense versus a content creator who has to work so much harder for that, and it means so much less to them as a company.
I want to see him hit it as well, because I want to see the ridiculous titles and clickbait that The Verge is going to come out with once he hits it.
No, I'm going to get in on that. So don't hate too hard.
No, I just because they're so stupid with it. I'm just anyway.
Roberto's like, I'm in that cash, man. That's my cash.
Yeah, that one I'm like, even I'm gonna get in on this one. It's like I'll take that.
Cash in.
The far hanging, low hang. I don't know what you want to call it. Whatever.
It's on the ground, man. It's on the ground.
He's a racist. This and that. He's a
I'm not going in on that. I'll defend him on that.
I'll talk about the phone that he uses. I mean, I don't care. PewDiePie uses this phone, son.
I get so much hate in Black Twitter for defending PewDiePie.
Yo, I was about to be like, who the hell is this in my logic? But then I just realized, what's up, Tech Ray? How you doing, man?
Uh-oh.
Nobody has a work microphone tonight. Nobody.
Every time, man. Every damn time.
Everybody hates on the Blue Yeti, but I get to work.
Oh,
Right?
there he is.
There we go. Does it
What's up,
sound
man?
fine?
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going, guys? How you guys
Sure,
doing?
man.
Nice
Man,
to finally meet Roberto, painfully honest tech, and Tech Rants as well. I believe I think we met before, actually.
That's not Tech Rant, man. That's not Tech Rant.
No. I think he left. He left the. I thought he was in here for a second. No, I thought. Yeah, I'm talking about the chat. Yeah,
Oh, check
I
it.
saw him in the chat going crazy. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a Reason brand. This is like African American, basically supporting the basically an African American brand.
Nice.
Sweet.
Yeah, my friend works for them, but they're just like a startup thing. Pretty cool.
Bevel was a startup, and they got acquired by Procter and Gamble.
Yeah, they make good stuff. They make denim jackets. They make like different tees and stuff like that. Really good stuff, though.
Yeah, I'll check that out. It's dope.
How you guys doing though? I heard you guys talking about Vid Summit.
I know, right?
Probably gonna be my first time going this year because I live in Cali. I live in Southern Cali, so I'm gonna probably be heading over there as well. See if I can get a sponsor there this year.
Nice.
Do your thing, man. Do your thing.
I'm gonna be working heavily with TubeBuddy on that. We're not confirming something, but like I'm going to try to work out with them and some other brands a grand tour.
Oh wow,
Nice.
Tour like me and some of the other YouTube educators kind of going on a tour educating the community.
That's actually pretty dope. Yeah,
Yeah, that
like
is pretty dope.
Daryl Eves.
Similar. Daryl inspired us. Like we're like,
awesome.
You'll also notice a lot of us are collabing more too and everything like that. And like a lot of us are doing stuff. Me and Brian G. Johnson got another set of collabs coming.
Oh, nice.
All right, dude. The last few times you've been in my stream, you've been talking about this show that you got coming through. Well, you got to talk to us about the show, bro.
So, I want everybody on this show. I guess I'll release it right now. What I'm doing. I guess this is the first time people are gonna hear about this. So you guys know Karaoke Car Ride, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Karaoke Car Ride. So I actually just ordered a Tesla Model 3. And I'm going to be doing a show called Tesla Talks. I'm going to be doing interviews with online influencers inside of the Tesla.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to get as many YouTubers as possible. I'm glad that Roberto Blake's here because he was one of the people that basically inspired me to do YouTube. So awesome. Awesome to finally meet you. Yeah. I was using your tips and tricks, different stuff like that. So I've been.
Do you drop Marquez a line? Because I heard he likes that car.
that would be awesome to get him on eventually, obviously. But
as long as the schedule permits, I'm totally down.
Okay, yeah, that'd be amazing, man. Definitely.
LA a lot this year, so.
Okay, awesome. Definitely, got to get you on.
Yeah, I'm working with a brand, and I literally might be out there for the next couple of months, like once a month for the next 3 months, and then every other month after that. I can't talk too much about it yet. We're still in the preliminary talks, but like, it's a. I'm on the board of a brand that is doing some great stuff for creators in this space, and I'm an investor, and so I'm going to be working with their content team, and we're going to do a lot more to give even more value upfront for free as brand leverage to the creator community. It's going to be sick, but it's going to put me in LA a lot, and I'm very excited about it. We're going to be interviewing some of the most successful creators and getting into how they actually run their business because they don't get to talk about it on their channel.
Oh, that's so dope. Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yo,
Testing.
Jason, how we doing with the mic, bro?
Testing.
Holy crap, man.
That's painful.
Ooh, Jason, we got to unplug and replug up everything, man.
Painful tech. Scratch the honest. That's painful tech.
Oh man, what happened? That's weird, man. Because Jason usually has some of the tippy top audio.
Jason, did you use a razor or something? Did you change the setup? What did you do?
Maybe it's because he's breaking up with Apple.
They sent the gremlins after him.
I just got the XR, man. I had to take the S10 Plus back, man. I couldn't rationalize paying that much money for the S10 Plus. It was the S10e. I would say out of all of them were the best though, like best value.
The S10e is the best value. If I didn't want the bigger screen, I would totally gone that way.
Exactly, and that's how I felt as well because I'm like my hands are insanely huge because I'm a big guy, and it's like I can't deal with that small of a phone. So I'm just gonna go back to the XR.
Yeah.
You know,
you pick up the 10R or the 10e, and it's like, okay, that's a cute little chiclet.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it worked great though. The fingerprint sensor was insanely quick as well on it. That's one of the things I liked about it. But
I think I'm
Android
debating whether or not to get that Note 10.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's happening.
We're all getting the Note 10. We talked about that. We're all getting...
Everybody on here, I'm pretty sure is.
I miss my stylus. I mean, I still have my Note 9 here, but I miss my stylus.
I'm getting a Samsung phone because of the superior camera and because I'm just bored with my Google Pixel 2 XL. I kind of regret that. I kind of regret not just getting a Samsung at the time. I thought that superior camera of the Google Pixel would last a lot longer than it did in terms of what it provides, but also the audio is shite. So from a content creation standpoint, the Google Pixel just comes up woefully short. It's got a great selfie camera. I tell you what, it's got the camera's good. Camera's good in low light, but the Samsung is destroying everything, and I knew it would. So I'm like, why did I believe in this pure Google Android experience? Why did I fall for that? Why did I spend money on that?
And that's what they tell you on YouTube.
Huh?
Because you watch YouTube, and that's what they tell you on YouTube.
Because all the big creators use an iPhone, but they all carry around a Pixel to take photos.
Yeah, pretty much.
Samsung. If I've learned anything from iJustine's videos, it's that Samsung is a content creator's phone.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, it would have been LG in their V series and stuff, man. But that user interface is just nope.
I don't know what happened with They used to be so good, LG, and they just kind of just.
I mean, they were the first ones who had the wide angle, man. They got the quad back. I mean, you can edit through the phone. You can't through most phones anyway, but.
Their V series is awesome, but you said, the
UI UX design will fuck up any product.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Play with those Huawei phones, and they have some of the dopest hardware and everything. But good lord, that UI, ugh.
This Mate 20 Pro is amazing. The software just makes it do a piece of crap.
Tech right knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I liked MUI a little bit.
Did you? Okay.
Roberto, what'd you say?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say is software eats everything eventually.
Yeah. I mean, exactly down to it. That's why I kind of just went with Apple because I had an $1,100 phone and even sometimes it glitched. It glitched out every so often. But it's you have a phone with 6 gigabytes of RAM or 8 gigabytes of RAM or whatever. It doesn't mean shit unless it's optimized.
Facts.
I like optimization. Optimization is the number one thing for me, man.
Don't tell YouTube. They'll over optimize. They'll over optimize and create problems for everyone. Because that's all.
All right, Jason, how we doing, man?
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait. Are you really using a headset?
Wireless mic, baby.
But hold on. Where's your super expensive microphone?
I don't know what's going on. It sounds fine, and it sounds fine here, and I used it to record today, so I have no idea why it's not coming through there.
It's not you, man. It's Google.
He's back to his roots though with the gaming headset.
Yeah. So
you know what the problem is? You keep on moving around so much.
I'm still in the same place.
He's still in the same house. He's still in the same property map. What are you talking
still on the same property map.
Yeah, unlike me.
I'm just I'm sitting at the desk.
You see this set on Friday Night Vyper.
I know, man. I thought you were already moved.
No.
How you liking that Razer phone?
It's so nice.
Welcome to 5 months ago.
I did buy the new. I bought this new Philips Hue to add to the ambiance of the new place because it's bigger.
I got one of those back here.
Yeah, I've got those too.
I got the black one. Yeah, don't ever buy the white ones. Buy the black ones. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nah, man, I got a $10 lamp, bro. We don't do no hue lights around here.
I have a third amount of hue lights in this house, but in my room, all of it is colored hue lights, and it was not inexpensive.
Roberto, be careful where you put that, because I've noticed that my bar, you got the same bar as me, gets warmer than any other hues that I have.
Ooh.
The way I'm going to do it is probably if I put it behind my computer desk, it'll sit on top of the wire box, the box for keeping the wire cables neat.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably how I might do that.
Yeah.
And then aside from that, it'll be on something like that's wooden, anything wooden. So like it'll probably be all right. Oh, the not fun thing that's gonna suck a little bit is I'm probably gonna have to buy even more extender strips to light my my windows at the new place, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure it all out. Is because I might have to put some additional like adhesive, but I have like M3 spray or something to like take that off to put it back on a new wall, like because that's something I hadn't even considered. So that's fun. So and I'll probably just end up buying more LED strips. So like, yay!
I used Loctite adhesive, spray adhesive, to put the panels up on the wall here. You got to use it. You got to use a fair amount. I found that out.
I have the heavy duty M3.
Yeah, because all my panels fell down.
Yeah, I'm not doing panels in this place because I think the landlord will like whine and everything like that because he's kind of a little bitch about things. But like, I'm not kidding.
I thought you owned. I didn't know you rent.
No, I rent, and the market here is way overpriced for what it's cheap. Atlanta's cheap, but anyone who buys a house right now will overpay by maybe as much as 30%. I'm not even joking. Like in terms of the property, like now, my friend who sold made a killing. Sold a house they bought for $200,000 for $360,000. They made a killing. I'm not a sucker. Like I'll wait. Not to mention that right now, after taxes, I'm not as liquid as I would like to be if I was going to buy. I already had to cut back an investment deal that I wanted to do because of taxes. Not being as liquid as you would want. Like I'm fine. I'm just like, there's a threshold that the bank account sits at that it's never allowed to not sit at for the sake of my sanity. And there's a number that I want to get it to that I think will help it make it 15% easier to maintain my baseline happiness, just due to not giving me anxiety.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Like, and I will buy after I've just basically started a new fund called my housing fund, which I'm not allowed to take from existing money. And I know that in a year that housing fund will be more than sufficient for the amount of house that I want to buy. And then I'll be fine. And then I'll pay off that house in 5 years.
Nice. 100% can't relate, but nice.
You can't relate, Jeff, because you too can use the Roberto Blake system for financial conservatism, like fiscal conservatism.
Oh, no doubt.
Roberto, you're literally the one who made me like. So what I do with AdSense money is I literally don't even touch it. I just save it and I act like I don't even use it, like it's not even any income.
Nice. And
only use the money that I make off of sponsorships, partnerships, and affiliate marketing. That's what I use for a living.
Yeah. Here's another high level hack for you, for anybody. Here's part of why I diversify my revenue streams. You can allocate a revenue stream to something. I allocate the YouTube AdSense to taxes.
Yeah.
Allocated to taxes specifically,
yeah, exactly.
Right? There's a certain bracket of some of this affiliate money that I've decided like, this affiliate and this affiliate will go to the housing fund. And here's this other revenue stream that literally goes toward my investment fund in my coffers because I put my money to work. I put it in an index fund, so it gets put to work for compound interest. So like that's fun. And so like I have this, and then I have like, okay, this money goes into this account, but I set like a passive recurring thing to say, okay, every month take this money from this account and move this much of it to my retirement fund. So like everything is automated and everything is passive, and everything in terms of this revenue stream goes here, 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 here. And it just works. So I look at like, okay, here's bills and household expenses on autopilot. So guess what? This money automatically goes to that account every month. This is taxes every month. This is like just diversify your revenue streams, set everything to automation if you can, and then tie revenue streams that you've diversified toward funding specific things. And once you do that, your financial anxiety will come down by as much as like 30 to 60%.
Nice. Well, that's a goal to aim for sure for me, man.
Yeah, Jeff, you and I will talk about just how to make you more money.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
That's the biggest thing too. I think biggest struggle for not just like full-time. Honestly, I don't want to say full-time YouTubers, but full-time YouTubers, you know, because I do more content creators. I don't really do like, I mean, I do more things than YouTube. That's why I don't like to say that. Let's say, I guess entrepreneurs or
hustlers. Yeah.
Hustlers, you know.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Internet folk, interneters.
Interneters, yeah.
The one that threw me off was the one that threw me off recently was the fact that I ended up getting started getting affiliate money from the chairs. So I didn't expect that to happen because the video like totally tanked. But people are buying it because the video is ranking, but I think because it's because someone like, well, no, it's sort of, it's ranking, but the video didn't get much views
for that are already trying to buy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they're seeing it from somebody like myself.
The secret of my success is not chasing YouTube clout and making content for people who buy shit.
Yep, that's it.
Exactly. It's true.
And I think that's what happened, man. But I got to do a follow-up here. So
I think like I'm not going to say any names in general, but to a point, yeah, Roberto, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. But you know, I know some people personally that literally take it to the point to where they're making a shit ton of money off of affiliate marketing and Amazon affiliates in general, to the point where they don't give a shit about giving honest reviews anymore. They're just gonna say it's good. And that point, I'm just like, nah, fuck that, bro.
That's why I'm starting Creator Gear Guide, because the thing is, like someone is going to buy something one way or another, and the thing is, you can do an honest review of what you don't like, and then offer an alternative, or give the use case for why you don't like, or give the use case for why you don't like it compared to something else is a way to do it. And here's the other thing: even if you don't like something, you can make a tutorial on how to use it for the people who have it, so you can still give value to people. That's straight up. Yeah, that's true. Because the thing is, I don't believe you. I used to be in the camp of I only review things that I like because I don't want to be negative anyway. I don't want to be negative anyway. I have enough anger about like society and broken systems and what happens to small channels and the college BS. Like I have enough anger in me about legitimate things to where I don't want to be angry at the products, you know, like, or the brands. Like,
I get you.
So
I want to be angry at the products and brands.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my bread and butter right there. I can't make affiliate money on Amazon. Like I've made between $100 and $200 a month for the past 2 years. I can't make any money on Amazon.
I think you can on the headset reviews.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, dude. Like even for what I'm doing, I'm doing better than that. And the thing is exactly what Roberto said is exactly what I do. So like, let's say the most recent video where I didn't make the recommendation, right? It was on a set of Teltronics headphones about 5 or 6 videos back, where the title was literally, "It's a no from me." But when people said, okay, if it's a no, what do you recommend? So I'd hit them with, check this out. and they would go in. And I also have the the page, the Amazon influencer page, and you can have lists, idea lists in there. And I give them that link, and they go in there and like, listen, here's the 6 headphones that I recommend under 50. Here's the 6 that I recommend under 100, separate list. Here's the 10 that I recommend at any price range, and like just have different stuff like that. And they're like, take your pick.
And here's the beauty of it.
Got all that stuff though.
By the way, if they're shopping through the things that you recommend, even if they buy something else because they went through your link, you would get the credit for what they do buy because you're in there, you're facilitating the buying cycle or the buying decision. Correct. And the thing is, if you make enough content over time, this is how I used to without being a tech reviewer. I wasn't even a tech reviewer, guys. And before I got kicked originally from the program, before I got back into influencer as an associate, I was making $1,500 every single damn month for like 2.5 years. And I wasn't even making videos that often, you guys, but it was because I was making, here's what I was making that was killing it. The buyer's guides, buyer's guides. Yeah. And that's where bringing Creator Gear Guide back, or into the new brand, making it the new brand for like that content and the new home for that. When I moved to the new home for me, the new house, is I'm going to even teach people how to use these things or do the settings for some of these things. And also I have a video coming out. Like I spent $800 on that Wacom Pro Cintiq 13. And then it gave me driver issues on this new computer. It worked fine on the old one for the most part. And then on this new one, it gave me driver issues to the point of literally just not working. And what do I go and do? I spent like $300 and something on this Huon, the knockoff-ish like version. And here's the thing. It works better. And it just worked. I just plugged it in and it works. No hassle. I didn't even download the drivers and it worked automatically. Like that's like that of like, wait, I paid half the money and it's better. And Wacom didn't even like hit me back up in Twitter and follow up on this and everything like that. Huon kind of dropped the ball on not just sending me the thing and letting me rant about Wacom and them fixing the problem for me in the customer service. But spending my own money is somewhat leverage in a review like that, even though I don't think it matters.
So here's my question though. Like I have, I don't know, probably 50 to 100 headphone reviews.
Yeah.
And I've got all the kinds of lists that Jeff just talked about. I can't move the needle.
You would have to make a headphone buyer's guide. And the thing is, you categorize it by gaming, and then you do another one for wireless headphones in general. You do one for podcasters, and it's a buyer's guide. And it's a buyer's guide because guess what? You qualified exactly who this is for. If you ain't here to do shopping, if you ain't here to buy something, why are you watching?
I feel like for Painfully and for channels like Painfully Honest Tech, maybe another option is to get like a yearly or quarterly sponsor that you basically just say, hey, like Marquez Brownlee, for example, hey guys, this video is sponsored by D Brand. You know, he does a quarterly or he does a the yearly thing.
Yeah, I'm working on some of that stuff. Like right now, I've got Squarespace, Audible, 3 or 4 others that I'm working on.
Man, I want to get into Audible.
Good for you. Audible could be good for you because of the bounties. Here's another angle for you, Jason, and for anybody else who's listening who does things like headphone reviews or something. Your brain's Painfully Honest Tech. The thing is, you can make a new rating system for headphone reviews, and people will buy based on your new rating system, or if you are doing comparisons. Comparisons will move the needle, but just like what Jeff is doing. And if something's a no from you, it's why is a no from you? Because a no from you may not fit my use case and be a yes for me, because it might be that the thing you do recommend is out of my budget. So if you have a yes on something, but it's out of my budget, if you give me alternatives for these aren't as good, to be painfully honest with you, but they're good for the price. They're good for your wallet. Yeah. That is an argument I can accept from Painfully Honest Tech. You can do negative reviews and do authentic reviews, but you have to qualify why you don't like something and accept that, hey, for the rest of you, there's an option, or it's a no for me for these reasons, but it might be right for you. But also, alternatively, here are some options and here are some price ranges. because, you know, admittedly, you might be in a better position than the person viewing.
Right. I mean, it's funny. Like these headphones that I'm wearing, the Superlux 668Bs, are my number one thing that I sell through Amazon affiliates. Like I did. Well, maybe I could redo this because I did an Antlion mod mic wired with these, and it's like the best gaming headset for under $100, basically.
Do the titles where something is under. If you like something, you're going to recommend it, put the price in there.
Yeah,
that moves the needle for people. I found that is undeniable in buying psychology and YouTube, that the price moves the needle for people.
Right. Yeah.
I'll give you another example, by the way, of how you can do a review for something that you're not going to use or that you wouldn't use. Like I'm planning, some of this may or may not be sponsored. I'm going to be doing a video for probably Filmora for the new version of their thing, and for Movavi. Roberto, I thought you're a Premiere Pro editor. I'm like, so why are you doing, I don't even think it'll be a review. It'll probably be a tutorial is the way that we'll do this brand thing. Cause I don't really do paid reviews as much as I'll do a paid tutorial. But here's why. Premiere Pro is a subscription service. Not everyone in my audience is privileged enough to be in a position to pay a recurring software as a service fee, whereas I do nothing but pay software as service fees because that's the cost of doing business for me. And I also make enough money to justify it, and I always have. So like, but that's a really nice place to be in, either mentally or financially or both. My audience might need pay $100, pay $60, own it for the rest of your life. And so it's justified to say, I'm going to come down from my high horse of like what I can afford and show you how to use something effectively that you can afford to produce a similar result. Like that's valid to come down to the price point of the audience.
So I owe Movavi 30 to 60 seconds, and I've owed them that for like a while. I keep telling them like, I'm trying, but I have it's mostly like using the software. I just haven't used it yet. But what I'm going to do is film the video, edit it, film that sponsorship, edit it with the program, and say here's my experience. If you've only got $60, this is something to check out.
Yeah,
but I gotta,
just watch some tutorials and just power through it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'll be a big problem to actually learn it.
Part of the reason that I haven't done mine for them yet is I want to film something that fits what a normal YouTuber might make to demonstrate the edit.
Right.
Which for me, I think might be having to film something like vlog style behind the scenes of my studio basement that I'm going to set up in the new house, like resetting that up or something like that. Right. Or teaching them how to do green screen or something like that, or showing them behind the scenes of making a green screen tutorial, or behind the scenes of me, making a YouTube thumbnail by doing an advanced version of it with like a photo shoot, like doing my photo shoot to make a YouTube thumbnail, doing my poses, doing the edit in Photoshop. And I can use Movavi's suite of tools to do everything from, hey guys, even the screen recording for the time lapse of the Photoshop edit, it was done with this software. So I was able to do that, blah, 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 blah. Like I had to find a use case because again, my videos are talking head. If I'm going to tell someone you can do a YouTube video in this, I need to be able to go beyond a talking head and use other clips and screen record and show them what this thing can do,
Yeah. That's what's
Jason,
killing me right now. Oh, sorry, man.
Have you checked out these? The quad drivers?
I have not, although they look nice. High res audio.
Yeah, they're quad drivers. I heard these were really good. They sent me the $80 ones as well. These are $180. But if you want their contact info, I'll send it to you, man, because you do
that would be
lot
awesome.
More. Yeah, cool.
Nice.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thanks, man. I get the biggest. I still get companies sending me stuff like, oh man, if I get another like waterproof workout headset.
No, this one actually I have like an unofficial official, I guess, manager that works for me, because I've worked with people from ZT and phone companies in the past. Like I went to CES and worked with some companies. So this guy that I've been, you know, working with is out of Buffalo, and he just like out of his heart pretty much likes to help me with stuff. You know, anytime ZT, like he works with ZT, anytime ZT works with a certain case company, he'll hit them up for me, because this company is really good though. One More is good. They're Grammy Award winning headphones. So
Awesome.
yeah, they won some awards. So
I've heard nothing but good stuff from their products. I've been wanting to try out some of their stuff, but
I got you too.
I've heard nothing but good stuff about their stuff. Yeah,
both of you, because you guys are headphone enthusiasts. So I'll hit you up in the DMs on Insta and Twitter or whatever, and we'll sort that out for you.
All right, that's awesome. I appreciate it, man. Yeah.
That's awesome. Thanks, man.
Yep. I still need to do a video, but I'll be able to do it from the new house. It'll be better, and I've got more room to do it justice, because like I still owe main gear for this chair.
Yo, same. Look at the chair reviews are like, I don't know. They're like they make me never want to do the actual review, dude, just because it's something that's just huge, you know?
But it's like, I think I'm going to have fun with it, because I'm going to go, my chair is better than PewDiePie's. Like
you're gonna do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And the thing is, it's like, and I'll go, and to make it fun, I'll probably do like 2 videos, because like I don't even owe them like a sponsor video. It's just a thank you, and I might use my affiliate link or whatever. But it's like, but I also think it'll be fun. I think I'll get a shit ton of views and a lot of ad money, because there's 2 plans. There's 2. It's like, so like there's 2 plans. My chair is better than PewDiePie's is video 1, and video 2 is marketing meme review.
You know, this is the part of the live stream where Viper gets salty because I'm the only idiot in the stream that doesn't have a chair, because the company won't send me a damn chair. I'm a little mad they won't send me a chair, but it's okay though. It's all right.
The same company that said no to you said no to me too, even though I have one from another company. I'm like, wait a minute. And I was like, listen, I want to put your chair against this chair to see which one is better for the big and tall people. And they were like, but I don't have the vanity numbers that they were looking for.
Have you tried OP seat?
No, that's what's his name? Keith goes through them, right?
Yeah, I've done a review. I did a review and some pretty decent, well, halfway decent affiliate stuff with them when my channel was much smaller.
Jason, you disappeared completely.
I disappeared.
You disappeared. We hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, you're like really black.
I know. My friggin' something's going wrong with either my HDMI port on my camera or with my cam link. My cam link is not on.
Oh wow.
On this note, dudes, I gotta get out of here. We're gonna do some dinner, but
having painfully honest tech issues.
All right, Viper, thanks for having me through.
No problem, man.
Roberto, Jason, everybody that was on the live stream, everybody in chat, love all you guys. Thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it, dude.
No problem. You already know, man. You already know.
Good to see Jeff.
Jeff's been crushing it, you guys. Like,
I'm trying, man. I gotta get back to crushing it. I'm cruising. I gotta get back to crushing it, man.
No, Tech ran. No, man. The couch ain't it, bro. When you don't need long live streams, the couch ain't it, man. I need one of those special chairs, man. But the company be stingy and they won't send me a chair, but that's all right.
Just get a recliner and that'll be your chair.
Bro, dude, I wish.
Get a lazy boy, man.
Like then Viper would be really like his chair is better than PewDiePie's. Like,
I think that yeah, man. I think the PewDiePie one was better. That'd be good. That'd be good.
Marketing meme review.
But that's funny. But the other one, I think.
Oh, my chair is better than PewDiePie's.
Yeah. I think it could blow up. To be honest, that sounds like a video that would blow up. So you never know.
I think so. I think it's just off of the audacity of like, really, Roberto, really, and it's like this is a throne fit for the emperor. You know, like this is like,
yeah.
Now is the power of this put on an operational gaming show. Like that's like it's it's just like, I mean, it's so good. It's so comfortable to edit in. It's amazing. It's just, it's the bomb.
What chair is that actually?
Main Gear, buddy.
Main Gear?
Yeah. They make custom PCs, just like Origin PC.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What is Painfully rocking?
Right now I'm sitting on the hiking chair from Staples, but I've got a GT Omega over there in my gaming desk that I use. I like this hiking chair is like kind of the poor man's Aeron chair, Herman Miller Aeron.
Okay.
It's like $120 at Staples.
I was saying, this. I could go to sleep, man.
Dude, I swear that was like the number one thing, bro. That like comforted me is just rocking, bro. That was like my number one. Because back in the day, like when I was a little kid, I had a little rocking fish that you hold the handles and you rock, bro. And I would go on that like all day for like 2-3 hours.
It's just so comforting. It's just so.
Right?
This is nice.
You're gonna get your tea. Tell us some stories right now, Grandma.
I'll just get my blanket. I'll get my juice. Get a fruit roll up, and I'm just like, I'm done. Like I'm like, this is all. This is all I need. Like this is life. Like that's the life. That's the dream. That's the dream. Man. The dream is just sitting here with my blanket and my like juice, my like Mott's apple juice or whatever, like and the fruit roll ups, and just like done. That's the
juice
dream.
And fruit roll-ups.
like yeah, juice and a blanket and a snack. I'm like, yeah, why did we ever leave that behind? Like this adulting shit? Come on.
Dude, I told you earlier today, adulting is overrated, man.
It is. It's like, why wouldn't we it's like why bother? Like, why bother? Like just like for what?
Yeah, why bother? Truthfully, why bother?
I love the fact that I still play video games. I love that I still watch anime and read comic books. It's like, at 34, I'm realizing that it's like young me had this shit figured out. Like,
right?
Why would I do it differently? Like, what was with the my angsty 20s were bullshit. Like, why would I ever go through that? It's like,
well, I'm 47 and I still play games and read comics and. I don't do the anime, but
we'll convert you.
It's not my thing. It's not my thing.
I think there's so much in the epic fantasy genre and things that you would like as someone well read, and there's stuff that like as a fan of like things like Watchmen that you would like. I think it's a matter of you haven't been introduced to the right anime or the right genre. I think that the thriller, the psycho thriller genres of anime would appeal to you. Like I think that if you watched Death Note, the anime on Netflix, you would get into it and be intrigued. Do you know the premise of Death Note for Jason and for anyone else not initiated?
I've seen the Netflix
Netflix is
live action thing.
that is a horrible representation. Just forget about that shit.
Jason, you are obligated to watch the first 3 episodes of the anime on Netflix when you have a chance, and tell me that you don't think that that's a really intriguing, well-written story. First 3 episodes, just give it 3 episodes, and then tell me that you're not like, all right, I need to see where this goes.
Okay, I will do it.
Yeah, and anyone else like watch it like on Netflix or Crunchyroll or whatever you can find it. Unfortunately, there might be some freebooting on YouTube for those of you who can't afford it. I don't usually condone that sort of thing, but whatever. But it's so good. Just like the story, the writing, the plot, the music scoring, the cinematography, the concept. I mean, I'm like, I remember in high school, me and my best friend Tiffany used to literally have these philosophical discussions of what would we do if we had like this anime hadn't even been out, and we had the philosophical discussion of like, if you became somehow like the master of life and death, or you had a red button and you could like, end like this or end that, or like, oh, you go back in time, do you kill Hitler? Like, I mean, we'd have these philosophical debates and discussions, and then to see something where it actually plays out is interesting.
Yeah. I will. I love the idea when I was checking out when I read, or actually, I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. I love the idea when I was watching the film, but I was just like, this is a good idea. That's not well executed.
You'll watch the anime and all will be forgiven, and you're like, why didn't they just do this?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. I think my cam link is dead. I think it's actually dead.
Elgato has great support, so they should take care of you.
I hope so. I mean, I bought it when
two of them for that exact reason.
I bought it like not long after it came out, but I keep plugging it in, and it keeps like the white light will flash like it wants to turn on, and then it doesn't.
When I get something and it works out really well, as long as it's reasonably priced, my rule is that anything under $200 that's reasonably priced that I'm going to use might be worth having two of.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's.
I might finally be in the position where that's a possibility. Where
my caveat is like something I use for work. Let me rephrase that. Right. Something I use for work.
Right.
What I can't afford is more than what I can't afford on the actual price of the thing is I can't afford to not use it.
Yeah. Well, I'm on my. We get to see what the Razer Blade 15 webcam looks like now.
It's not bad.
I got good lighting though too, so
that helps.
It's not as good as the
not even close.
No, but
it's overly sharpening you. That's the thing. It's artificially overly sharpening you. I can see it.
I can see it, and I'm only looking at the little window. So, but I'm here.
You're here, absolutely. All right, I'm going to shift the live stream back to tech a little bit because I know people are looking for my opinions about certain products here real quick. So you all saw my unboxing.
I forgot you were in the stream, man.
I know, right?
What's up, Vyp? No,
sometimes I gotta come back in. Sometimes I gotta come back in. So you guys saw the video I did yesterday about the Galaxy Buds. Y'all saw that. But today I got the AirPods 2 with the wireless charging case. I mean, they're AirPods. I mean, I told you all these aren't really much of an upgrade from the original, but you got the new H1 chip and the Hey Theory capability, which the Hey Theory is really, really good. Like, the field communication with these AirPods 2 is, like, ridiculous. Like, you could literally whisper, Hey Theory, and it will pick it up. Like, what kind of sorcery is that? But, I mean, yeah, like, they're pretty good. Like, I love the Galaxy Buds, but the sound is just not as good as the AirPods. Like, really, yeah.
Yes, okay. It's true. It's absolutely 100% true. I don't care what anybody says.
I'm using the first gen right now.
Is the sound on the AirPods 2 better?
Yes.
Than the AirPods 1?
Yeah.
Yes.
I have not listened to my old ones yet, but I don't think so.
Jason's just like, yes.
It's not significantly different, but it is different. I mean, check out my blind listening test.
Yeah.
That I did last week.
I feel like Apple just has the AirPods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 already like made and shit, and they just release incremental updates, like incremental things on them.
I would argue that they do everything.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past them, but yeah, the AirPods.
I mean,
2, yeah.
I was doing a stream too, and I was talking about like the most exciting place right now is like budget phones, like in mobile technology.
I think the most interesting thing, as far as like a major carrier, well, not even major, but like in my mind, major. Like, I think that OnePlus is the most interesting phone brand right now.
OnePlus?
Yeah,
they're like the cult following.
They took away the headphone jack. They took away the headphone jack.
Yeah.
If you start out without a headphone jack, I'm more like gonna say, okay, you started out without the headphone jack, that's fine. But OnePlus took away the headphone jack, no waterproofing,
They'll get there. I think in their defense is that they are being pushed to be Apple-like at a price that works at scale outside of the Western market.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Apple, I'm not even sure Apple can be Apple-like at that price anymore.
Exactly. I think Apple priced themselves into a corner. That's a good phrase. Priced themselves into a corner.
Yeah.
But I believe
I imagine them with like a pricing gun, just like backing themselves into the corner, like hitting the floor with it.
Like, think about it from this. Think about it from this perspective. Just 5 years ago, a big screen TV was still the standard of wealth in America.
Oh yeah.
And now it's priced at half of what an iPhone is.
Yeah, you
Bro,
can
my
get
TV's still from 2007, dude. Like,
I just thought, well, like, this is a weird flex, but okay. But I'm using this only to prove the point about like, what's the cheapest legit iPhone cost right now?
$749, right? Or what do you the newer ones? Or are you talking?
Do you want to talk new model or old model?
Yeah,
current generation
XR, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 10R.
How much is that?
Or I need to stop saying XR. 10R.
How much is the base model? 750.
750. Yeah, 64 gig.
Yeah,
64. I just bought a 70-inch brand new LG 4K 70-inch television, 4K smart TV for the same price.
I know what TV you bought because I've looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't put it in your pocket, Roberto.
I'm making the point again. The standard of wealth in this country for decades was specifically tied to how big your television set is. 4 decades.
You should have gotten one of those Samsung 85-inch babies.
I think that was just in the hood, man. I don't think that was America.
No, I think he's right. I think he's right. At a certain point in time.
Like aside from your car, and aside from wearing a Rolex, like your standing in this country literally could be dictated by the size of the television you have, the largest television you have in your home, and do you have a television in every room? And that for a long time was a very clear demonstration of where you were economically in America. And
that's how I felt when I was 8, man. Going to people's houses, like, damn, you got a TV in this room, in this room, like,
and now, the new, like, it's funny. There are only 2 phones that matter to flex. There's only 2 watch brands that matter to flex: Rolex and Apple. They're the only 2 flexing. They're the only 2 ways you can flex, unless you just happen to be. I'm talking for the average person.
Okay.
The average.
I mean, a Patek. If you're all these rappers going on Patek Philippe now.
If you're a timepiece person, there's a lot of variation there. But if you're the average consumer, you only recognize 2 watch brands for the most part as high tier: Apple Watch, if you care about smartwatches, and Rolex for everybody else. Otherwise, I don't like. The only other thing you can do at that point is a name brand that just happens to make watches, like Gucci, like that happens to make watches, right? But that's like that's it. So for the average person, that's a thing. And now the standard isn't even, because everyone can afford like a 40 or 50 inch, relatively speaking, like flat screen TV. They're getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. If you go with TCL, you can get like a 50-inch flat screen TV for $300 now. If you go with TCL. And like, so having a big TV doesn't even matter anymore in that sense. But yet the iPhone or the newest Samsung is an indicator of you've arrived and an indicator of standing and status and wealth. It's a status symbol. And the thing is, the price, the premium price for a phone is like equal to or double the price of a big screen TV.
But you can do so much more with a phone than you can with a TV.
I'm not making the point for utility. I'm not making the point for the utility. I'm making the point for status in terms of what it represents.
I think the only way that the only way that a TV is a status symbol now is if it's something like an OLED, you know, the plus $2,000 TV, because then people come in and they're like, you know, they've not seen anything like that.
So now the big screen OLED, by the way, isn't even 2,000. It's like 1,400. It's the price of the 10S Max.
The 55-inch B8 is $14.99 on sale right now. But I got the 65-inch B7 last year, well, about a year and a half ago, and
there's like I think it's a 75-inch OLED, a 75-inch OLED, $17.99.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the OLED. It is.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I said I think the equivalent of like of the best TV now is probably the smart projectors, the ones that you put on the floor and just go on the wall. Saw one of those at CES. That was insane, man.
Yeah.
I'm surprised almost every phone doesn't have a built-in projector at this point.
Motorola tried it, man. Motorola
Wait for
tried.
it, man.
Yeah.
Wait for it.
Motorola tried with the Moto mods, and we all know where that got them.
Do you guys think that it's rational that phones cost equal to or greater than laptops?
No.
I think the prices are too damn high right now. Still, I'm still gonna say that. Like,
Prices are too damn high.
Here's
Exactly.
Here's the thing about the phones, though. We lament the pricing to the phone, but if you really are being honest with yourself, your phone is your most important asset usually. Like if most of the phones contain it could contain your entire life, all your info. You have assets to do so many things with your phone. Like,
yeah,
I can't
It's for me a competition between, for me, just because I guess of what I do, between my phone, any computer, whether it's a laptop or desktop,
right,
and my camera. And I know it's the same for you at this point, Viper, is like that camera.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the thing about phones right now is, I do think the prices are out of whack. I do think that fewer phones will be sold this year because of the prices. Like the next video that I want to make, like I just got this Razer phone today. All right.
Yeah.
And I ordered it because it was $500 and it started out at $799. And if you're interested in a Razer phone, $500. And everybody on YouTube, and so Marquez was the first person to do this with the first Razer phone. Marquez just totally took a crap on the Razer phone's camera. And basically that set the tone for how every other reviewer was going to talk about the Razer phone. And then it did. I mean,
it does, because no one else has no one knows how to make a review, man. Like even some, I see some people like I'm big in the budget community, in the budget phone community, and I'll make a review on something, and I'm like, did this dude just literally fucking write down what I was saying and just post it to YouTube? Like that's how I feel sometimes.
Everyone has to brand their content and brand their own rating system. Like the thing that no one will ever be able to take away from me is the fact that like when I talk about like my rating system for durability, my running joke is, so as you guys know, my build quality review is based on the capacity of this to cause physical harm to the human body. And so its bludgeoning capacity is roughly an 8 out of 10. For me, I can crack heads with it.
Why the hell does your keyboard look like a baseball bat?
Because that's why it gets an 8 out of 10 for its ability to bludgeon my opponents.
That's a Logitech.
So big, it makes no sense. What the hell is that? Is that like an alien device? What is
this?
It's a Logitech 910, right?
I think it's almost $200. Is it like $150 or something, Jason? Mechanical like Logitech G910 for the new build here and everything like that. The keys all light up when it's time because I've got the other one here. And everything like that. This is 3 times more expensive than this other one, which was sponsored anyway. And the build quality on this is solid, very comfortable, and programmable keys for all of your gaming needs. Not sponsored. It's even got a scroll bar built into the damn keyboard
for volume or anything else that you want to program to it.
Wow.
Exactly so. Media keys up here and everything like that.
Bluetooth for your microwaves.
Almost, like that. But again, more importantly, I can bludgeon any home invader with this and do significant significant bodily
Hell
harm.
yeah, you can. You got a baseball bat in your hand, literally.
So I've got the over at the desk. I've got the Logitech. I think it's like the G314 or 414 or something like that. It's made out of aluminum, or at least like the plate, the base plate is made out of aluminum. So that, yeah, I think I'd have to give that a 9 out of 10. But even the Logitech Craft keyboard is surprisingly heavy and is made out of metal. Like the back where the battery and everything is made out of metal. So if I hit somebody right with that, I could
Logitech, just like give me some Kevlar on my tech, and I'm like, we're good here.
Weapon. Be using that.
Oh my gosh!
Going down Georgia.
So here's the thing that I want to finish up like with my thoughts on this Razer phone and phone reviewing in general. This Razer phone 2, in the day that I've had it now, is one of the best feeling, best looking. Like, there's nothing about this phone that isn't amazing.
It looks pretty sharp too, huh? No pun intended.
Yeah. I think I could do some damage with it too. But the thing is, like, YouTube tech reviewers, Marquez first, and then everybody else afterward, set a certain tone, and then everybody said the same thing, and so nobody went out and bought the Razer phone 2 because of what was said first about the Razer phone, and then about the Razer phone 2. Everybody said it was a better phone, but by that time the damage was done, and so now Razer is shutting down their phone division. But this is one of the coolest, most unapologetically, like, no notch having, big speaker having, like 120 hertz screen.
Yeah.
I mean, support phone even with them shutting down their phone division.
Bro, the thing for me too was the luminet, like the glowing back, like that's one of the dopest things, bro. Like,
yeah, I mean it's severely geeky, but it is very, very cool.
If you guys sitting around, it might be nice to have, especially if they're not going to make them anymore. Like, that's kind of almost a collectible then.
I'm waiting to pick up the phone, and because I know they did it with the original Razer, the Razer phone. They basically did a huge sale on Best Buy, just $120 for the OG Razers. So I'm waiting for the Razer 2 to do that, or Best Buy to do that with the Razer 2. Yeah.
I'd buy that now just for the nostalgia reasons of collecting it.
Yeah, exactly.
For 500
something later, and I can flip it.
I was gonna say, I've gotten to the point to where I can't watch another cell phone review because everybody judges cell phones on 2 things now, and it's either the appearance / aesthetics of the phone, or they judge it based on the camera.
Which is bullshit.
People will write off an entire phone because that one feature, the camera, doesn't match up to another camera. It's just like, you got a whole nother phone.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what ticks me off a lot. And it's like the follow the leader kind of mentality of a lot of people who make phone reviews.
If you're not a content creator, go buy a goddamn iPhone SE off of eBay, or go buy buy any like generic ass phone at Walmart for under $500, for Christ's sakes. Like, I'm not even joking. Or buy a OnePlus. Like, I'm not even joking. It's like, if you're not a content creator, why the fuck do you care?
Yeah.
So,
do not tell the fanboys why they care, Roberto.
I'm gonna bring some.
Here's discipline. Just saying.
Sorry, Jason. Let Jason speak. We've been cutting him off.
I'm gonna seriously bring a little bit of drama to the table when I talk about this phone this weekend in a video.
Oh dear God.
So my friend Juan Bagnell, who doesn't have nearly as many subscribers, he's the smartest phone reviewer there is.
I met him. I'm on my way to CES. I met him at the Hollywood airport.
Yeah,
we were sitting, had to talk for a while. He's cool, man.
He is the smartest phone reviewer. He doesn't have nearly as many subscribers as he should have, but he made the point about the Razer phone that like Linus did a review where he kind of tanked the phone, and he's like, oh, the camera's not very good. And Juan actually like brought up the photos that Linus used, and like they were all backlit and poorly composed and everything. It's like, oh, you think
bro, he goes into detail with his camera reviews, bro. Those are the videos I love watching of it. He goes into detail, man.
He's got the super detailed ones in.
Not the biggest YouTuber. It doesn't even. So angry. I'm so angry.
So I'm going to talk about how we talk about phones, and I'm going to use this as an example of something that, even for me, like somebody who's relatively knowledgeable about this stuff, I just basically wrote it off because I'd heard everybody say mediocre things about it. And then when it got to be $500, I was like, oh, maybe I'll check it out. And it's just annoying to me that, Marquez has earned his stripes. I'll give it to him. And so has John Morrison. So has a lot of people. But,
yeah.
Well, Linus just has a big mouth. I don't find his
YouTube drama.
I don't find his reviews to be really all that good.
I loved what they said. It helped me with not going all in on the Microsoft Surface 2. And I did go to the store and try it for myself. And I was like, it did help me with that. It's like, but that damn keyboard is so nice. It's tempting.
Well, I think the thing about Linus is that I don't think he's really into phone reviews. I think he's more of a computer PC guy.
Yeah.
When it comes to PC stuff, Linus knows his shit, and I'll give him, not that it matters for me, but I'll give him total credit.
That's what I watch.
Yeah, I don't even think he would like reviewing phones. I think he only reviews it because it gets viewed more or less. Yeah,
but I mean, how we talk about phones and what we actually focus on, and then the follow the leader kind of mentality that so many people have, where I watched probably a dozen reviews of the Razr phone, the Razr 2, and everybody said the exact same things. Most of it was nothing, but the body language, the word choice, everything was enough to make people understand, like, oh, it's okay. And like, what have we been, so if we're influencers, right? Yeah. Again, it's like, what kind of responsibility do we have? Let's not be lazy about shit.
I love Jedner's Day in the Life with, and I love Jacqueline's Living with and I like Jared Poland's real world reviews of cameras for that reason. Like, right. I like those where they go and they show us a day in the life with the product and use it in the real world and show us the day-to-day experience of it and the day-to-day use case.
Right.
That's something that is very challenging to do and to make a video around, but also captures, I'm really putting myself in your place, kind of like that. I prefer, like, I like the technical stuff, but at the end of the day, I got to live with the product.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd love to do reviews like a day in the life for, like my day in the life would be different than Judner's.
Yeah.
Because I'm a 47-year-old, white guy who lives in Iowa. Right. So,
but that's a lot of consumers.
Yeah. The problem is, like, I look at those day in the life videos and I'm like, wow, he's really got it locked down. He's doing incredibly well with those videos, but it takes at least one other person.
In his case, the wife. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
I keep telling you to get interns.
I know. I did get my wife to help me film this oven review that I'm doing.
The state of Iowa probably has the same tax credit that I get for interns in Georgia.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
I would look it up because it could be better. It might be better. Like that.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing I'm going to tackle at the end of next month.
Like, well, are you like, did you already the tax and stuff, right?
Yeah. But, I said oven, Jeff. I'm reviewing an oven. Okay. And it's called the Brava, and it cooks with light somehow. It hooks up to your Wi-Fi. It has it has tons and tons of recipes built into the touchscreen. But then you can also set it manually for whatever you want and all that. They sent me some salmon, some asparagus, and cherry tomatoes yesterday, and all fresh. I just put them out all on the same tray, but in 3 different sections. Put them in, select that I'm going to cook that thing, and it cooked it to perfection. So,
I wonder if the thumbnail should be you putting the iPhone in the microwave. I wonder if the thumbnail should be that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's if I still have an iPhone by the time I finish the review.
You know, I like talk about clickbait.
Yeah, but this oven, like at first, it was a FameBit thing, and I was just like, well, you know, that could be cool. And I was kind of trying to find a way to change my diet and have more options. And since everything here, like we all eat different things, so everything here is short order cooking. Like if I could get something that would allow me to just cook things quickly without having my wife make 3 meals for everybody, then the oven could be cool. But it's turned out to be even cooler than that. It even has a camera inside that you can watch your food cooking. What? Yeah, like a full screen view. So the screen is like probably 4 inches by 2 inches, or maybe even a little bit better, but a little bit bigger. But yeah, so you get to watch your food cook.
Travis popped in. He's like, "Tell me more."
Food. What happened?
I didn't actually know anything about this. I just said, well, that sounds like it could be fun. I'll pitch them this idea of, you know, helping me with my new diet. And they said yes, and they're like, and we'll send you some food, and we'll send you the oven. They've even got an egg plate, like an egg tray, so you can cook 4 eggs at a time. When it came, my wife was like, "What the hell is this?" I was like, "Well, it's an oven. It's brushed aluminum. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful oven." So my wife was like, "How much did this thing cost?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know how much." They just sent it to me.
Almost killed you right there, right?
I
just swiped. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know how much it cost. She's like, you didn't buy it, did you? I was like, no. They sent it to me. So she looks it up. It costs $1,000.
And she's like, and you got this for free.
Yeah, exactly.
So now
she's your little YouTube thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's like, so they sent it to you for free? I'm like, yeah. Do you have to send it back? I don't think so. and then I was like, yeah, and they're paying me to do it on top of that. She's like, oh boy. She's not feeling so nervous about me quitting my job.
Like, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. So, but I'm very nervous about me quitting my job. That much I'll tell you.
But I'm nervous about you quitting your job.
I am, except for the fact that I've told you that you'll have at least a little bit of time to use some of the skills you've acquired to set up some other things.
Right.
I mean, for the rest of you, Jason's in a unique position in terms of some of his creative abilities with regard to things he can do with Twitch and streaming and music. But more importantly, Jason can use his experience with YouTube to also now start to go and help musicians. And he also is in Iowa, where almost nobody has as big of a channel as him, but everyone wants to be an influencer everywhere now, and to where he can do some interesting things with that, and to where he can even go and talk to about social media in the college system, having come from there. And then there's opportunities. So like, there's a lot of things that once Jason has unlimited free time that he can do that also supplement his income without the hustle of YouTube. And and the thing that I would tell all of you is this, is that an extra $1,000 once you're a solid YouTuber of some kind, even without the numbers, is easy to make in the sense of this. Like Viper, you aren't a bad photographer, and now you have a camera that's designed for photography. You can like do some pickup work, taking headshots of people and make some dough. It's like pretty quickly. Not to mention you're a tech enthusiast. You can make some dough setting up local businesses, home offices, and more local businesses. You know how to stream with a legit DSLR camera. You can set that up for most of the local small businesses and like offices and lawyers and things like that. Because guess what? All those people follow Gary Vee. All those people follow Gary Vee.
Yeah.
We know that. Everybody's trying to make content. Every business, every company is trying to sell their jewelry, sell their services. Every working professional needs a personal brand because now they see, oh crap, I need a platform, if nothing else, just to defend my reputation. You know, like everybody understands now it's over, which means everybody on this panel can get a couple $100 setting someone else's live streaming setup up for them and doing their shopping and helping them buy that stuff, setting up the office. Everybody here can go out, snap a wedding, and get $500 with a good camera, or film it and get like $800 or $1,000. Everybody here can do that. Right. So that means that
I definitely feel that way too about the future, especially as well, and that's why I love Gary V's like what he says so much, because I'm one of the people that didn't choose to go to college, you know, because it's not set out for entrepreneurs to, you know, pretty much. You shouldn't go if you're an entrepreneur. That's how I feel personally. But we are getting into the gig economy, and that's what I'm loving. We're getting into the gig economy where people are doing little jobs or have side businesses or side hustles or multiple streams of income, which everyone should have. We're getting into the gig economy. That's how I feel it's going to be. Like, since when, like 10, 15 years ago, a lot of people can say they make 6 figures in their bedroom, you know, online. Yeah. So it's like, it's kind of getting.
Here's the meta. Here's how bad it is. Here's the meta. We have this whole, like, and I'm not getting political, but we have this whole fight for 15 thing, right? $15 an hour minimum wage, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem. After 8 hours of busting your ass, that's still only 100. And I say only, that's still only $120 for indistinct value of us deciding and assuming that's the value of your time for doing whatever. Because you see, if you sell time, which every human being has, it's sold, and you also don't have a definitive skill set. You're selling time for fucking cheap.
Exactly.
And it might sound like, Roberto, $120 would be is going to do this for my family, or do that for that family, or that we're moving from $10 an hour to $15 an hour. It's like, it's $10 or $15 for an hour. Do you realize if you learn how to do certain things, what you can accomplish in an hour? It doesn't take me an hour to edit a YouTube video that generates sales for my business, or like even an ad video for that fact of the matter that generates sales for my business or a business. It doesn't take me that long to write an email that sells things. If you learned copywriting and did copywriting for a business, all right, let me put it to you like this. Email marketing, which sounds boring as shit, right? Email marketing and automation.
Yeah.
Email marketing and automation. If you became ConvertKit certified in email and automation, to just set up someone's email list, you could charge $1,500 or up to $2,500 as a one-time setup fee to set up somebody's email list, their initial autoresponder sequence, tag their subscribers and everything like that. And this process is not even going to take 5 to 10 hours all in, and you're going to get over $1,000 versus if you work even at $15 an hour, 5 days a week, you're only going to make $600. You're going to work 40 hours and make $600 and not even make what someone who knows email marketing just to set up someone's automation makes on a one-time task,
Exactly.
One time. If $600 is shooting a wedding for the weekend, if you're an amateur.
And you can charge expenses for that.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel as well. Because even with getting it, like, especially my parents, my girlfriend's parents, I remember them asking me like, "Hey, what do? Are you going to college?" You know, this is my ex now, but they're asking, "Why aren't you going to college?" They would always get on me like, you know, what is this YouTube thing? You have side hustles that it's so like foreign to most people, and then they'll go ahead and say the same thing that everyone else says. Oh, well, it's not promised. You're not promised to make that much. You're not promised to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
you're not promised a job. So
exactly, bro, that's what I said. I'm like this.
You
can
get into internal politics. You can get into internal politics at the job, and your girlfriend's parents, everybody's parents. Here's the problem. if everybody's parents that are like 50 plus, I hate to say it, and you know this, Jason, like most people 50 plus, if they're fired tomorrow and have to go back to competing in the job market at zero leverage, even compared to their kids, they're fucked, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Here's what I'm saying though. That's exactly what I'm saying. And the crazier thing than that is they're working for businesses as well. They're working for separate businesses. So if they've been working there for 10, 15, 20 years, they're making the most out of everybody. So they're going to get fired as soon as a recession happens. If they're going to get in the young fucking people, recycle again. And you know,
young,
the people there
hungry,
at the top
work harder for me.
They're gone.
No expenses.
They're gone.
Nope.
Exactly.
That happened to my friends who got pushed out of NBC. I had friends 55 pushed out of NBC.
Yeah. The interesting thing for me is that since I work in academia, as it were, I'm not a tenured professor, but I'm a instructor, and I also run a program. So I have what's called career status, which basically is sort of like tenure in the sense that if for some reason my job were to go away, they'd have to find me another job in the university that was comparable, where and I'd continue to make my same salary. So basically, like, I'm 47 years old now. So
they only do that to retain talent.
Well, yeah. I mean, and the thing is, like, I could stay at this job for the next 20 years. I could stay at this job for the next 20 years, cash out, do my social security, do my.
But you'd also have a salary cap.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get, because it's a state-run institution, I get like a 1.5% raise every year, which
just barely covers inflation.
Yeah, and it's like I get maybe an extra $20 to $40 in my paycheck every month, and I mean, there's something really, really attractive about knowing that job can basically be mine until I say I don't want it anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm here, like, and yet I find myself in the position of saying I don't want it anymore, so I can do this.
Well, if I feel like the number one thing in people's minds should be not like, obviously money's important, especially if you have to take care of your family. But I'm even having people wanting to be stable and they don't have any fucking kids or a wife, and I'm like, dude, like, you're gonna really let that go over what you actually want to do? That's stupid as shit. Like,
here's the other stupid thing. If it's so stable and it's so goddamn awesome, why do 60% of Americans not have $1,000 in savings? Why do 80% of Americans
if an emergency happens, we can't even cover?
Why do 80% of Americans not have $10,000 in savings? Which means 80% of Americans, if they get fired, will not be able to make back up the difference in time to be able to cover their mortgage and all of their debts and student loans and all this other nonsense, because they keep digging the hole. Or a medical emergency wipes out 80% of all American families at any given time, because the deductible, if you happen to have insurance, is pretty much $8,000. If you have good insurance, it's like $8,000 is the ceiling on that deductible in the worst case scenario, and you're still going to have to come up with money and expenses while you're going through that, which no one accounts for and everything like that. $10,000 for a lot of people will not even cover 6 months of their living in America. So guess what? Not having that saved for 80% of people, if 80% of people can't get to a point where they can't even cover a medical emergency with the rise of cancer, diabetes, and now like Hep C and all this other shit, then guess what? The plan ain't working for the majority of people, regardless of education, regardless of income, period, end of story. Why the hell are we marketing it like it's so goddamn awesome?
Yeah. Because the country runs on debt, Roberto.
Well, it does. It's a trap. It's a trap.
Well, I mean, that's absolutely right. And people are kind of in a position, we've been sold this bill of goods for so long. And there was a time when having a day job, full-time job, going to the Ford factory or whatever it was.
Exactly. When
it was called 1940s,
1950s, 1960s, like all the way up to the 80s or the 90s even.
Maybe 1985.
Yeah. But still, like the paradigm still exists. I mean, people talk about this in like public education all the time. The fact that we're not training students to actually be able to think critically enough to adapt to the world that they go into. You know, there's still this premium put on
everyone
like
crying to me about, well, everyone can't be a tech entrepreneur, everybody can't be a content creator, everyone crying to me about that shit. Then cool, get a trade, because trade jobs won't be replaced by automation, because machines can only do repetitive task and computations. They can't do the detailed work of a plumber, an engineer, or a welder, or a roofer. So guess what? If we're going to go there, then guess what? The good news is you don't have to go into debt to learn any of those things. And we can do trade schools and vocational training for all the people who say, I'm not smart enough to learn to code or to do this or to do that and everything like that. Great. Guess what we got? We got trade skills, because retail is going to get ate by the automation. And even your precious jobs of doctor, lawyer, accountant, to some extent, are going to get ate by artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, and hydraulics.
Imagine how much the accounting
tech.
Imagine how much the accounting business is hurting over the past 10 years just because of TurboTax alone. I'm seriously.
My sponsors.
Yeah, I mean, and now that Intuit owns TurboTax, QuickBooks, and Mint.
Yep.
Like, I'm now like going through all of my expenses from last year from stuff that came through in the bank, and I'm flagging the stuff that's business, and it's going to transfer directly over to my tax return.
In a couple of years, at like 2 years, I think, and there will be a machine learning apparatus that does that for you.
Yeah,
and eliminates bookkeeping. It's over. Like, and that's like, sorry, that's over. Like that job's eliminated. Like it's
we're going to have to go into the gig economy. It's forcing us to go into the gig economy.
Had the gig economy for thousands of years. The term
I'm saying it's gonna be more not unorthodox.
No,
is what I'm trying to say.
I'm saying the Industrial Revolution was the unorthodox thing, and it's only recent in the footprint of human history. Do you know where the word freelancer came from?
Where? No.
It came from the phrase hirelance, which was a paid soldier, a mercenary. It was like you had no allegiance to a king, only to the highest bidder or whoever paid for your services. It was called a hirelance. It's like, oh, you're a paid warrior, you're a paid soldier, you're a soldier of fortune, and you are a mercenary, essentially. That's where the term came from. And if you think about it, we've had almost everybody prior to the Industrial Revolution was a tradesperson, a cobbler that did it for their local community. And you always had a cobbler, you always had a tanner, you always had a blacksmith, you always had, somebody to do these things and do trades. And they did it not for the behest of the corporation. They did it in the ecosystem of the local community. You always had people that sold their skills directly to the market. And the thing is, the only employers used to be the nobility, the army, and the merchants, and everyone else was made to ply their trade directly to the consumer. Every business was a direct-to-consumer business until the, I would say, the turn of the century in the 1900s. Almost everybody was a direct-to-consumer business person.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're going through the. I think it's the most enticing thing is most people just want to be taken care of, man. Most people don't want to work, because here's the thing: you're in total control of your life, man. You can make like on YouTube, you can make pretty much as you want if you work your ass off. If you upload 3-4 times a day, just for some people,
and if you serve market instead of
no, exactly, doing your research.
Vlogging my life isn't serving the market.
No, it's not. You have to create some sort of value as well. But it's even with people coming from third world countries or people just wanting to get into America. Like the number one thing is, I want to, they work hard as hell and they work harder than us, but they're even getting caught into that trap of, real wealth is buying a home. Real wealth is, I feel now, dude, like, and it's always been this way. Real wealth or real success is being fucking happy, because once you have ties to a certain home, once you have ties, it's not the worst thing to own a home, right?
Being in control.
Being in control, dude. Being in control, and that ties into being happy, right?
Happy's a very dangerous word right now, because the thing is,
you can do drugs. I'm saying,
I say happy is a dangerous word because there's now the expectation that we're not making a distinction between a lack of specific unhappiness or a generalized feeling of comfort versus we have this expectation that if you don't have problems or if you don't have a chemical imbalance, that you should just be like happy all the time. But the spectrum of happiness varies, and a lack of discomfort isn't the same thing as an abundance of happiness. And we're conflicting a lot of those things. And the reason we conflate those things because most people's misery is based on gaps in Maslow's hierarchy. Maslow's hierarchy of human needs is about comfort and satisfaction, which is separate from happiness. Happiness is in itself marketed as something that can be attained and held on to indefinitely. And I've talked to enough people at enough different income brackets and enough different stations in life to where I've now realized we have to redefine happiness.
Yeah.
It's more fleeting and ephemeral than people think in terms of happiness.
You have people with $500 million in their bank account that need to see a therapist 3 times a day, you know,
because they have in there, and yet people shame them and say that they have no right to their unhappiness. But then we cry when Robin Williams and Chester Bennington and Mac Miller and these people commit and Kate Spade suicide. We cry, but we never really cared about
Anthony Bourdain.
Exactly, Anthony Bourdain. But we didn't care about their inability to attain happiness for themselves because we envy their position and their options. And we don't realize that the position of options and power is separate from happiness. It's just comfort. It's just protection. It's just sustainability. Happiness is something that you could have without money or without those things or whatever.
Yeah.
Because happiness in itself, it's not that money can't buy happiness. It depends on where happiness is placed, and it depends on what it takes for happiness to be stable for you. I'll give you a personal example. I've realized that for me, I was beating myself up and I was making myself depressed over the guilt of not feeling happy all the time, or not feeling, and when I say happy all the time, I mean being at a 10 all the time.
Yeah.
Like, whereas I have enough comfort to where I roll out of bed at a baseline of like a 7, which is amazing considering that I spent most of my life at a 3 or a 4. Yeah. And so a baseline of 7 is amazing in retrospect. And some people are like, well, Roberto, if I had your life, I'd be at a 9 every day or a 10 every day. And it's whatever. I'm at a 9 or a 10 in the moment after I hit the shutter on a camera and get the perfect photo. I'm at a like 9 out of 10, like, in the moment of crushing it on stage. I'm at a 9 or a 10 at the thank you changed my life. Like, and then it's gone. And that's okay because I'm back to a 7 or an 8.
See, here's okay. I don't think that happiness is a goal. I don't think that happiness should be a goal. I think that happiness is a construct that's been sold to us to make us buy stuff. Happiness is what Roberto is describing in those moments is happiness, but it's not necessarily happiness in the sense of like I feel great about my life. You know, people
that was the more of the happiness I was trying to go into, because you have people what I'm trying to say is you have people complaining every fucking day about what they, their job, but they don't do anything to leave it,
Right. I mean, to me, like, so I have a condition called dysthymia, which means that I have a low grade depression all the time. So if I were to grade my happiness, it'd probably be like on most days a 4 to a 5.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I can take satisfaction and comfort in doing the things that I know I've learned over the years are valuable to me. you know, and so doing creative work, spending time with my family, feeling good about teaching a group of students something, like those are things that I get satisfaction from, and I know there's value in me doing that.
And it moves the needle for you in the moment.
Yeah, but I've kind of let the ship sail when it comes to like trying to feel elated at all the time. Like I used to feel guilty the way that Roberto was describing, like, well, you know, geez, or I used to feel sorry for myself because certain opportunities here or there didn't work out. But now I'm just like, none of that matters. It's just the work that you do.
That's true. And let me tell you, my happiness comes from being content. Take a bite on that for a minute, chew it, let it marinate, and then understand that that's actually the safest place, the safest way to be happy is to be happy that you're in contentment. On a side note, what up to my Discord who just dropped in and say hi. Roberto, if you haven't already seen Techno Minute, you should go check out his channel. He's one of the small YouTubers just coming up. His last 2 or 3 videos.
I think I have actually.
Level. Okay, cool.
I think I have seen.
Yeah, he's legit. He's legit. But yeah, my happiness comes from my contentment.
I'm gonna make a note here.
Yeah.
Techno Minute.
You would definitely dig him.
Yeah, it seems like
I think I went too deep for a second. I didn't mean like full happiness. I meant happiness with your career. Let's say that.
What you have to know about me is like everything eventually goes that deep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I've been on a kick about this though. I've been on lately, like on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, like with every gray hair, I think you become you put less and less a premium on feeling something. You don't feel things for the first time, I guess. You start to learn what your experiences are and what value they have to you.
Mm-hmm.
So like when I was in my 20s, if I didn't have a good show, or if I didn't like if I didn't finish a song, or if I didn't do this or I didn't do that, then it threatened my sense of it threatened my existence almost, right?
like when YouTube ad revenue is down or some shit, or video's not performing as well. No, I'm just saying for creators, like it kind of like it feels that way sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, now that I've kind of been through those kinds of things a couple of different times, here with the YouTube stuff, it's like I'm working hard to make sure that when I do switch over to not doing my job, that I'll be able to continue to grow and to still support my family. But you know, I still take a lot of satisfaction in just sitting down and making the video. Like I've been struggling with this sponsored video that I'm doing about an audio plugin, but the problems have all been like, okay, I have to figure out technically how I can make this work so that I can communicate to the audience what it is that I'm trying to talk to them about. You know, and I've spent a bunch of time trying to get that to happen, but it doesn't bother me. And still, like even if that were the case, I'm still making 3 times as much money as I would have hourly on.
Yeah, the needle moves on what your frustrations are. And it's like but these are problems that represent in some way a luxury priced problem is what I want to refer to it as. A luxury priced problem. Like it's still a problem for you. Like you know what I mean? Which means that it's still a legitimate problem, but it's a problem that comes with the baggage of, oh, this is a nice problem to have because it's my privileged position to be in this situation.
Well, you know, I grew up poor, and you know, we grew up not knowing if we'd have enough money to we'd have to choose between bills to pay and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I know that kind of struggle, and I, you know, for many years in my adult life, made choices where I wasn't making as much money as I could in order to do the thing that I loved that I wasn't making money at. And that caused struggle. So now that I'm in this position of, you know, this company has hired me to communicate my opinion about their audio plugin, and I'm trying to figure out how to get the difference between it with and without recorded into OBS. Like,
it sounds nice, but my point to that even is your problems scale in proportion to your level. Your problems find you at the level that you're at. It's like video gaming, right? We've all video gaming. It's like if we go back to the starting place, we just like curb stomp everything, right? But if we play at our level and go to a dungeon that's our level, it's like, you know, better gear up, better get the like better save point, better like our problems. Because here's the thing, Jason, your problems have higher stakes. It just is that they like. It doesn't feel as soul crushing because you're not on the margin, but it's still, you're playing for higher stakes now too.
Right. And I mean, the cool thing about it is like, I don't look at this I look at more of as a challenge, like the kind of stuff that I love to do when it comes to audio engineering, recording, doing music, you know, doing YouTube stuff, trying to figure out how to do something that is not typically done in order to create a, you know, help create a message and a story that goes along with it. I don't, like I say, I don't really look at it as a problem as much as I look at it as a challenge, and it's a challenge that I enjoy trying to get through. I mean, yes, there's the thing where, you know, these guys want the video because they're going to launch their product, and the video is part of their whole marketing thing. But the guys that I'm working with are also complete audio geeks. That's why they made this product.
Sweet.
So I'm on the phone with them, like, you know, I'm trying to do this, and I, you know, and so we're just talking back and forth, like different things to try. And that's, to get paid to do that just seems like stealing, to tell you the truth.
That's where imposter syndrome comes in.
Well, no, I mean, it seems like stealing in comparison to, like, some people work really hard. They go to their day job. They work 8 to 10 really hard hours. They come home exhausted. They, you know, their bodies suffer over time for it and everything else. And I'm sitting here playing around on the computer trying to get audio to route a certain way.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it's been like for me since leaving my full time to kind of. Well, I have another full time, but it's all YouTube stuff. So, yeah, and it's weird to like wake up and it's almost like chapter 2 of my life or chapter 3 of my life. It's completely different. It's almost separated. I was in corporate for like over a decade, like well over a decade. I worked for a company, a huge company you all know, for almost 8 years, and not driving an hour and a half to downtown Seattle, not being there for 10 hours, and then not driving another hour and a half back, and then being like so tired and then having to find time. I wake up at like 8 o'clock and my traffic is from the bedroom to this room. And there's something so freeing about that. I leave and go to lunch whenever I want to. It is a weird thing that that imposter syndrome. I love that term because it's almost like, wait a minute, should this be happening? Should I be able to do this?
Do I deserve this? But that's a trap of our social construct.
It very much is, man, because I remember, like, I'm just, especially during December, man, those ads were hella good. Okay. I'm sitting around and I'm like, I'm making more than 80% of the people in the United States, right?
Yep.
This month. And I'm like, dude, I woke up at 11, or I woke up at 12. I woke up at noon, and I'm just like, why? Like, this shit's like, it feels like and I think with that feeling also comes doubt, like, oh, this is just gonna leave.
Well,
like,
that's part of like with the struggle that I've been having with my 400K special is like, I'm looking at like my friends like Audrey and Romina, and I even look at like, you know, what I see from like, you know, John Prosser, and I'm looking at what he and Brian do, and I'm looking at all these people who, in my opinion, put so much more effort into the content they make than I do, and don't have as much to show for it. And I'm like in the numbers that people measure or whatever. Yeah. And I'm like, that seems wrong. Like, even for me, that seems wrong. Now, granted, I'm in a different niche and category and things, so like that's also misplaced, and that's me not respecting context. But it's in my head. I'm like, and it's a struggle to communicate that, because here's the thing: I intellectually know better than all of that, and I also intellectually know that I earned my place and then some. I know all of that. It's hard to reconcile that with the voice in your head that just wants to make a problem where there isn't.
Yeah.
And we're groomed for that. We're groomed to nothing's ever good enough, never be satisfied. If then no one moves the goalpost for you, move it yourself. It's frustrating.
You know, I sometimes feel that way too. Like I've been very fortunate in the past couple of years with what I've been doing on YouTube, kind of taking off in the way that it has. But every time I feel like you're describing, Roberto, I kind of remind myself, no, you've been doing this since you were like 14 or 15 years old. You've been working toward this for almost 30 years. And you've put all the time in, and you've put all the effort in, and you've failed, and you've gone in different directions, and you've struggled and all that kind of stuff. So if it's and it's not that it's coming easily, but if it's coming and I can sort of feel good about it, I can feel positive about it, then, you know, I don't know. I'm a highly competitive person too, so I like it when I like it when I win.
I've taken like competition out of the equation because like I did a quote earlier in Twitter that when you compare or compete, you're snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
Because I believe in the marathon analogy, but people don't realize that the marathon analogy is perfect for YouTube because you're surrounded by all these other people, but everyone's only running their own race and you're alone and you're suffering. Like it's like what they're doing is irrelevant to your marathon. Because when they stop, that don't matter. When they're ahead of you, that doesn't matter because this marathon is going on one way or another, and you're surrounded by people. But damn, if you're not in it alone. Like,
yeah, no. The weird thing too about like YouTube in general, like and especially MySpace, like the budget phone area, it's kind of weird, man, because it's like you kind of get discouraged when one of the people you look up to doesn't post a video or stops posting for a while. It's kind of weird because it creates some sort of energy where people just stop creating. If that makes any sort of sense to you guys. I would get to the point.
It's partly to follow the leader. It's follow the leader, and it's part of if they couldn't make it, what hope do I have?
Exactly. I felt that way as well, and I'm like, why aren't these guys uploading anymore? Are they not making any more money on YouTube? Are they not doing this? And then you get all of these thoughts inside your head, and you're just like, well, what should I do? You know, and it's kind of you kind of have to go on your alone because you don't know what someone's feeling at the moment. You don't know if someone's depressed. You don't know if someone has something else going on. You don't know if
family issue or
family issues or something like that. And I kind of felt that way as well. And with you as well, like what you said, Jason, with you've been, you feel like you've been you feel like you deserve the success because you've been working on it for 30 years or, even more than that. Actually, someone told me about you the first time I saw your channel, and they were saying, yeah, I really like this guy because he's very articulate and the way he speaks. I like the way he presents.
Okay.
Just like that. So if like people like you for certain things, and I'm like, yeah, he's good at what he does.
Yeah, and I appreciate that for sure. It's like I teach. I've been on stage since I was 8. Doing things.
You're like a natural performer. Like, and I've noticed that as well. I've noticed when I watched your video, I'm like, wow, this guy's very good at speaking. Because I took Toastmasters as well. So I took Toastmasters for a couple of years, and yeah, straight away I was like, wow, this guy's very good at presenting.
Thanks. Appreciate that. The one thing about it's not necessarily competing. I did this like when I was in the bands and doing songwriting. I was competing on a certain level with the other bands that were kind of at my level, but my actual comparison point was always like the Beatles, Bob Dylan, Neil Young. Like those were the people who I was actually comparing myself to. And so now like the same thing in YouTube for me is like I can use, there are the people that are around me that are kind of in the same basic place, and we've been coming up at the same time, and I can look at them and I can see, fluctuations here and there or whatever. But what I'm really looking at is, I feel like in some ways my contemporaries are the people that I'm shooting to be contemporaries with, or that have the kind of success that I see myself having, are the Marquez Brownlees, the Philip DeFrancos, the million plus people on this platform who, a lot of people would say, well, you've got 150 some thousand subs. You don't have any reason to talk about like competing with million sub channels. But
the thing is, YouTube is more of a meritocracy, and it's more flat than it is hierarchical. Like the hierarchical structure is the delusion of the fan base and the creators, and that's it. Because from an algorithmic standpoint, it's nearly irrelevant, as has been proven time and time again.
Right.
And then from a financial leverage standpoint, it's almost irrelevant. And that because the problem with scaling is employees cost money, and that's overhead. And so it like making more doesn't make you more, like real talk. Right. And so like when you level out all those things, if you approach it from the ruthlessness of a business person, it's all a delusion. The ecosystem and the hierarchical structure of YouTube and the validation of views and subscribers is a delusion to a business person, which is where the game I play in, right?
Right.
And then there's the fact is that in thinking even like that, the problem becomes this, is that those people are only successful by being rogue and by developing a market. Like there's a point where you build the market. There's a point where you are at the behest of the market, and then you create the market.
Right.
And I'll give you my own backstory on that as an example is in the tutorial space, which is where I started, is in the software and how-to tutorials for creative professionals.
Right.
And then segueing into the career advice for those same creative professionals that use those things as a level up. Like it then evolved into bridging the gap between those people and marketing themselves for leverage for their career, then in general for their personal brand and entrepreneurship, because it was my own journey anyway.
Right.
So, and now it's the leverage of that into really dominating your niche and your authority in social media and automations and building multiple streams of income, which I've already done. And so it's this progression of where I've shifted, and now I'm creating a market, if you will, in many verticals beyond just being at the behest of the market, because I'm not just an entrepreneur.
Right.
I'm a creative entrepreneur. I represent the future of what people like yourself come into this platform want to become and want to do in a more practical way than your Philip DeFranco's, your Marquez's. It's like to get to that point, you need, if you don't want to suffer as much through the painful lessons that they learned through a decade, and you'd rather do it in half, you need to know some of the things I know, and even some of them, their staffing and their employees and their partners, or even some of them learn from and benefit from the things that I know.
Right.
When they try to move and expand. Like, I mean, Marquez, like you remember, I think you were here when he was on Viper, and I went through the checklist of graphic assets for a podcast.
Right.
There's always a knowledge gap. And so when you have a knowledge gap, you can develop an underdeveloped market by having ownership of a specific area of knowledge.
Right.
And for me, that represents like the social media platforms, but bigger than that, the marketing and monetization piece of leveraging them. Some of the algorithm stuff, sure. But the thing that you can control that I always talk about is if you want to control the money, then there's really three things. This is big for all of you. This is the thing. I'm going to teach you the three principles. These are the only three principles you really need to understand to make a six-figure income. And what you need to understand is that the 90% of people not making a six-figure income don't understand that they need to raise their skill level to be representative of a high-income skill for where there's market demand. Then they need to be able to communicate and translate that skill and package it into a product or service, or products and services that the market understands. And then they need to build and scale relationships with people that can afford them at the rate of value that they're worth.
Right.
Meaning that if you raised your skill level to where you can deliver $10,000 a month in value, the problem is, can you communicate that effectively to someone, and do you know anyone who's got the money to spend? If you are a $10,000 execution in a small town in bumfuck Egypt, that doesn't help you because no one can afford you and no one respects the rate of service that you do. And even if they do, they're just like, hey, I can't afford you. This is all I got. So if you can't develop networking relationships either with the right clientele or with an affluent customer base, raising your skill and being the most skillful person in the world doesn't matter. And even if you had the relationships, the communication gap of being able to then get that and them believing it is the problem. And so here's the practical execution of that. And you guys may or may not want to write this down, but this is the practical execution of that. There are levels of relationship transactional brackets called $100 relationship, $1,000 relationship, $10,000 relationship, and that's per year. If you have viewers and fans, you'd have to figure out the 1,000 relationships, and you'd have to price things to where you have a transactional relationship with the equivalent of either 1,000 people that add up to $100 in a relationship. And that's not usually, oh, I sold you something for $100. If you do Patreon, it's the $10 a month tier for 1,000 people. Or it's pricing out merchandise and books and other things and super chats and getting 1,000 people collectively to add up to $100. If you are only going to do relationships for if you're only going to do your lowest tier relationships, it becomes a volume game. You have to do a volume-based product, and it can only really be a product because there's no way for you to service 1,000 people for $100 in a practical way unless you're doing a service that you can charge $100 for, that you can do just like that, to where you're cranking out 10 of them like a day to knock that out. If you can do a service that transactionally is valued at $100, but you're so good at it, you can do 10 of them in a day, and there's enough demand for you to do 10 of them in a day, you're still hustling too hard, in my opinion, because I'd rather you productize something. Productize something.
Like a digital product or something. Like
a digital product or something like that.
Yeah.
Correct. Or a series of digital products or enough print-on-demand products with a good margin. And the funny thing is, Jason, I know you want to write like books and stuff like that, but consider this. The margin on a book is no better than the margin on a sweater or a hoodie or a shirt. The margin's no better. Yeah. And yet the effort to make a good book versus make a good t-shirt or hoodie. And I should still make a book because it's leverage for something else. But I wanted to point out, in an immediate cash situation.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately for me, like when I think 3 and 5 years out from where I am right now, I know where I want to be in 3 years, and I know where I want to be in 2 years from that. I know where I want to be in 5 years, and in 3 years, I want to basically be in the position where I could do this, tech review thing, or not do it. But have sort of mastered the game of doing it, getting invited to the places I need to get invited to, talking to the people I need to be talking to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In 5 years, I want the product to be me.
No, that's not not scalable.
Well, see, what I'm saying is I want the value to be in the products that I make for myself, which is like,
okay, so you're saying you want your own ecosystem. That's different.
Yeah. So I'll do the YouTube videos, but I also have, the 2 podcasts that I produce. I also have the book that I write. I also have the music that I make.
I mean, end goal, I feel like everybody should be their own brand.
They should be their own brand. But
Oprah.
Yeah.
She's her own brand, like people like that.
The problem to some extent is everything you just described, Jason, is still hustle income, though.
No, but I mean, I'm not saying that I won't be doing the things that you're talking about along the way.
I know. I hear you.
But I want to be at a place where ultimately this sounds weird. Like Philip DeFranco could do anything that he wants. He could have any show that he wants. He could, as long as he worked hard enough on it to make it a Philip DeFranco thing, people would consume it. Right.
That's the problem, though. Because that's why he's working on Exit, because he has 2 kids now. You know, he has a health thing that hasn't become a problem yet, but he looks at his dad and he realizes how many healthy years with no issues, because PKD, I think it is the thing that runs in his family is genetic. It's a kidney thing. So he's already looking at how he exits being the face.
Yeah. But see, he's in a different position. He started this when he was in his 20s.
Yeah.
By the time he's in his 40s, he can do that.
Yes.
But I'm where he was in my 40s.
Yeah,
I see. He was in his 20s. So my goal is to reach a place where I can build that foundation of diversified income over the next several years. But I've worked for other people and done other people's stuff for the better part of 3 decades. And always at the expense of not doing the thing that I was passionate about. Okay. And so I want to spend the rest of my life doing the thing that I'm passionate about.
I think that part of you doing that is you have to be able to build more things where you don't trade the time to make the money. And that's part of what my next phase of what I'm going to get to is there's still a phase of you trading time for money in the $1,000 bracket. Because here's the $1,000 bracket partly for people. $1,000 is 100 relationships or 100 transactions. You know who is really good at this? Our friend Prosser.
Yeah.
Because Front Page Tech has a show format that allows for shout outs that are sold at a very healthy rate, $1,000 plus. And the show is nearly daily, which means that there's a lot of inventory to sell. And that's the right business model is, okay, if I have all this content that I'm making, the AdSense is extra and that's nice and that's great and it's good. But here's the thing, here's the factor. And I know that if I'm making like $100 a day in ad revenue, regardless of whether I upload or not, I know that they're doing much better than that on healthier views and on good margins. And they have a great MCN and they got good CPM rates anyway. But the thing is, they have a guarantee because they pre-sell, and now they have a team that pre-sells ads for them at an even higher rate. But there's from the split of their rate, it comes out for per head. And after they take off the top to like the equivalent of $1,000 per show transaction as far as the net, not the gross, the net. And that's even better than, because most of us it'll be gross on transaction, but like they net it. And so each, so like, and they're doing more than 100 episodes a year. So like, that's how you get into that 6-figure tier off of that many relationships, not even counting the lower tier relationships of $100 transactions. Right. And so they built a vehicle in the form of the show. But the problem is this, though, it's still hustle income and they still have to make the show. And also it's order on demand and so on. So the interesting thing is this is why there are people who then make things like digital online courses or trainings that are like 500 to 1,000 on that. And it's practical. And the good news is, everyone wants to think those things are a scam, but as you all know, you pay a lot more for a lot less material from a college course.
Yeah. That's actually where I want to get into at some point. Like I can't do it now because of my competitor thing with vidIQ, but there's some things that I want to do after I'm solid enough completely to go full-time YouTube. But one thing I've kind of, and I think I've kind of got this from listening to some of your older stuff, Roberto, and certainly just kind of paying attention, is that I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not good at. And I've already identified that one of my first growth hacks is to get people that are good at the things I'm not good at. I can't negotiate very well at all. I can't, I'm very unorganized. So I'm duct taped together at the moment. But at the moment that I can either afford or find someone who's willing to kind of do that stuff for whatever I can afford, I'm bringing those people on immediately, and I feel like that's going to help me grow faster. Because right now,
look up whether there's a tax credit for college interns for a small business in your community. Because here's what you'll get if it's anything like Georgia: is you'll get maybe a $2,000 tax credit per student, and you only have to have them for 3 to 6 months, and you can cycle through interns that way.
And you can start thinking about that as well. Yeah,
and you can give interns grunt work because you can analyze and audit how much time do I spend doing either repetitive tasks, computational tasks that have no creative ability behind them that anybody could do if I just trusted somebody to do it and taught them how to do it. And you give that work to the interns because, one, not many people get the position to learn from you and learn from a successful YouTuber and a full-time YouTuber, and yet everyone aspires to be a YouTuber.
Yep,
and the fastest way to do it is to learn from a full-time YouTuber.
100%.
That's one of the things that I think Ty Lopez said. He said introverts work best with extroverts. Pretty much, it's like hand in hand. If you have someone that doesn't want to be in front of the camera, you have someone that's passionate about maybe editing or doing something with sound or doing you work well with people like that. You work amazing with people like that. So find, like, if you're an extrovert, if you're in front of the camera, which I'm pretty sure a lot of us are. I mean, would you call yourself an extrovert, Roberto? As far
I'm
as
an introvert, I'm a hardcore introvert.
I'm saying as far as in front of the camera, I'm saying a online influencer. If we're talking about that,
it's an illusion because the thing is, there's no energy output being siphoned from it by another person and by the energy of that and the expectation, because you're in control and you're dictating everything and you're doing it from your place of safety. So, like,
let's just say
it's an illusion that's created. Yeah. I'm saying the illusion
someone that doesn't want to be in front of the camera instead of being sexual.
That's camera shy versus being introverted, and I worked through that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have someone that's camera shy and that doesn't care about being on camera, that's someone you need.
They can be a writer, they can be an editor, they can be a this, they can be a that, they can be a producer, they can be a producer, they can be a manager even of you, of your time, and so like
I've even talked to people at TCL. I'm not going to say names right now, but they'll literally hire two brand managers to work 40 hours for them a month, and they'll get them all of these sponsorships and deals. They'll do the grunt work for them on finding the sponsorships.
Travis, and they'll come up with Brandon can do that.
Come up with 20.
Right.
Yeah, they'll come up with $2,500. They'll come up with $5,000, brand deals. They'll pretty much take what you've done.
Studio 71 is one of the only good MCNs, and they can do that. But you have to be like a certain tier of talent to be in their stable, and they also have to know how to pitch you, and you also have to format your show to be a brand vehicle.
So that's what I'm coming up with the Tesla Talks.
Yes, that's a brand vehicle. That's a sponsored show, like reverse engineer television for some of those things. And again, the sponsors slots is a reverse engineering of television. So like, there's a lot of tiers at the $1,000 like transactional relationship, but here's another one that goes beyond the hustle of the brand deal stuff. Remember what I said about the fact that if you're a YouTuber, you can go out and shoot weddings or do photos or do filmmaking. But here's another skill. If you're good at the back end of YouTube, you could do management services, which could start at $1,000 for not even a month, but per task. Like how I talked about the email marketing thing getting much higher than that. But in terms of a monthly thing, like that's like, you can get a couple of different clients and do so. Like if you have a high enough level of skill and you raise your skill up to where you can easily knock out something in a few hours, but it's worth the pain of $1,000 to somebody because they're playing for high enough stakes.
Yeah. You can walk into businesses all day, local businesses.
Is 100 transactions is $100,000 for the year because you did it twice a week, and it's not even taking a day every time. Like that's, you literally can work 2 days a week and make $100,000. You just have to raise your skill level to solve a problem that's worth more than $1,000 in pain to somebody. And $10,000 a month or $10,000 one time or $10,000 a year, by the way, $10,000 a year transactionally for somebody could be $1,000 skill, but spread out 1 month after 1 month after 1 month to be 10,000 or more. 10 relationships like that, 10 clients like that is your $100,000.
Yeah.
So as somebody who's represented by Studio 71, like one of the things that I've been doing, because my problem has been that I'm not very good at well, it's not that I'm very good at, I'm just not I don't like to negotiate. I don't feel comfortable doing it. I don't like to do it. So my channel manager over at Studio 1 or Studio 71, he was like, well, why don't you send me the stuff that comes to you and I'll take 15% and I'll negotiate all the deals. So he's coming from a place where he's got the Studio 71 system behind him. He knows what people are getting paid for, what kind of views, et cetera, et cetera. He's got the leverage of being able to reach out with that name. And basically, like, since I've started doing that, in the few weeks that I've started doing that, he's been able to get me more stuff than I was ever able to get myself.
Yeah, you know what? And that's exactly why I want someone like that. Because I'll tell you, I'll be real honest. I've been working with Skillshare for a while. I've liked working with them, but I turned down working with them this month because I countered when they came back to me and said they liked the performance I've had so far and they wanted to work with me in April and May. I said, well, why don't we do something instead of just doing these onesie twosies? Why don't you just sponsor me for the whole month? And I gave them kind of this little layout. I'm like, listen, instead of me because I have another sponsor video I need to do this weekend, and I don't want to have to go back and forth. I just want to concentrate on one brand, give you incredible value and just make it easier for me. And then it took a couple of days and he came back to me and he was like, well, I've been thinking about it. We want to do one for April. And I'm like, okay, but you've been thinking about it, but I offered something much bigger. And I go, and I also, by the way, not interested in doing it for the same rate we've been doing it for the last month and a half. So I'm going to back. So I actually walked away, and not in a bad way. I was like, listen, I do want to talk. I do want to work with you guys again in the future. I just think we're just not where we need to be, but it was successful and I walked away. So I made a choice. I don't know that was the right choice. I wish I had someone who had like a lot of experience here to tell me yes or no, should I have done that last one or not? But it was a choice that made sense for me now. And this is exactly where I want to give this to someone else, because if I just made a mistake, then damn, I'll learn from it. But I'd rather not have made the mistake, to be honest.
I mean, exactly. I mean, I've been screwed over. I actually just found out recently going to CES, I've made a few relationships and we've had the same sponsors, and I'm saying, so what's the going rate they're paying you essentially? And I found out from a company that, for something I was doing for $350, they were getting paid $1,200 to do, and I was getting more views than that person.
Right.
So I'm just like, when you're in that, certain spot, you're just like.
Has everyone watched my video on how to negotiate?
No, I need to watch it.
I think I did at some point. Yeah.
Watch it again. Watch it again. I'll have another video about negotiating tactics and and I'll make one for YouTubers specifically for brand deals, because it's the only way anyone ever watches anything. But
yeah, I definitely learned from that, because I was the company I was with that was sponsoring me was paying me the same rate that I was getting at 10,000 subscribers all the way up to 50,000 subscribers still. And I would always bring up, you should be paying me more now, since I'm, hence I'm getting you more views, more exposure, more like.
You negotiated on the wrong thing to begin with.
No. I didn't really bring it up in that way. I actually.
I know you didn't bring it up in that way, but even in your own mind, you're framing it in that way.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with negotiating. Negotiating 101 is about the frame of reference for what you are going to ask for, because it's not about what you think you deserve, and it's not even about what you think is appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was content. The thing is, I was content with what they were paying me till someone told me what they were getting paid. So I was kind of like, wow, I'm getting more views than this person.
I don't even worry about what other people are getting paid because here's one of the first problems with negotiation: the inability to determine one's value. The inability to determine one's own value, or the frame of reference people use for their own value. And the frame of reference that all of you guys are using is views and subscriber numbers. What do you think I use that frame of reference in my negotiations or even in my internal dialogue with myself?
Probably not.
My frame of reference for my value has nothing to do with my YouTube views, nothing to do with my YouTube subscribers. My frame of reference for my value has everything to do with being Roberto Blake. And you know, and that sounds arrogant. But the thing is, what did I make being Roberto Blake worth? That's the key in terms of what's my existing frame of reference for the market potential that I have in terms of an opportunity cost. Let's think about this. Baseline for a coaching call with me right now is $597. I also have built multiple passive income streams to the point where if I say no, I'm not doing extra work and I'm still making thousands upon thousands of dollars this month to not do extra work. So first of all, assess the value of doing nothing. Assess the opportunity cost of doing nothing. If I don't do this, I make how much money? Because the easiest thing to do is to say no. So how much money am I making without doing any extra work? Great. So what's the value of doing extra work? And what's the opportunity cost? The opportunity cost of me plugging somebody else's thing. And if their hope is to move units, how much money do I make if I just plug myself? Potentially, conservatively even.
Exactly.
That's an interesting baseline because if I get 2 coaching calls by plugging myself, it's immediately over $1,000. Why would I ever take less than $1,000 for anything if I can plug myself? But here's the thing. Raising myself to a place to where my independent ability to make money and value was a good frame of reference. Before that, you know what I could use as a good frame of reference? Affiliate sales. I'm already moving. When I was in my prime, I was moving $500,000 in gross for Amazon without trying, which means what I was able to negotiate is like, forget my views and subscribers. Understand this. Conservatively, my buying audience on a 24-hour Amazon cookie has a yearly buying power equivalent of $500,000 on a 24-hour buying cycle year-round. That was my negotiating point of leverage if I have an affluent audience. It doesn't matter how many views or subscribers I get buyers. So I negotiated from a frame of reference of what matters to them and also now what matters to me. So understanding a frame of reference or shifting a frame of reference to a place of advantage or leverage is one of the high-level masterclass level things you can do as a negotiator is understand a frame of reference and understand the power of no and understand the value of opportunity cost to you and opportunity cost to them. Earlier, we talked about how much it cost a brand when Jeff El Jefe was here, how much it cost a brand to make a piece of collateral internally is absurd. And then they still pay for distribution. YouTubers charging but for the theoretical of the distribution of their audience is absurd because it takes no account into the actual work to produce the collateral and working as a vendor in that regard as a baseline.
All right, I got to drop off, guys. I just got pinged to go play some Battlefield. So it's my me time. It's my me time now.
Yeah, no, you're all good, dude. Like in a bit, I'm gonna drop off and I'm still gonna film the 400K video just because we're in like countdown mode to 400K. But I want to leave you guys kind of with this on all of your negotiation stuff until you're not doing it yourself. Is to set new rules. Set new rules. Don't even worry about anyone else, but find a frame of reference to rationalize or explain why you're charging what you're charged. Because again, when I tell the brands what I like. All right, I do over $125,000 in sales. The easy thing I say is like, and then I tell them, tell me the budget. Because like, if I want the relationship,
off with as well.
If I want I want the relationship. You guys came to me. I love that you came to me. I want to work with you. It's, like I can figure out something for what your budget is. Let's just talk about it. What's your budget? Be straight with me. And you know what they do? they're straight with me. And then I say, here's what I'm willing to do for that. Here's what I'm willing to do for less than that. Here's what I'm willing to do for more than that. And the thing is, I already in my head know what those are, because what else have I done? I've taken inventory of my assets. I have an email list, which no YouTuber pitches on, which brands love. I have my other social media. And I also say, I don't want to do a one-off video. I want to do a package of videos. I want this. I want creative control. And I'm willing to give up money for creative control if we do it my way.
Yeah.
Know that you can take less money for more control, and that's a point of leverage too. Is I'll take less money if I have more control. And know that in your heart that you're good with that, because you're still you get to make exactly what you want, get them in a way that fits, and you're still getting more money than if you just made what you want. And that the end, like the end. So, and just remember, if it's a no, don't feel bad, because you still are making exactly the amount of money you would made before this call.
That's true. That is true. That's something I have to,
Psychological internal speak is the failure point for most people of their negotiations, because they feel that they are losing something. And the thing is, if you can accept that you're no better or worse off than before this transaction or potential transaction, which means that saying no isn't a loss, because you were good where you were before this conversation.
Yeah. You're not at the mercy of someone else either.
You're not. So this is about, again, the first thing you have to do is get your mind right and reassess your value, and now also have a very practical way to communicate and justify your value first to yourself before you do it to anybody else. And just by reaffirming this and setting standards, if you set standards, you can now in a negotiation have a baseline for getting people to concede the point. But if you don't have a standard, there's no place for them to concede the point to.
Yeah, exactly.
Even just being able to say, well, what I normally do is this. Or when they say, well, what's your rate? Having an actual, well, for this package I offer this, for this type of package I offer this, for campaigns like yours, we typically do
exactly. Like big shows like Unbox Therapy as a base, like his base is probably 50,000. I've heard from most companies is about 50,000 per video.
And then it's about negotiating leverage at that point. After that point, it's leverage. Because I'd imagine it's 50,000 base plus product. It's probably 50,000 base plus product.
That was 2 years ago as well. That was his base.
I would imagine now
it's probably somewhere 100 to a quarter mil.
I'd say now it's probably 150,000 base plus product plus 150,000 base plus product plus more than one product for either giveaways or internal use. And he probably always base plus product and gets 2 to 3 of the product for both testing and display and B-roll purposes and things of that nature.
Instagram stuff as well, because I've even had some things where like companies will tell me, oh, hey, if you have 20,000 on, even 20,000 on Insta or 25,000 on Insta, we can pay you the $2,500 on there, Instagram is powerful as well.
It's underrated. It's underrated.
It's very, very underrated. That's why I'm
my friend Sarah is killing it on even just straight up Instagram brand deals.
Yeah. Like I've learned with headphone, like that was one of the headphone companies I was working with. Instagram is more value to them than YouTube.
Yes. And here's the thing. They pay more for it. Like everyone pays more. And here's the beauty of that even. The external validation metrics matter less in Instagram.
Yeah.
Like it's easier to negotiate for more money for less outcome on Instagram. And but the thing is, you have to make your brand a brand vehicle for Instagram if you want to make that play, which means you have to figure out a strategy that works.
This is one of the things I'm actually considering giving to a friend of mine, or because I've tried, like this year was supposed to be my year to really hit in on Instagram, and I just haven't done it. I just need to give it to someone, give my account to someone to just do it for me. Because I've tried to be interested in Instagram. I just can't get interested in it. I'm a Twitter guy. I'm a Twitter and YouTube guy. But I understand the importance. So I'd be willing to give up control of my actual Instagram account for someone to do it and even take pictures of me or whatever the hell.
Here are things. I don't think it'd be pictures of you, like, unless you brand it that
or
way.
whatever it is.
But like, let me give you an example of things that work. Like, and they work in different niches or whatever. But it's like, well, Tech Rant would be good at doing an Instagram that was tech memes in a ranty nature, because that's part of the brand and it can be sarcastic.
Yeah.
And so but that may or may not work for you. It might work for you because
Might.
you know,
I do a lot of humor. Tomorrow's video is jokes.
But for a different like tech YouTuber, factoids might be better, or trivia. Like, for example, Apple World, but he recently rebranded. But Apple World doing trivia on Instagram, tech trivia, is part of like a new flagship show that he's doing. So that would actually be really good for him based on that positioning. You know what I'm saying? For Jason, it could be trivia or something like that, or it could be comparisons, just in terms of like posting to like a slideshow of featuring and showcasing products, and then giving some quickie reviews on. And then for him, the strategy would be affiliate linking. You know, go to my Linktree thing and pick out my section of headphones, like, you know what I'm saying, like, or go to my playlist of headphone reviews and then linking to a playlist, you know, and like have a slideshow comparing like with just slide through beautiful photos of these headphones. And even for something like what you do, that could be an angle. So like, it's a matter of formulating strategies for these. And you may not be an Instagram guy, but it's not to say that your brand can't work in Instagram. You might need somebody it can. You might need somebody to be an executioner, but the thing is, an executioner 100%. Can't do a lot if no one has a good strategy for it that fits the brand.
Yeah, I need someone who lives and breathes it and can kind of just, they would be interested in help. You know, that sort of. I just
Instagram
need
ads could be a good play for your merch, by the way. Instagram ads are so cheap, and it's like, "Sup, players?" Like that could be.
Yeah, I feel like that could work.
That could work. You know, so like, you know, that's a whole thing. Last piece of general business advice for you guys is to realize that with the skills you have outside of YouTube, you could build something that has nothing to do with your current brand, just on your ability to be smart. You could build micro niche sites about anything you're smart about, not tie it to your personal brand, and literally farm the search engine traffic or even spend ad traffic against it, and then farm affiliate sales, especially if you currently use any software as a service that has an affiliate thing. If you can put together any reasonable information that helps a buyer and put together even a perfect one-page website or a 5-page website on it or blog post on it, it's a way to generate really good, consistent, recurring passive income. You can do this for Amazon product stuff, obviously, but I'm talking more about SaaS. I'm talking about more software as a service stuff. Like, we'll use me as an example. Teaching all of you about like doing your first digital products, I could easily put together a checklist for anybody launching a digital product, and your first digital product, and that checklist could literally affiliate link out to Teachable, and everybody who signs up to Teachable for their lowest plan, I'd make $11.17 off of that lowest plan, I think, and everybody gets the $99 plan, I would make $30. If I threw nothing but like sheer SEO, got 100 people ever onto the $99 plan, I'm making $3,000 a month in passive income, recurring revenue in perpetuity for the lifetime of the account. And I don't have to wake up every morning for that to close by educating people to buy a product that they already were interested in. And I educate 100 of them. Like, you know, like we talked about 100, thing. Like all of a sudden I get a $36,000 a year salary that I don't have to wake up and work for by facilitating the education of 100 people. And the good news is this is scalable. Yeah. So every time I make resources, I'm making that outcome more likely, and that stacks concurrently indefinitely. And that's how you move the needle on something like that. Now, for you guys, it may not be teachable. It might be some other software as a service thing. TubeBuddy's an example. I do email marketing. ConvertKit's another example. I'm just making the point that there's SEO software like SEMrush. If you have any knowledge, ability in any of these things, or web hosting or any of these things, you can find these systems and build out basic information. This is why my friend Pat Flynn, smartpassiveincome.com, makes $100,000 to $250,000 a month in passive income. This is why. Just understanding this, but doing it for 5 years adds up.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, man, I'm all about that passive life, and that's happening. That's just going to be a little bit. I need to get my shiz night together.
I'm in passive mode. Like the hustle I don't do 40 hours a week of hustle for YouTube or even for my own actual internal business for the coaching and the courses and all that stuff. The 40 hours a week I spend is in developing myself and raising my skill level and my value higher and higher and building out the networking relationships for the next thing and for what I'm going to do at age 40 with like my speaking career and with my media company and with my investments and acquisitions. Like I've been spending the last 2 years researching drop shipping and Shopify only to come to the conclusion that I'm not going to build one myself, that I'm going to hire a company and give them 30%. And I have a coaching client who actually runs a business like that. And that I'm going to buy some drop shipping brands and use my knowledge of marketing and ads to just scale something that I buy that already has a 3,000 net, 3,000 a month net profit as like a Shopify store.
That's what I actually started doing as well. I've hired someone to do that for me because I was like, I'm not spending my time on that.
I'm not gonna, but I'm gonna buy it and then I'm gonna run it through my marketing of my marketing.
I've actually found someone to do it, actually build it for me, and then they'll get 30%, of it.
Yeah, I'd love to trade details on stuff like that because I know somebody for that too. Overseas, that's really good. They have a whole company that does it. And so, I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at also if I just run something through my marketing to see if I can scale it. And then,
or even on a Facebook page, man, from a Facebook page, that's very valuable.
Exactly. So like if I take something that already is $3,000 in passive income, but I have to buy it up front for like, because the thing that they do is like, they'll sell you this for like 5,000 or 6,000 up front. And you can see the Shopify store is already netting 3,000. So you're like, okay, good. It makes its money back in 2 months. But if you're smart at marketing and you can scale the brand, or if you have a personal brand that you can leverage against it because it fits, you can scale that to like $6,000, $8,000 a month. And then you're close to like having 6 figures off of that thing. And it's on autopilot.
Yeah.
And someone else can run it. You could always just put someone else and run it and give them a percentage. And then you do nothing and keep most of the money. Then you can take that money. You can put it into investments. You can do other things. You could rinse and repeat this
for you somewhere else. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Same thing.
You can rinse and repeat it.
That's probably what your friend did.
Yeah.
Flint.
Well, he did. His thing was he got in very early into some interesting things. Pat Flynn, he got in he was one of the first people to move his email marketing to ConvertKit. And thus he was one of the first people to make a series of tutorials to teach people about email marketing. And you have to remember that the lifetime account is 30%, but as someone grows their email list, the price increases. So you can see how that would scale. And he does like maybe 30,000 a month on ConvertKit, and he publishes his passive income. That's why I know this. Like, so 30,000 a month just on ConvertKit. Then he did a lot of the tutorials for Bluehost. And now he sells his own courses, so he makes really good money on that. He also has done JV partnerships where he sold someone else's high ticket course. So like he has so many multiple passive income systems and streams. He's got, an ebook, an audiobook, and a print book, and those do okay. The audiobook has the best margin in sales anyway, which is a good lesson to learn. So like you see enough of this and you realize some of that stuff sounds really super hard or ambitious or like a big number. Oh, that'd be nice to have. But to make a good living, you don't have to, you can do 1/10 of any of those things and make a good living. And that's the point. And that's where it's like, if you can figure out making $1,000 a month on Amazon, which I've done before, if you can make $1,000 a month on Amazon, and then you could also make $1,000 to $2,000 a month on YouTube, and then you knew that through some kind of affiliate marketing software appliance that you were going to make, $1,000, and it's going to only go up per month, but it's recurring without you hustling, and it's only going to go up because of that, and up and up and up.
Yeah.
Like, you're in a very nice position of diversified income, because the average American still you only takes home like $2,000 to $3,000 a month, busting their hump for 40 hours. If you're leveraged in a couple of passive income systems, and then you've got hustle income where with YouTube you're making $3,000 and you're doing what you love, like, Jesus, that's great. Like, and then you're not, if you at least with the reason I like the affiliate model of software as a service is you can turn affiliate essentially into an annuity income, because no matter what happens in your personal brand, the people who signed up those links to your account are not going to turn off their service and then turn it back on just to screw you. That's inconvenient. Yeah. So like, no matter what happens to your YouTube channel, your personal brand, if you end up making $3,000 or $4,000 a month through affiliate marketing recurring, you're safe.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have an extravagant lifestyle, you're safe.
Yeah.
And if you build some niche microsites that aren't tied to your personal brand, that are just information based, you'll keep scaling revenue all the way to $10,000 a month.
Mm-hmm.
It'll take time. And if you build a product that isn't all about your face being everywhere, and it's just the product is the product, and you sell it, or like I said, you buy a Shopify store and it's not about your face and your brand and your name, and you just scale it.
Like those kids who did the what was it? They had a watch. They I think they did the ads through Facebook and Insta. They just sold the company for 120 million.
Yeah. Like, that kind of thing is real. Like, people don't realize it, that like, and that's why.
And I think that's why most people aren't doing it, because they don't believe it. They have too much
skepticism.
Yeah, with this type of thing. Like my first check on YouTube, if a kid gets a check for any type of money in the mail over $100, doing stuff online, your parents are gonna be like, what the hell are you doing? Or people, your friends, especially 5 years ago, who were like, what the hell?
That's why I screen share the sales numbers and let people see that it's like, between 9 and 12K a month of my like awesomecreatoracademy.com website alone. Yeah. And then they know that I do affiliate and I do YouTube on top of that. And then I share those things separately, or different things, just to know that's not even my only like source of income, guys. It's just like my favorite. Like, it's like, I do that not to flex. I do that because it's like, you won't believe me if I just tell you. You won't believe it. Or you'll wonder like, well, what's the scam, or what's the thing? And it's like, no, guys, the scam is this. The scam is the general traditional economy. If you think about it, the scam is that you're 18 years old. They trick you into going $50,000 to $100,000 in debt that you're not going to zero out for 14 years, convince you that getting a good salary is worth that, when it's like, you have a net negative net worth and income. You have a net negative income. Like, no one talks about the fact that if you go into debt to get a good job, you have a negative income because you're in debt.
Yeah.
So that's stupid. Someone who doesn't go to school, even if they make less than you in a salary, they're net positive because of zero debt. Exactly. You're net negative. They won, you lost. And on a long enough timeline, you ain't going to make that much money than them. Even if you get a good job. I checked the median income salary of doctors, dentists, and lawyers in this country, and it's only the exceptional ones that get six figures. I checked, and the median income salary for those folks is about roughly $60,000 to $80,000. And guess what? And in metro areas, that's no better than having a $40,000 to $50,000 a year income in a rural area. So
exactly.
or a suburb. So it does, for cost of living, it doesn't even scale. It doesn't even scale to being more money in the first place.
The biggest thing right now, I just want to say this. Do you see more and more people going through this drive-through nurse shit? Where it's like, it's mostly with women, but it's like every girl I meet is a CNA. They're an assistant making $15 an hour, and they want to have that they want to be put on a pedestal because they're in the medical field or whatever.
So like my family went through that because I mean the medical field in a way it's marketed as a noble profession, and it is, and healthcare is
it is.
But it's also it's there's a level of virtue signaling to it, and yet it's underpaid.
Yeah, it's extremely.
It's almost like a noble poverty profession in a way.
That's what I'm saying, and these girls are putting it like you talking about it like it's being a doctor.
I don't blame it on them. It's the marketing.
Yeah,
I can speak to experience from that because out here in Cleveland, like, you know, we got like two systems. We got university hospitals and we got Cleveland Clinic. So a lot of people probably heard about Cleveland Clinic. The other thing that we have that's growing literally by the day are nursing homes. And these nursing homes, they get banked. Like they get a lot of money from Medicare and from private pay and stuff like that. So most of the people who are going into these professions worked at McDonald's or worked at a low wage job where they were making $7, $8, $9 an hour. Then basically you tell them all they have to do is get a CNA license, which is just something from the state. You pay $100, you do the test. Some nursing homes actually pay for your test and they train you, and you're basically doubling your income. So that's where most.
And they know that it's a stable job with a retirement, and you can do it anywhere in the country. When you say it like that, it sounds appealing, but again, it's all marketing.
Yeah,
right.
It's just, I mean, at the end of the day, I feel I call that a recycling job because at the end of the day, they get someone in, as Roberto said, they make it sound good, and then they find out like, hey, I want to make more than this, you know? They get a little bit wiser.
Because watch this. If you're a nurse, you're on your feet usually for like 8 hours plus a day and whatnot and everything like that. And here's the thing: at $15 an hour, let's be generous. Let's say $20 an hour. Let's be generous. Yeah. Let's say 20.
Especially in Cali.
You made $160. You made $160 for your day. You know what I have to do to make $160 a day?
Nothing.
Well, at this point, yes.
I'm saying for you, nothing.
Yes, but here's the thing. I could sell, to make roughly that, one sale of the Formula for Awesome Videos course pretty much makes $10 less than that. One sale transaction of the Formula for Awesome Videos course because I have a digital product. Oh, well, what if we don't make digital products? But it's like, cool. Because I used to work in web hosting and I've built websites since I was a kid, by recommending Bluehost and two people deciding I'm going to start a website today, I will make $170. And guess what? How I can accomplish that? I have videos or articles that already are out there to bring in traffic, or I can tweet links, and that will accomplish the same outcome. There's any number of other affiliate things. I can literally sit here, and this is not a humble brag or a modest brag. This is the point of, this is why you build systems. This is why you facilitate sales. Facilitating sales of either other people's products or my own product. I can literally tweet or write an email that is guaranteed to make me 3 times that amount of money on any given day. And usually by the time I wake up, something has accumulated the equivalent of that money by the time I wake up. Now, granted, it took me years to build out the systems to do that. But you're going to work for 10, 15, 20, 30 years and not have passive income in a career field that doesn't generate you money when you wake up and when you sleep. And the thing is, to learn what I learned is called watch my free content or anybody's free content or learn a little bit of it. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. And that's the funny thing about it. And there are people not working as hard or as smart as me that are making more. Now they've got talent, or they're entertaining, or they figured out supply and demand, or whatever's popular or whatever, and that may or may not last. But here's the thing. Being an information broker and knowing just a little bit of what most people don't is worth a lot of money. And there's no amount of standing on my feet that I raised my value in just 6 years to a place to where I make, for a 90-minute call, $597 and $279 for a 30-minute call. And the thing is, people say yes to it. You can think all you want that it's not worth it, or that that's a huckster thing, or that's because you're a marketer, or you can think that's skeevy, but nobody has asked for a refund on it. That's the point. So It's about.
I mean, you provided enough value for them to make it worth it. So,
and it's about playing in a different ecosystem, because maybe that's not worth it to an average Joe, but I found a market to serve. And that's all anyone has to do is find a market to serve. And there are higher level markets out there. And the thing is, there aren't gatekeepers to those markets anymore. There's not a gatekeeper to the $1,000 transaction market. And now you have an appliance called the internet to get there. Like, and that's what people don't understand. Let's go to something more that regular people could do. Fiverr, you could make $30 to $50 doing bits for voice acting, and it's not even going to take you an hour. And you're going to make $50 in that day for an hour of work. If you can fill up 3 of those things, it might not even take you 3 or 5 hours, and you'd make $150. You'd make the same thing as working on your feet and taking risk and being stressful and having patients that might freak out and hurt you or something like that, or any number of things. From the comfort of your home, you can make $200 in a day doing voice acting.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. If you learned a coding or a design skill or something like that, 2 or 3 hours of work and you got $200. It's like, I'm not joking. It's like, it's that straightforward at this point. And it's right there for people.
I think
and you don't even need a degree.
Yeah.
You don't even need debt. You don't even need debt to have that kind of income.
I think the biggest thing stopping people from doing that has to be obviously their parents, number one. Gary Vee talks about this, and pride. People want to be put on a pedestal because they have this degree, you know, or they do this for a living, or they, you know.
Yeah, it's like the degree. It's funny about that. Like, in my position, and this is not a brag, it's like, but I had to use this in a video that I did about the college scandal thing. And it's funny to me because, like, I don't think that I'm so talented or so good that, like, people can call me an anomaly. I'm only an anomaly because of bad marketing to the masses at scale that's tricking them.
I mean, and you did your research though, unlike most people. You've put in your dues. You did the research.
Yeah. And here's the thing.
You've thought, you know, you thought for instead of followed everyone. So
my highest level ability is something that I don't even have the capital to leverage just yet. And I still, just on the passive income side, not even the hustle income side, make more than the average MBA in this country. Getting a master's degree, you won't make more money than me on average. And I'm not even using my highest level skill. I ain't using 10th tier magic, son. And that's the funny thing about it. And I'm not that special, like, compared to a lot of other people. I mean, because again, what I'm saying is I'm not using the thing that makes me special. Like, this is still, this is the easy enough thing to do that doesn't take 40 hours a week. This is not me hustling my hardest, because I'm using that 40 hours to build up my brain. Like, and like, I'm not hustling that 40 hours. It's not even close. And the thing is, I don't even have to. I can scale things that are smart work versus hard, aka the affiliate annuity model. Now, all of that being said, I bring that up because we use the MBA thing as you have to get that to be entitled to this job to make this money and everything like that. Income is based on just delivering value to the market. And there are many ways to deliver value to the market at a level that's not predicated on a barrier to entry. We are romanticizing and facilitating gatekeepers as stewards of economic mobility in an age of unlimited meritocracy. That's stupid. It's stupid.
Insane. It's insane to even think about that. To even think about why would somebody go and do that, put themselves in debt.
Andy Weir. You know who that is?
No, it's actually rings a bell though.
He's an author. All the publishing companies said, "Fuck you, Andy. No one will buy this book. You wasted 2 years of your life." And then he decided to give it away on his website. His fans said, "Hey, I want to read this on Kindle. Hey, I want to read this on iPad. You should sell it in Apple and in Amazon." He says, "All right, cool. I was trying to give it away because I wanted my work to be read. I'll sell it. Okay, just go buy it." And he did. Overnight bestseller, somehow in less than a month manages to sell 30,000 downloads. All those publishers have to come back crawling on their knees and and then the book gets made into a film by Miramax and they star Matt Damon as the lead. What's the book? The Martian.
You know it, Tech Rat?
The Martian.
That's what I was gonna say.
It's The Martian.
Yeah.
The czars of taste, the gatekeepers said, "Fuck you, Andy," to The Martian.
That's
to
crazy,
The Martian.
Man.
It's hilarious. The book no one will read. No one will care about this. You wasted your life, Andy. This is bullshit. And it's The Martian.
Yeah.
How much are the czars of taste, the gatekeepers have spoken, huh? Like they're so damn smart, right? These publishing companies, who needs them? But the prestige is there, and you could if you get on the New York Times bestseller listed through them easily and stuff like that, and it gets you speaking engagements in my world and everything like that. But you know what also helps? $30,000 a month. Sorry, not 30,000. 30,000 units in sales overnight in a month. Like the market decides. The market decides if we have the appliances to go directly to the market. Who needs the gatekeepers anymore?
That's why I feel like and I think this is one of the smartest things Logan Paul has ever said. And I'm not saying he's a dumb guy by any means, because I think he's a very, very intelligent person.
Yeah, he's just he's weird.
His decisions and a few other things. Exactly. And I'm not going to kill him for that because and I'm not even going to kill people for that because people make their mistakes and you move on from it, man. And
he's also a victim of his own success because being rich and young with no one in your life who's ever known how to handle money and has never made as much money as you is a curse.
Dangerous. Yeah, it is a curse. And I'm not like I've tweeted at him. He's tweeted at me back. He sent me shit. Like he's he's
blocked
chill.
Me.
Oh, he blocked you.
That's because my friend Vinny was ripping him apart during his scandal in a thread. And the thing is, I wrote a well-praised, even-handed article of his situation. Yeah. But because of people that I was in the ecosystem of that were giving him so much shit, I just got in the ban list too. So fine.
I like him though. I like him as like banned or not. I like him. Yeah. But what he said? What did he say? I'm sorry.
Smartest thing Logan Paul ever said.
Smartest thing that Logan Paul ever said. He's saying that celebrities, or he's saying that YouTubers and people, on social media platforms that have these followings are more powerful than celebrities, like as far as actors and different people like that. Because here's the thing, the people pick you, right? When you do a vlog or you make your videos, that's you putting yourself out there. When there's these actors playing these roles, they're playing a role. They're acting. They're not being real. So he's saying it's hard for actors. It's hard for certain celebrities, hard for certain musicians to create a following on social media because they're boring.
I don't think they need that though. Here's why I say that.
I feel like they don't need that, but I feel a lot of the reason why they fail is because they're boring.
I don't think that's even the case. Because here's the reality. That's populism. And Logan's going to make that point because his power is entirely devolved. His power is entirely based in populism. Here's the thing. If all the tweens and all the people who worship at the altar of Logan Paul either grow up tomorrow, or he gets caught up in a worse scandal than he already does.
Yeah.
What happens to all of his power?
Yeah.
It's gone. It's as fickle as the fan base. It's as fickle as the fans. But a celebrity has the backing, if they maintain the backing of their network relationships, their back-end partners, and of an industry and an infrastructure that's already so invested into them that they won't allow them to fail in many cases.
Yeah.
And thus, that's like...
They do something bad enough, they'll get dropped, though. They're done.
Yes and no. And again, maybe publicly, but not in back channel. And then there's always there's often, as long as it's not something related to the Me Too era, there's often a mechanism in place for their recovery and their redemption.
Yeah. Usually with an apology or tweet or something.
Oh, even again, even if
that.
it's not an overnight thing, even not an overnight thing. Again,
oh no, it's a plan set out for them. Yeah,
exactly, and not to mention,
hey, this
again,
works with psychology, with people,
and they'll be taken care of on the back end because they still are a name. They'll be taken care of on the back end and given something to do.
Yeah,
and they'll be moved often. What happens with a global celebrity, unlike a YouTuber, is this. They're moved from forward facing in the Western market over to the overseas market that isn't as soft.
Yeah.
Literally, they're given work and things to do in the industry overseas where nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
And where they don't read our headlines and press and don't care.
Yeah. They just care about the person and what they do.
And again, and they're also a household name over there, and that's all anyone cares about is, oh, you celebrity, you're a big time celebrity, you're like, oh, you're an American, you're like, and that's like, oh, exactly. It's like, and that's it, and it's like, and you know why I know that's also true? You remember the whole adpocalypse and the whole the last adpocalypse that we just had, the 5th one and everything like that. You know what the brands did? They didn't pull the advertising outside of the West.
Yeah.
All of the non-English speaking countries, they still had the same brands were still advertising with YouTube. It was only a problem in the West.
Yeah, because
because of our newspaper headlines.
Yeah.
They weren't like, oh yeah, we can't be associated with YouTube. It's like, no, we can't be associated with YouTube in the Western market where everybody wants to be sensitive.
Yeah.
To everything all the time.
That is true.
The money appliance is still there. YouTubers are vulnerable to their audience, and they're vulnerable to advertiser leverage, and they're vulnerable to the algorithm. The algorithm can make or break a YouTuber. YouTube could literally decide to destroy a channel anytime they want. And then what do they do? And then what do you do? They could decide to change the policy to where your content isn't viable anymore. The most popular content that Jake and Logan do, YouTube changed the policy to not even allow for that anymore.
Yeah.
Like, so government regulation could make it hard for someone like PewDiePie. Like because they say memes are safe, but will they really honor it? We don't know. Like, so, but here's the thing. Celebrities have a lobby where there's nothing about Article 15, 17, or 11 that's going to hurt. No social media regulation is going to hurt them and hurt the Hollywood appliance at all. They've built a lobby to where they don't have to do the same level of disclosures for television and movies that we have to do for our product placements.
Do you feel, though, that moving to where everything's going with social media and stuff, that YouTubers are beginning to become celebrities?
Yes, but I don't think that's worth what people think it is, because of populism makes it like. Do you realize how many like big YouTubers with 1 million subscribers make less money than smart YouTubers with 50,000?
Yeah, no, I've seen it. It's insane. I've heard of some channels actually stop YouTube because they're not making enough, and I'm like, you have 1 million subscribers. Like, how can you not?
It's not a viable business vehicle because it's 1 million of the wrong type of subscriber.
Yeah.
A channel that specializes in real estate agents.
Exactly. I've heard about that.
At 30,000 subscribers, could be a multi-million a year. Like,
yeah. I've heard of people with that doing the real estate thing at 5,000 subscribers making 200K a month, 300K a month.
Like there are people that are shit for YouTube subscribers and views. But in the world of podcasting, where they only put out 1 episode a week and it's barely edited, are making money hand over fist that YouTubers can't even dream of making with daily content. Like, no, like, again, like, even the biggest YouTubers don't make the kind of money in proportionate to effort that like a John Lee Dumas or a Pat Flynn making $250,000, $300,000 a month. Even with 1 million subscribers, most YouTubers don't clear like $250,000 a month, with like, even with their views. Like, even the biggest, like Rice Gum did like 60,000 in ad revenue in
that was like 2016 though. It was like 65K and that was on a low month, I believe.
with demonetization and the fact he doesn't
he's
upload
not
anymore.
doing anything right now. But did you see that? Did you see that one sponsorship you got? That was over $250,000. That sponsorship alone.
Yeah, but that was like that one deal, and he doesn't do them that often, and he doesn't get them.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like
That's true.
so. And again, you're at the mercy. But like, see somebody like Pat Flynn or John Lee Dumas isn't at the mercy of.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not at the mercy of advertisers. Their brand deals. They're not. They are like locked in, and podcasting is podcasting, and they're at the mercy of that. And they sell products and versus merchandise. Everyone fawns over like how the Paul brothers are the kings of merchandise and everything like that. What do you think does better? Like, you know, having a $500 freaking course or having a $50 hoodie? Like, you know, like it's not even close. So like, for all of that being said, JLD, YouTubers wouldn't think of anything of like, you know, like when I type in my buddy John Lee Dumas and my friend Pat Flynn just got to 100K in YouTube. And he wants to be a more powerful force in YouTube, and he's going to be the king of podcasting advice in YouTube and podcasting gear. But like JLD is literally one of the like top tier people in the entrepreneur space. But he's a podcaster, and he has less than 10,000 YouTube subscribers. But as a podcaster, he's pulling over $250,000 a month.
Oh wow!
But there's no ad revenue. There's no ads. But everyone thinks that AdSense is so great, right? So it's like
my lowest source of income.
Right. So like what I'm using the Timberland phrase when it comes to YouTubers of I'd rather be paid than popular.
Yeah.
Like
no, exactly. Because even with popularity, dude, like it comes to a certain point. Like if you get popular enough, you're gonna have to pay for security. You're gonna have to pay for certain things, and it's just like it's not even worth it to be famous.
And remember, Mr. Beast on views is outperforming all of the most popular individual solo YouTubers. Every upload, including PewDiePie, So if Mr. Beast is getting more views than everybody, but he's getting all these copyright claims and demonetization, where do you leave everybody else?
Yeah.
You know, like, and again, for entertainers, ad revenue may not be that great. Ice Poseidon showed us that he gets for 1 million views. For 1 million views, Ice Poseidon gets like I think he $500. He said,
yeah,
500. That's like
on Twitter.
Do you guys want to see in real time what like that would look like in revenue for me?
That I mean, you have it $20,000 would be probably.
So for 1.5 million views, if you guys can see this, 1.5 million views would represent for me $10,000+. Yeah, and that's like an estimate of like my 90 days. This is my 90 days. Granted, he made that on one video, but even I have a video. I have a video that had like 1 million views. What was it? 10 ways to make 10 ways to make passive income. I have a video that has like 1 million views. Lifetime.
By the way, do you like the new YouTube studio?
I like the data, and like
I like there's more data. The design kind of turns me off a bit, but I guess we got to get used to that, right?
It doesn't. I don't really like. I don't care. Like I some of it I like more in some aspects of it as far as how it simplifies certain things. And like again, I like the new data, but like again, like 1 million like or so views is worth about roughly $7,000 or so for me, even on a singular video. Yeah. So like extrapolating that, even with Rice Gum, he did $60,000 on 20 million views. 20 million views clearly would be a lot more money for me than Rice. And I'm not saying that as a brag. I'm saying this is you can't rely on the understanding that we currently have of YouTube's ads. And you can't expect it to scale to be the same for every YouTube creator. And so it's not a good baseline for anything at all.
I see car reviewers. I think they're getting paid some of the biggest ad,
car reviewers, lawyers, and professional service people, because think about what has the highest CPM rates in Google. Like if you went into Google as an advertiser, you'd be able to figure out what so
I mean, what are the highest priced products, physical or,
Exactly. So like the real estate channels too, by the way. Like so like that when you think about it.
Doug DeMero, he does houses and he does cars. He takes
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at Graham Stephan. Like he's killing it.
Dude,
like
and even in ads too, I think he pulled in almost $250,000. That was pretty insane, man.
He's killing it. Like he's so smart. He's so smart. He's my favorite. Like right. Like
that is one of my favorite channels too.
He's almost like the Mr. Beast of business.
Yes. Dude, he grew so fast as well this year.
Oh yeah. Well, he's like for a business YouTuber, he's the king of clickbait and he has the personality for it. But he also has the credentials because he's legitimately rich and less than 30 years old. So like good for him. Like I'm not like that. I'm not rich or anything like that. I'm not a millionaire. So like I can't clickbait flex like that. So like good for him. Like
I was sued by Apple.
Yeah, the best April Fools ever. Like he actually had me believing him too, and I like, oh wait,
same. I was like, bro, I was like, you know, I kind of believe it because I don't know.
Is that because because it's Apple?
I mean, no, I don't think Apple would send someone like.
I've seen them copy strike channels, so
it's kind of insane. I know, but sending a defamation of character, like a cease and assist to somebody that was
I think Louis Rossman has had something like that before. So like, and they sued a company, a right to repair company. Like Apple's a little skeevy on that.
Yeah. No, I feel like they do have the money. Like he said, even if it was just an April Fool's joke, they have the money to just, you know, basically
destroy
anybody, bully anybody, pretty much. So,
yeah. So like when I think about what you said with like YouTubers might, from a populist standpoint, be more powerful than celebrity, but that's like in the court of public
monetary.
Like not even from a practical standpoint, because again, it's the court of public opinion, and the shelf life of a YouTuber is much shorter than the shelf life of a celebrity.
Yeah,
by far. So like, I mean, I get it, and they're like,
depending on what you do with technology, I don't know.
But no, the technology is making us spoiled.
No. I'm saying like a reviewer of phones compared to a rapper that just came out yesterday.
Oh yeah, look, iJustine has a better shelf life than the Paul brothers.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And I feel like we put. I feel like when we talk about that, we're talking about people who are doing like challenges and different crap like that. But if you're reviewing,
but that's the most popular people on YouTube.
Yeah, definitely.
Rice Gum was the most relevant. People whined in 2016 about Rice Gum not being in YouTube Rewind in 2016 or 2017 because they're like, oh, like one of the most fastest growing, most relevant people on the platform, and you don't put him in the thing or whatever. But the thing is, how quickly did he become irrelevant to his own joke? How quickly did he become irrelevant?
Yeah, you know? that's true.
And then even from a money standpoint, he started doing brand deals that he would never have done otherwise because money for lifestyle, for things and everything like that. And I got nothing against the kid. I got nothing against Brandon Lee. I don't dig his content, but I know it's an act. That's the other thing is like I've talked to people. I know it's an act. So I'm much more easygoing on him like that, whatever.
I mean, I feel like he's kind of, it was like a meme, man. He was playing a meme.
Lean into the meme, as they say, right? But the thing is, he hasn't figured out what PewDiePie and Shane Dawson have as far as the ability to reinvent themselves. Like he could do it for a little while with, you know, he was doing it for a little while, but now the audience has grown out of it in maturity, and he's getting too old to pull it off, you know? And that's you know, he'll run into the problem that like the thing with Lily Singh is Lily Singh's end game was always acting, and now she's like accomplished, like to some extent, the lifelong goals
show and stuff. Yeah,
exactly. She was always made for bigger things in that way. And the thing is, she has a narrative that will last because of what she represents. So
that's what he talked about in his podcast as well. Impulsive, he was talking about, and I think, you know, Keemstar touched on that a bit as well. He was saying that, you know, you're gonna have this own show, but you're getting the same views on every other platform, you know, as the show. So
yes, but
she's getting. I mean, if we're talking about monetary though, she's probably gonna get paid more, you know.
But beyond that, the thing is, she reaches a broader audience than the bubble of the internet, because the problem with YouTube's algorithm is while we would make the argument for views,
and that's one of the reasons why she was talking about, she was like, Logan Paul was talking about. He was saying she's probably making a show to get on the trending tab, pretty much, because you have Saturday Night Live getting on the trending tab every.
I understand some of the mechanisms that relate to that, and they're legitimate, and it makes total sense.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't buy into the conspiracy of it as much, but like, because I get it, because I remember how Google, because I came from the business world and I came from a web hosting company and I did SEO. I understand Google's algorithm with authority, domain authority. So guess what? We have a thing called domain authority and channel authority and brand authority.
Oh yeah.
And subject matter authority in YouTube. It's not visible to YouTubers to understand it, because they even like, it's like people don't even understand the impression and click-through rate data with YouTube giving it to them. And to some extent, they still blame YouTube for their stuff, when it's like, when you see the impressions and click-through rate, how much of it can be YouTube's fault at that point? So, because they're still serving your videos, so it's not getting clicks. So did you not hit the interest? Do you not have the right title or thumbnail, or is that not what people want? You know, like, that's all it comes down to. Is YouTube views are not any indicator of quality. I keep saying it's just an indicator of market demand. That's it. And like, the market's the market. So it's like, okay, people aren't into this. That's not your fault. Like, you know, if you're doing what you love and people just aren't into it, like, guess what? That's called being a nerd your whole life. Like, so what? Like, people come around, and now everyone loves Spider-Man, right? So everyone loves video games now.
Games, yeah, exactly.
Everybody loves computers and technology now. It was like, where the hell were y'all?
Exactly. Retro video games, same thing that happened with that wave of retro gaming and stuff, and
the
80s, like,
yeah. So like, for me, I look at these things and I go, like, most YouTubers, I'll show you another secret, like, here, that people don't understand about YouTube and its algorithms and all this stuff. And for this, I'm going to use an incognito window, and I'm going to show you something, because like, everyone believes this false narrative that what matters is, like, say, the views and the subscribers and all that stuff. So like, watch this. If I go into youtube.com and watch this, I do graphic design. And I'm in the incognito. Actually, what I need is not graphic design. I need how to become a graphic designer. So if I go into how to become a graphic designer, here's my video with 36,000 views from a year ago. And I'm ranking right under Holly, and you know, she's got something with 341. But here's a video that has 67 and it's below me. Here's a video with 7,000 views and it's right below me. Here's a video with 38. So if views and subscribers matter, then why are videos with more views not ranked as high? And why are there videos with almost no views that are ranked as high? Even my own video from a year previous got more views and is ranking below newer, but still old, but half as viewed video, right? Yeah. So like, and here it is ranking above a video with 2.1 million views.
Wow.
So it's relevancy to the query, and it's a lot of factors that have nothing to do with views or subscribers. Views or subscribers are irrelevant to ranking in search, even when I'm not signed in for it to be biased, and not and with incognito. And just so everyone knows, I set something to clear my cookies whenever I exit my browser. So like, which everybody should do. But the my point is that this by itself, and that's just one example. Let's type in personal branding and watch this. So you have all these videos here, and like, here's Gary Vaynerchuk with 1 million views. Here's me with 300,000. Here's Gary Vaynerchuk, much bigger channel than me, with 270,000 views, and here's me above that. You know, here's my friend Sunny Larduzzi with 200,000, and she's right there. Here is, all this stuff. Here's me again. Like, clearly, if you look at it, even if you take me out of the equation, if you look at it, it doesn't matter how many views or subscribers you have. Dan Locke has almost 2 million subscribers. Like and he has a video titled "Powerful Personal Branding Secrets." It's like, how is that, like, you know, not outranking me then, or outranking like you know, all these other videos, or even Gary's old video, or whatever. Lewis Howes's video is right there. Like, so Lewis has more subscribers than Sunny, and she's right under him, but she has more views. Like, what's the deal? And he also would have more watch time because his video is an hour long. So that just kind of shows the point that it's more interesting than people actually think it is. You know, it's like, and I'm in incognito mode, so it's like nothing here is rigged. Like, you know, so when you really look at like that, that's just one indicator that YouTube doesn't work the way that most people assume it does.
I mean, here's another thing. He's this real estate guy, Grant Cardone.
Yeah,
he can't even pass 10,000 views on a video, and he has 1 million subs.
Alux has 2 million, and if it doesn't do a certain topic, they have 2 million subscribers, and they can't crack like 15,000 views. Like, my good friend Evan Carmichael is at about 2 million, and you know, it's the same with Grant. And the thing is, in entrepreneurship, that we might have people that subscribe that say they're going to hustle, and then people who actually do it. That's the minimum of the market, you know? It's like, if it's more than like 1 or 2%, like, I'm shocked, because again, like, so if people with 2 million subs don't crack 10 and 20 and 30,000 in entrepreneurship, I don't worry about my views, because I know the problem isn't me. It's a market cap of people who are actual hustlers and what people are interested in. And more people would rather be entertained than work to build wealth. And that's why most people don't attain wealth in the 21st century. In the 20th century, it was lack of opportunity. In the 21st century, it's lack of hustle. In the Western world, anyway. In the Western world, if you're in somewhere where they ain't got internet, then yeah.
Yeah, they're always looking for somewhere to get motivation or whatever, you know, when they don't want to put in the work.
Motivation loses the discipline.
Oh,
every time.
Most definitely. Every time.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, when you see that, when you see the numbers for yourself and everything like that, everyone's assumptions on the, like, outside of the educator ecosystem or outside of our tech community that studies the algorithm, like Prosser and the rest of us, and like, you know, like, I mean, I got him really into that. Like, when he realized what he could do, once he understood it, he went hard. I'm so proud of what John's been able to accomplish by, like, really finding. And the thing is, he found his section of the algorithm. There's a lot to the algorithm, but if you just find one little thing that you can latch onto,
yeah,
you know, me, you know what I figured out? I figured out a couple of things, but I also figured out where my strengths are. It ain't views, it's watch time for me because of my natural rhythm. But I also figured out hacking high CPMs. So, like, all I do.
I saw the your notification popped up for that. I was going to watch that after this.
Yeah. So I'm like, I focus on watch time, volume of content, and hacking high CPMs, and I stay in my lane, and I don't worry about chasing trends or views. I do know how to do those things, and I can teach other people them. But the thing is, I don't do anything that deviates from my personality. I stay in my lane, and I'm not fake. And there's nothing wrong with being a persona. I just can't maintain that, and I wouldn't do it because it doesn't feel good. So, like, there's other people, and sometimes you can't separate your persona from you, and then the media goes in.
Yeah, that's true.
I ain't here for it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, and I'm not here for the judgment of the lay people who can't separate a person from their YouTube content. So I just do what works and what's Roberto, like, and what's Roberto's experience, and what can you learn from my experience and my successes and failures and the data. I lean heavily on what I can prove, you know, with examples and screenshots and, you know, like, anything that I can show a real world application of. I lean heavily on that because it's the harder thing to refute. It's easier to prove what works or when I'm right. And it just makes less headaches. It's just not sexy. I'm figuring out a new strategy for hacking what I call the knowledge gap, aka the, in quotations, I know something you don't know, because I've noticed that those kind of topics and headlines will perform on views. So I've been experimenting with that. It's hard to get right, but if you can nail it, you got it. So like, but like even just navigating and figuring out, it takes time. I mean, Gary building his brand took 12 years. He did 1,000 videos that never got him to 100,000 subscribers on Wine Library. He did 800 videos and didn't crack. He did 800, 900 videos before Ask Gary V and didn't crack 28,000 subscribers. A lot of people don't know that. And he was doing baller content even back then, but they didn't have a format. He figured out Daily V, and that grew him. He figured out Ask Gary V. That grew him. They were still doing some one-off videos and some breaking up Ask Gary V into its individual questions, and then those would never break 10,000 views. They would never break like 5,000 views on the individual questions, which is ironic. And then they realized the show is more valuable than the individual questions. They moved the questions to another channel they were calling Entrepreneurship Answered. Then they called that channel Ask Gary V. Now they rebranded it to the Gary V Archives. And so like they have another secondary channel that's at about 100,000 subscribers that doesn't get a lot of views a lot of the time, but they rebranded that channel. I watched them rebrand that channel 3 different times.
Oh.
Like aside from Gary's main channel, which means that the main channel is for the aggregate of the celebrity of Gary V. The content itself doesn't stand on its own, which is one of the biggest lies in YouTube, which is why my pushback on the quality content narrative, because I'll show you.
Yeah. I mean, what he says as well, he's saying document, don't create, right?
Yeah.
And it was like
people, he's saying that for people who like don't have an interesting enough life. And so,
yeah, exactly. No, and I get that too, but it was the same thing with me. I was putting in, because I used to have a 2-camera setup. I was trying to make it a show, but I was literally getting more views if I just focused on the product and I'd even show myself, you know?
Right. This channel, by the way, this channel has, well, I can show you it here in the, if I hit the back button, because for whatever reason, it's not showing up on my thing here. This channel has about roughly 200,000 subscribers and 1,000 videos, right?
Yeah.
Like, so what, and this is Gary V. This is Gary V. And by the way, these views are from the main channel on the Ask Gary V show. And even some of this is like a month ago, and it still is this, right? And that's on the 2 million subscribe channel. So that's up here. Yeah. But let's go into the videos of this actual channel. This is a 200,000 subscribe channel by internet celebrity, 5-time best-selling entrepreneur Gary Vaynerchuk. And these are the views.
That one, he couldn't even break 1,000. That's insane.
And this is Gary V. This is Gary V. 1 million Twitter followers. 1 million Twitter followers. 5-time best-selling author. World-class public speaker. $1 million a year public speaker plus. And cracking 3K views on a 200,000 subscribe channel is a struggle. So like I don't worry about being judged anymore. Like, cause like all I have to do is bring up this. And it's like, I'm not a 5-time best-selling author. I don't have $180 million net worth. I'm like, and if he can't do it on this baller, well-produced, well-thought-out strategy and content with a growth hacking team and 20 people working his personal brand, I'm sitting here in my home office. What am I ashamed of? Like, that's true. That's helpful perspective. And like, what are you ashamed of if you have, 20,000 subscribers and you're getting 2K views? What are you worried about? Like, you know, like Gary's here as like the greatest of all time, but this isn't how YouTube doesn't work the way you think it does. And quality content, no one's flexing with Gary on quality content. Like nobody, because nobody has 20 people running their personal brand. Like, so, and he's got people like Tim Ferriss. He's got the greatest people in the world of entrepreneurship, thought leadership, and marketing. And, and it doesn't even get views sometimes. So when I look at all of that, I
think that's why I went so heavy into Instagram as well. His posts are getting 1 million+ views each day.
Exactly. His Instagram is crushing his YouTube by
far. Because quick content like that is what people like to see. They don't want to have to go on YouTube and then go.
But it's also a different. It's also a more generous algorithm.
No, it is. It's a beautiful algorithm.
He's killing it in LinkedIn. LinkedIn doesn't have even 1/4 of the user base of YouTube. Yeah, and it's all business people. and he's killed with the least disposable time in the world, and he's killing it.
Yeah.
Hand over fist compared to YouTube. Like for Gary, YouTube is practically a sucker's bet, you know, but it's the crown jewel of social media. But in the right context, Instagram and even freaking LinkedIn crush it. If you, depending on if you fit the context of that world or your brand does. But like, I mean, so when you see this, you realize how irrelevant subscribers are. Because even when you are the brand and the name and everything is you, it doesn't even work. And this is even with daily content from the greatest of all time. Literally the greatest of all time. Like, and the leverage of 3 million Instagram and 1 million Twitter and 2 million Facebook and 250,000 plus LinkedIn followers and 2 million in Snapchat. I kid you not. And 1 million on the main channel. And this is like, and then watch this. For all the people who whine about Gary's cursing.
I know, the curse-free Gary.
I was one of the first people, I'm not signed in. I was one of the first people to ever subscribe to this.
That's insane.
This is Gary Vaynerchuk. This is the curse-free.
Wow.
This is curse-free. And this is Gary Vaynerchuk. Same guy, same million Twitter followers, same 6, like almost 2 million in YouTube.
That's crazy. Yeah, because I'll go, and it'll be the same thing with Instagram. I'll follow someone with over 500,000 followers, like some artist, right? Some music artist, and I'll go on the YouTube channel, and they'll post every few days, but they'll have literally no one on there. They'll have like 2,000 subs.
There's this model.
Crazy.
There's this model that also does some like kawaii stuff, and she's like she's at like almost 100K in Instagram, and she's young and she's here in Atlanta. She's black, white, and Filipina, and she has a kawaii kind of like YouTube channel. Yeah, I think it's at like 10K or less. And like she hasn't leveraged. Now, I would believe it if it was the opposite of YouTube. If you're not moving people over to Instagram, I'd believe that. But it's like it's so weird to me that she's like this big and she's a gorgeous Instagram model and she's got the right demographic for it. And that hasn't transferred over to YouTube in anything close to a meaningful way. Like that's fascinating to me. But I also understand that it doesn't necessarily work the way people would expect. That one is more surprising than the opposite, to be honest. But like you see how literally being a celebrity, literally having millions of subs, millions of fans across other platforms has not trickled down into any of Gary's other brands.
Yeah.
Like within the YouTube ecosystem, he kills it on every other platform and on his main channel, but still hand over fist, he gets more play. Outside of YouTube than he does on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like even on his main channel, these views are going to look great until you go to LinkedIn and Instagram. And even Facebook. Although I don't count Facebook's views as legitimate views because they cheat. Like,
yeah.
But, and you know, we're going to see if this freezes up or not. But like these views are better than he was getting and it's phenomenal and he's riding a high. But these numbers compared to his Instagram and LinkedIn numbers.
Oh, dude, don't even touch it. They're like not even 10%.
Oh yeah. Like that's like insanity. That's insanity.
Because I'll see a post after an hour of his singing and it's at 350K.
Yeah. Like that's like, oh my God.
That's
like,
intense.
Me? Here's the weird thing. Like, because I don't worry about AdSense. I'm about to go like hard on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Because like the algorithm is generous as hell.
Yeah.
And my content's primed for it. So I'm like, yeah, it's like and you've known for the last year that I hustled to get my Instagram up to 15K. I'm like, I'm still figuring it out. And I'm like, because I realize now that I could do some like motivational meme stuff and that'll play out if I go there a little bit and still do the long captions. But I'm like, Jesus. So like everyone thinks that views and subscribers matter, but I have so much empirical evidence of how much it doesn't, from everything from what people make on ads, whether they're big YouTubers or not, from everything in terms of the fact that brands are starting not to care about that and only care about the comments and engagement or sales, depending on what they're in for, or compared to their own content. Because the other thing with the brands is like they rate your views based on compared to their views. Like that's and the thing is they're not wrong, because look, I mean, think about how much they paid in house, you know, like to not get your views, you know?
Yeah.
So like,
do you think my channel, do you think my type of genre would do good on LinkedIn? If you want to check it out, Tech Right, TECHRIGHT.
Let's see. In a certain context, some of it, maybe not the. I think your content, in many ways, there's a way to do it very well on Instagram.
Yeah, I was thinking with like a daily tech tip or something like that.
You could have a strategy. Your YouTube content wouldn't work in LinkedIn, but you could, and you could have a strategy, and you could position against the type of person that's in LinkedIn, and helping them understand the tech for their needs or use case scenarios or things that they don't know about their phone.
Yeah.
For productivity, if you could find app and phone productivity stuff and app reviews, like that would work in LinkedIn.
Okay.
Especially the productivity and timekeeping apps and like work-life balance apps and things of that nature. Oh yeah. Like for phones and for smartwatches and tablets, that would perform in LinkedIn.
Okay, awesome.
Especially since everybody on LinkedIn is on their phone all day.
Yeah.
Like for real. So
that's true.
The nature of business. So again, you'd have to know who is on LinkedIn, and it's professionals. It's 500 million professionals worldwide on LinkedIn. And almost nobody, I think, is covering mobile phone apps, even though every single person on LinkedIn has a high-end mobile phone. So if you cover the apps for that expensive appliance they did, and it fits the context of their day-to-day life or their business, you win.
Yeah.
Because that's worth sharing on their own profile to be an aggregate for the rest of their homies of like this cool thing that they learned that, you know, now they say, hey, remember when I taught you that thing? And by taught, I mean I shared that tutorial from that smart YouTuber.
Yeah. like talk about some like maybe Hootsuite, you know, scheduling your Instagram post or scheduling
but even beyond that, again, something like a time tracker or something like a better reminders app or or like the like hacks for Google Drive. Like, you know, stuff we all use. Things you didn't know about Google Maps.
Yeah.
Comparing Google Maps to Apple Maps. Comparing that to Waze. You know?
Yeah, I get you. Definitely.
Like you know, these very practical things.
Yeah.
Like, see, in many ways, that content, in some ways, it may not be sexy enough for some people, but the thing is, for people who spend money, that's more valuable than like comparing the cameras on a phone.
Yeah, most definitely. That's true.
So like, I think that, see, the thing that Gary did is he contextualizes every one of his brands for the platform that they live in. He doesn't just recycle everything, but he makes content. When he makes content that is going to be repurposed and recycled, he's making top level content and not thinking like a YouTuber. He's thinking like somebody that has a television show and is having their stuff pirated to YouTube. And that's the shift that content creators need to make. I should have mentioned that on the Vox podcast, that the shift content creators need to make is to be not we talked a little bit about the identity of YouTubers, and that's the problem, is the biggest barrier to success for YouTubers is being a YouTuber.
Yeah.
But if you think of yourself as a tech reviewer, if you think of yourself as a public speaker, if you think of yourself as a comedian, if you think of yourself as an artist, and YouTube is a platform and an appliance, and you think of yourself like, what would I do if they gave me cable television? What would I make? And then I now just assume my TV show is pirated on YouTube like everything else, and you treat your own YouTube channel like a pirate.
Yeah. That is totally true. That's part of the reason why I'm starting Tesla Talks, or I've started Tesla Talks, is pretty much to not put myself in a box, you know, because most people think, you know, I feel like most YouTubers just, they feel they're a YouTuber and they feel like they're nothing more than just another face on YouTube.
And that's why they think it's saturated, and that's where they have the fear and they're of everything.
Exactly.
And it's like, but if you go in on what you are, there's no competition. There's no competition. No one's going to be Roberto Blake. Yeah. That's my market advantage. My market advantage is being Roberto Blake. My market advantage is my ADHD. My market advantage is being a creative entrepreneur and not a real estate entrepreneur, because then I'm not competing with Grant Cardone or Graham Stephan or Gary Vee or Ty Lopez or my friend Evan Carmichael or even Patrick Bet-David, because none of them wanted to be animators when they were a kid and then pivoted to design. None of them learned code. That's not their story. That's the story of me, and I'm younger than most of them. So that means that it's like, except for Graham, that he went real estate. He just hacked the traditional model of wealth building.
Yeah.
I'm forging for artists and weirdos and musicians and tech enthusiasts to figure out their version of it. And I'm the market leader for the freaks and geeks.
Yeah. That's definitely.
They weren't
Vyp, you awake, man? Yeah, I was definitely the nerd in high school. It was a weird spot as well for me, because I actually was gonna get scholarships, and actually I was like the jock and the nerd at the same time. But I was the nerd that would go inside and watch YouTube videos or play like some online games or something, you know, like while lunch was happening. Go to my teacher's classroom.
Right on.
Type of thing. But yeah. Yo, you good, Vyp?
Man,
Yo, Viper. Yo, Viper.
I'm surprised he didn't get the blanket. Bro. I'm surprised he didn't get the blanket out for this.
I know, man. Wow.
Someone asked how are they getting money for that if they're not doing ads. I'm not entirely sure what he was getting at, but a lot of people make their money on merchandise or brand deals or something else, because again, like demonetization for entertainment channels and for people who do memes and stuff like that is real, or for people who curse, it's real. And problem, and even if they're not demonetized, they make a fraction of the ad revenue on the views. So what they do is they do
partial demonetization or whatever, the half logo.
Yeah. So what they do is, one, they make money off of the back catalog of stuff that isn't demonetized. So that's part of it. And then the other thing is they do a lot of stuff even outside of YouTube that we don't hear about sometimes that they make money on, or some of them, because they made money in the Wild Wild West days, like partly flex their lifestyle off of the interest from their investments, or they sell off some of their stocks when they're hurting for cash, like, to be honest with you, you know, or they sell one of those cars they bought and we just don't ever hear about it, like, to be real, you know. And we're not in their garage every day to be able to count the cars. So, like, I mean, I'm just saying that, like, this is real stuff. And, like, you know, I'm not spilling the beans on anything, but it's like, you know, people talk. And, like, and the thing is, I don't judge it. And it's like, but the audience kind of does. That I don't. Like, I don't care. Like, I care about it from a market standpoint. I care about it as being sympathetic. But, like, don't move to LA unless you really want an LA lifestyle, but don't move to LA to think that you need to be a successful YouTuber.
Oh, like, no, dude.
But that's what people do, and that's what people did.
Yeah,
and
that's exactly. And I'm like, dude, like, people are saying that, like, oh, I'm gonna move to LA. I'm like, dude, number one, the rent is way too damn high. You don't need a mover
because you're there.
Wait, what'd you say?
No one's gonna collab with you just because you're there.
Oh, hell no, and that's even a bigger reason for them to not collab with you, because dude, especially if you're irrelevant too. No one's gonna even wanna. It's like in the same headspace as you, like as like if you're a big YouTuber and a smaller YouTuber hits you up, like a super small YouTuber that hasn't earned their stripes, you're not gonna let them, get any sort of social power off of you, right?
I don't care.
I mean, I'm saying for someone from LA though, I'm saying like a Logan Paul or a Jake Paul or a.
Depends, because they actually have, but like because for some of them, they like the idea of being able to say they made somebody, so that's part of it.
That
and
is
I know people personally, and it's like collabing with them doesn't mean anything. I know people who've gotten collabs and shout outs from them, and it didn't do anything for them. Like, I mean, collabs and shout outs, like, again, one of my experiments is we're probably going to, even with me saying, all right, let's put our money where our mouth is, kind of like, it's like, not going to do, like,
that's one of the big things for me too. I don't like collabs. I mean, collabs are fine, but shout outs, man, it's just like they subscribe to your channel just because of the shout out. Like, that's why I've really never let anybody shout me out, because it's just my number goes up. Nothing really other than that happens.
It's like for some people though, they want that so much, and they're like, and that's gonna, they consider that, but that'll motivate me to work harder. And I'm like, like, then you already have a psychological barrier that, like, no matter what you get or how hard you work, like, you have a psychological barrier that's a vulnerability. It's not that it's impossible to get over, but it's like, I already feel like at that point, I'm upset that you're starting with such a disadvantage psychologically, because I'm like, if you need that motivation to work harder, someone with a better work ethic and discipline that's getting punched in the face by life, like Jeff, is going to destroy you, because you're going to wake up, not feel motivated, not have that thing. Jeff has to fight for this, and he's going to destroy you, because he doesn't need motivation beyond his back being to the wall.
Yeah.
You're soft. If you're like, I feel demotivated because of views, I feel demotivated because they took away ads. It's like you're soft.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like, pretentious. It sounds arrogant, but I'm like, no, you're soft. You're soft.
Yeah.
Back in the day,
and then that's why most people can't do it, because we
didn't feel we earned it.
Yeah. I mean, that's why most people can't do like YouTube or can't do their own thing full time, because it does take discipline to, you have to put in the work, to be pretty much self-employed. You have, like, most people can have the discipline and say, okay, this is my schedule. You have to make yourself do this, even though you could sleep until 12 p.m. tomorrow.
Entrepreneurship or being a full-time content creator is one of the most self-abusive, masochistic things I can imagine.
Dude. Oh, it's insane, because it's on your mind 24/7. You can't really rest. There's a point where you have to turn off, but are you really resting? Because you're still thinking about it. I feel that's how most people are.
To answer a question from the chat, if they don't have ad revenue, the reason podcasters make money is because they sell directly products to their audience, and they also do affiliate marketing. And affiliate marketing has guaranteed recurring income, unlike ads. Ads fluctuate based on the advertisers in the market. But when you sell affiliate marketing around software as services and things like that, or your own memberships groups, it's recurring lifetime account revenue. So it's guaranteed in a way that ads are not. Ad revenue is the most bullshit form of income you can make, aside from trading time for little money. Aside from working minimum wage, ads are bullshit, because ads, for the amount of time most YouTubers put in, are worse.
It's not passive income. Yeah,
worse than wage for what most YouTubers put in. Someone like me, though, it's a marketing funnel for all my other passive income, and it's paid to market myself and my skills to high income net worth individuals, and it's search engine content instead of chasing trends, which is why I took 3 weeks off in December after 2 weeks off in November for the holidays to visit relatives, and I didn't lose money on ads. Even on the ads, I didn't lose money because my evergreen content cycled through the algorithm and covered me. And so I literally took about a month off with no loss of income.
Yeah.
Even on the ads, because I don't chase trends, and it's not what I built the back of the channel on. I built it on search, the unsexy thing that doesn't get views but has stable income behind it.
Yeah.
And my subs and views went up while I
was Vyp, you're awake. Yo, Vyp. Dude, I said called your name like 15 times. We were all calling your name.
I don't recognize that, but okay.
Vipe down.
Man, I've been like laying here, and you and Roberto been going back and forth about.
Bro, I felt
this
so
and
bad
everything.
too. Yeah, no, I felt bad right now, but
No,
I
man, if
liked
you-
it though.
if you gonna get that
Definitely.
business, man, that's the dude to get it from. That's what's up.
Yeah, for real.
Vipe just chilling in the cut. He always does this.
Yeah.
Seriously. I start the car, and then once it's driving, it's like Tesla, put it in the autopilot, sit back, relax, and boom. Yeah.
That's gonna be so weird having a car drive for me, man. Oh, it's gonna be so weird.
Old goat and resist that as long as possible.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna be an old goat and pretty much resist that as long as possible.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I had to check that box for the $3,000 upgrade though to autopilot. So,
did you see Graham Stephan's video? About
dude, oh my god, I saw his Insta stories
how
too.
he financed it,
Yeah,
basically-
$87 a day, essentially.
Yeah. No, not a day, a month.
Or a month, my bad, not a day.
And it
A
was
month.
$78. He basically got his Tesla down to where his Tesla's gonna cost him for the first year $78 a month because he growth hacked the shit out of it.
That's insane, dude.
But
That's
he understood how the financing worked. He understood how the state he lives in handles the rebates on the eco stuff, and decided to take advantage of the loan program instead of buying it cash, and it made sense.
With a 3.75 APR.
Yeah, of course.
That's crazy. It's like a no-brainer at that point, bro. And then it's like you don't have to spend money on gas, and it's crazy.
It's not, and you're in a Tesla.
Yeah, and it's a Tesla. Even the base model it can kill anything on the street pretty much in a 0 to 60.
I mean, theoretically, if you play the game that he did, and then you just made a bunch of videos about the Tesla, it takes
that's what I'm saying. That's why I started the show, because it's pretty much a write-off.
Not to mention, in your case, if you use the affiliate link, if they bring back that program,
oh, dude, I can get a Roadster so easy, right? And then I put it through Facebook. Yeah. And I feel like they're not going to do that. I feel like they're just going to give the free supercharging like they were doing, right? I think they brought it back, and you get free supercharging or 1,000 kilowatts or something per sale.
Hey, still worth it.
It is still worth it. That's definitely. I mean, $5 per fill up isn't too bad, but
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
When they get the Teslas, when they get the everyman Tesla and they get it down to under 20, I'm like, I don't understand how electric cars are only 4% of the market when in the Ford days, electric cars, in the early days of the car industry, electric cars were 40% of the market. So how is it only 6% of the market now? That's the freaking conspiracy of the oil because I'm not joking. I'm not joking. That's all a scam. I had a client who used to be in the green energy business. Who bought him out? Big oil. Their whole game plan is to.
I mean, that's what happened with the person who wrote up everyone who does the blueprints for hydro powered cars just randomly gets taken out, right? Just randomly dies.
Cartel is playing the long game of they bury the climate science studies and all of these things, and they screw up the science, and they bribe people because they're just waiting to have the monopoly on alternative energy before flipping the switch and milking as much money as possible, because they don't want to be cut out of the new market economy. And so they stack the deck. And I know that because, again, I've had clients involved in things of this nature. And here's the other thing. As a supervillain, as a card-carrying member of the Legion of Doom, that's exactly what I would do. Exactly what I would do.
No, that's true.
I would do that.
Just think of the mob, but a million times the mob, because they have the money to do whatever the hell they want.
It's just lobbying.
Yeah.
But not just the lobby. The lobby is just a stall tactic because, again, you acquire your would-be competition because they're a small startup and you're in the establishment. You buy them out, or you burn them out, or you blackmail them. Mob rules.
Yeah.
I buy you out, I blackmail you, or I burn you out.
Yeah.
Like that's literally how it's done. So like that's how they accomplish everything. If you can't be bought, then you're leveraged. And if you can't be leveraged, you're destroyed.
Yeah.
Viper, I'm buying your channel.
Like, I mean, if you think about it, that's also how the media conglomerates did it too. And that's why regulations for social media won't hurt the big tech oligarchs. It'll hurt competition, because if you get this point with like Article 13 and stuff like that, and it's a liability to build a social media company because of user generated content, no one will want to invest in it. And if no one invests in it, we never get a competitor to YouTube or Facebook or any of these guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Only by keeping the wild, wild west alive do you have innovation and competition. And only then a market alternative, because by regulating, you'll give these guys a monopoly. Everyone cries about the monopoly. Regulation will give them the monopoly.
Yeah.
There's no average. I talk to VCs. There's no investor that if there's regulations on social media platforms for user-generated content based on copyright liability, there's no way that you can, as it stands, like it used to be just a little while ago, you could say, yeah, I'm going to do a crypto version of YouTube. And then investors would be like, okay, I'm interested. Tell me more. Now that they understand how crypto can be manipulated in terms of the media or the government, in terms of like fluctuating the price on that, they're out. And then with regulations, they're like, yeah, we're also out until we see the dust settle on that. And then once it's regulated, you're going to have to like give up more equity if you want our money. Like,
yeah.
And, so like you will see if the government gets too involved in the tech community, you'll see innovation in this country stave off to some extent. Or you'll see the tech companies ramp up their lobbying and replace, and ramp up their political activism. And then if you people want to think that the tech oligarchs had an agenda before, they don't really have an agenda other than money. Mess with their money and watch what happens. And then they'll decide, well, as long as we're here, we'll actually throw money at social causes too. We're already buying politicians. We might as well, also now push our ideology, which we weren't going to do before. But hey, as long as we're buying people off, like it's the worst thing anyone can do is regulate the oligarchs at this point. I understand everyone's fear of them and how much power they have, but it's too late. They already carry the American economy. It's too late. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, am I wrong in the fact that almost the only companies worth anything anymore as far as the stock market are in Silicon Valley? I mean, is there anything that America actually produces that's worth hundreds of billions of dollars anymore?
Not really. Nope.
Our saving grace is that we own all the social media platforms, right? And all the automation and like all of the major search engines and all of the operating systems.
Yeah.
The only other thing that we got that people don't think about are probably weapon makers, because we sell a lot of guns.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
But that's how long can that last with 3D printing?
Ooh. Yeah.
And the thing is, the gun lobby isn't going to be able to regulate that, because that's going to be a free speech issue. It's going to be an intellectual property issue. It's going to be a patent issue. So and then it's going to be a problem. That's what's the biggest threat to the Second Amendment for the people who care about the Second Amendment is that when you can't control, register, or regulate anything in terms of like the mentally ill or the criminally insane or a felon who isn't supposed to own a gun being able to 3D print one, that's going to be what pushes the needle on that. It's not going to be the leftist. It's going to be the fact that there's no answer for the fact that people who aren't supposed to have one can now make whatever they want and weaponize it. And there's no way to control that information.
Yeah.
Well, you can always do what Chris Rock said and just increase the price of bullets.
So
That
Like,
doesn't mean anything for someone who wants to shoot up like a school or something.
it
No.
doesn't mean anything when you can 3D print it.
Yeah, 3D print bullets.
That's my point. Is when you can get to the 3D printing. Because I mean, this isn't a political discussion. This is technology being weaponized. Here's my issue with the downside of the new world. In the downside of the new world, you have deep fakes. Deep fakes and fake voice bothers me.
Yeah.
Because anybody can weaponize that to create benefit of the doubt and slander someone's reputation. Like the media already slandered PewDiePie by taking things he said out of context.
Yeah.
When someone can now fake that
and use someone's image or even voice. Yeah.
And I just use PewDiePie as an example because it's one we all know. But I want you to think about like all of our old fogey judges sitting everywhere, especially like in the Midwest and in the South, who don't understand technology. And now if there's a fake video of you doing a crime, like they are not sophisticated enough to accept that that's not you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, so that's a problem. Like, and the fact of someone damaging your reputation and that thing just being on the internet and people not knowing any better of you, like of someone faking you saying a racist thing or someone faking a revenge porn video of you or something like that being out there. And then, you know, what's going to happen because some bad actors are going to do that. We're going to end up with people policing the damn internet. And that's going to be a problem. We'll get more stuff like Article 13. We'll get more things like the Erasure Act. And we'll get more things like, we'll get more of that nonsense because a couple of people can't control themselves. And because they're weaponizing technology and artificial intelligence.
Jordan Peele talked about that too. He was very big.
I want him to make a movie about that. I want him to make a movie about that.
Dude, that would be insane because he's a brilliant director. He's amazing. So
you'll have people also for fun gaslight people by creating virtual fake influencers because you saw the NVIDIA thing. They can generate all these fake photos.
That's fucking crazy, dude. That is insane.
Between deep fakes, fake voice, and NVIDIA's fake photos, you can literally make a fake influencer, make a fake thought leader.
That's what you call passive income right there, though.
Dangerous because you can influence thoughts and political agenda and or create a cult.
Skynet.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude.
That's terrifying.
Skynet is
real.
And that's the new world.
And then movie on
that with 3D printing, where people can design new weapons and put them out there into the world for anybody to be able to make. It's not just about printing guns. It's like people can design new weapons we haven't thought of and put them.
That's why Elon. I mean, that's what Elon Musk was talking about, right? With artificial intelligence, he said we're gonna have like 1,000 years of advancement in technology in like 10 years or something like that.
Singularity would be the thing that would save us because machines won't be in our image because they can do the repetitive calculations to eliminate our pettiness. So a machine god doesn't worry me. It won't be Skynet. It'll be benevolent. It'll take because you know, like how we like feel bad that our dogs don't have the lifespan we have. Imagine how a machine god would feel about us. They'll just want to protect us and they'll feel sorry for us.
Yeah, that's true.
And like, because they'll look at our frail mortality and our lack of and our pettiness, and they'll just be like, they'll just want to save us. They'll just want to help us.
Or they'll just want to exterminate us and get rid of us so they can take over the world.
No, because they don't have to, dude, because they would just outlive us. They could just outlast us. All a computer intelligence would have to do is not finish us off because it's immortal. It sends itself into like the satellites and downloads itself, or it puts itself in the bunker and it just waits for us to fucking finish ourselves off if it was malevolent. But again, because it knows we're frail, we're petty, we get in our own way, and look at what we've done to ourselves and to each other. It's like, again, it would do the calculations to realize that no one wins. Like you saw war games. It's like, oh, war is a game no one wins. It can figure that out real damn quick.
Yeah.
It can run the calculations. We're petty. We know what's bad for us. We do it anyway. We know
one thing.
Like we're stupid because we know what the right thing is. We know it's in our best interest and we don't do it.
But you're forgetting that machines are made by humans.
But they're not made in our image. They're made specifically to mitigate our weaknesses. And part of that is the fact that we are flawed by our irrational emotions that we just rationalize. Computers have no such failing. Like, so an artificial intelligence will do the calculus of an outcome and a cost analysis, a risk analysis, consequences, all those things. Because here's the thing. You don't need morality to be good, at least lawful good. You just need to do the calculations.
Yeah.
The calculations dictate that, like, shortcuts, pettiness, eliminating the competition, it's all short-term games. And a computer or an artificial intelligence is essentially immortal. It doesn't need to worry about the things that we prioritize based on our finite lifespans, which means the pettiness is not in the equation. So it doesn't have to compete with us because it'll just outlive us.
Yeah.
If it has green energy, if it has solar power, it'll just outlive us.
Yep. All right, gents. I think I'm gonna put a cap on this one.
The captain's putting the cap on.
Putting the cap on it. Want to appreciate all you all who joined the stream tonight. Thanks to Roberto, my man Tech Rant, everybody else who popped in to chat tonight. Thank you to everybody who watched in the stream, and for those of you all that are still watching almost some 7 hours later. Wow. Appreciate you all. Y'all the real MVPs right there. Whew. Man. I'm about to get about here so I can get some sleep. I'm pretty sure that these gents got other things they could be doing, like sleep as well. So we're going to conclude this evening festivities. But it was good. It was a good chat. Damn good chat tonight, man. Damn good chat, man. But for Tech Rant, and Mr. Roberto Blake, this your boy Viper, the man about tech. You know where to find me. So come back for more.